The protagonist of this story, Hua, is about as ordinary as they come. He works at a logistics center just to scrape by, though he doesn't enjoy it in the slightest. Kim Jong-un, as he's known, finds little satisfaction in his work, and it won't take long for you to see why. One day, he tries to spark a casual conversation with a robot beside him, but the machine ignores him completely and immediately gets back to work. That's exactly what he despises about the place. The entire center is filled with advanced AI robots that handle nearly all of the labor. Jang Yum is left overseeing operations with no one to talk to, surrounded by silence. He misses the comfort of human interaction, often questioning whether this job is right for him. His gloomy routine began 2 months ago, shortly after being discharged from the military, a point in his life where a string of misfortunes seemed to begin. The first blow came when his parents moved away to Wjangbu. As a parting gesture, they left him a small apartment near his old school, covering the deposit and 6 months' rent. This new chapter forced him into a solitary lifestyle. Although his finances were stable thanks to government support and his parents paying rent, he decided to take his time looking for a job, hoping to find something meaningful instead of rushing into work. But luck was not on his side. Rejection after rejection piled up before he ever had the chance to prove himself. After a month of unsuccessful searching, he was losing his mind from boredom. One day, while venting to his sister about his frustrating situation, she teased him endlessly about being the unemployed brother. During their conversation, she mentioned how many people were finding work as operators for delivery companies, managing AI robots. Intrigued, Jang Yum eventually followed this lead, which brought him here to this lifeless job where there's no one to share a single word with. Just as I'm explaining this, someone suddenly calls out to him. The man looks grumpy, unpleasant, and easily mistaken for the manager. He turns out to be a senior worker, who brusquely informs Jang Yum that they're out of tuna stock, despite the system indicating otherwise. He orders Jang Yum to check the warehouse for the missing supply. With a strained smile, Jang Yum agrees, though in truth, he finds the robots far warmer than his cold-hearted colleague. Inside the warehouse, he spots the tuna on a high shelf and climbs up to grab it. But as he does, the heavy door slams shut behind him. Startled, he tries the knob, but it's jammed. He calls his manager, Shin, but there's no response. For a brief moment, he considers dialing 911, but decides against it, thinking it's not worth the trouble since he's not in immediate danger. Instead, he snaps a selfie and sends it to his sister, jokingly telling her he's trapped. She teases him at first, but then casually mentions hearing about a building collapse near her home. Concerned, Jang Yum immediately calls her back. When she answers, however, she says nothing. Just as he begins to suspect she's playing a prank, the entire warehouse trembles violently, and a blaring emergency alarm cuts through the air. Urgent announcements echo, demanding immediate evacuation. Still locked inside, Jang Yum pounds on the door with growing panic, but no one comes. He tries calling 911 again, only to discover his phone has lost all signal. Fear overwhelms him as the terrifying thought creeps in: could a large-scale disaster be unfolding outside these walls? Suddenly, a loud pounding resonates from the other side of the door, each strike leaving deep dents in the steel as if it were fragile cardboard. Trembling, he instinctively retreats, understanding that the situation has taken a dire turn. Any sound from him now would mean certain doom. Perspiring heavily, he collapses to his knees, feeling relief when the banging ceases. Yet, the terrifying noises and screams outside continue to haunt him. 3 days pass. He remains trapped inside, surviving on whatever food he can salvage. With no sign of anyone coming to his rescue, he becomes convinced that a catastrophe of immense scale has occurred. He wonders if a war has broken out and, oddly enough, feels a faint sense of gratitude to be confined indoors, imagining it might provide some measure of safety. The alarm system that once screamed incessantly fell silent yesterday, affording him a brief reprieve. However, with his phone battery dwindling, he's uncertain how much longer he can endure. This message might very well be his final testament to the outside world, accompanied by a desperate hope that someone will find him soon and safeguard his family. Just as he believes things cannot deteriorate further, a system window abruptly appears, informing him that he has been selected to check his awakened abilities. Initially, Jang Yang suspects it's a hallucination. Yet, a subsequent window reveals that he has acquired a personal subspace for item storage. He begins to question if the tuna cans he's been consuming over these past 3 days contain some sort of drug. Another digital notification emerges, reporting that a target has been designated and queries if he wishes to store it. Without hesitation, he confirms. Suddenly, he experiences a sensation of falling and lands harshly outside. As he scrambles to his feet, his gaze falls upon a landscape of devastation, ruins littered with debris and wreckage in every direction. Nearby, he spots his senior, lying lifeless on the ground. System windows continue to flash, but the protagonist is overwhelmed, vomiting at the sight of his dead comrade. Then, the system announces that an appropriate operating system has been located and is now installing. Suddenly, approaching footsteps cast a vast shadow behind him, and he is nearly certain that this shadow does not belong to a human. As the scene pulls back, a monstrous orc-like creature, its body smeared with blood and armed with sharp fangs, is revealed. Jong Yun begins to sweat profusely, struggling to calm his racing heart, clinging to the hope that his worst fears are unfounded. He convinces himself the roar he heard 3 days prior might have come from a gorilla or bear. Regardless, he dares not look back and instead bolts away as fast as his legs can carry him, running desperately for survival. Panic mounts as he realizes he is being hunted by a literal monster. In his frantic escape, he inadvertently steps on someone's, entrusting him to the unknown reason behind the creature's presence or its hunt for him. One truth remains clear: he must escape. Suddenly, a system window appears, stating that synchronization is complete and asks if he wishes to enter the subspace. Without pause, Jong Yun agrees. As the monster's hand swings towards him, he dives through the portal, leaving the beast trapped and groaning in frustration behind him. Confused, Jong Yun wonders why the creature cannot follow. A floating drone appears, explaining that nothing can enter his subspace without his explicit permission since he is its master. The drone further elaborates that the subspace is entirely under his control. Shocked, Jong Yun experiences a strange sense of déjà vu as the drone addresses him. Looking around, he realizes he is back inside the PX Fulfillment Center warehouse, but now it exists as part of his new subspace. The area is populated with the same robots as before. The system then notifies him that, since this is his first time entering the subspace, he will receive a mana stone as a reward. The stone materializes in his palm, but before he can discern its purpose, the monster outside resumes pounding on the portal, startling him. Momentarily forgetting his peril, he inquires with the system whether the creature can truly not enter. The system reassures him that nothing may penetrate without his consent. A new notification details that the PX Fulfillment Center is a 5-story facility covering a total area of approximately 10,000 pi, around 33,000 square meters, equipped with everything needed to enhance customer lives. It boasts a shipping speed of 60 kilometers per h with a maximum shipment size of 2 meters. Jong Yun processes this surprising information with equal parts awe and confusion. The system then adds that only 2 minutes remain until maintenance begins. Still disoriented, Jong Yun asks if the facility will shut down after 2 minutes. The drone confirms this and explains that he can use the mana stone to power the facility and maintain operations within the subspace. With 1 mana stone, the facility can remain operational for 24 hours. Impressed by the drone's efficiency, Jong Yun attentively listens as it explains that the PAX Center's energy system was altered to operate on mana stones when it was stored in the subspace. Skeptical, Jong Yun questions whether this is a genuine capability or merely science fiction. Suddenly, the facility's lights cut out, and the drone starts flashing urgent warnings. The PX system alerts that power has been lost. and if energy isn't restored promptly, perishables such as fresh vegetables, meat, and pre-prepared meals will begin to spoil. Jong-yun understands that in this chaotic, war-torn world, food supply is crucial for survival. A power failure affecting freezers and refrigerators could therefore be disastrous. He asks the drone if monostones can truly substitute electricity, to which the drone confirms positively. Jong-yun then inquires how more monostones can be acquired. The drone informs him that these stones are obtained by defeating creatures from other worlds. Clearly unsettled by the prospect of battling a formidable monster that could easily tear him apart, Jong-yun instructs the drone to utilize the monostones for now, while he hurries to gather weapons inside the facility. As he grabs as many weapons as possible, a system window displays their prices, triggering concern about resource limitations. He worries that if he expends all his weapons too quickly against the monster, he may run out of supplies. He is also uncertain whether the blades can penetrate the monster's thick hide. Jong-yun decides that a gradual wounding strategy inflicting slow but steady damage is wiser than attempting to kill the creature outright, especially since it cannot enter his subspace. This means there is no urgent need to finish it in one go. Jong-yun throws an axe at the monster, but it merely grazes its body, provoking the creature's anger. His initial tactic faltering and aware of the limited supplies, he tries the heavy axe again, hoping it will have a more significant impact. He asks the system how many axes remain, and to his surprise, learns that 15 are left, much more than he anticipated. He quickly verifies their storage location and is astonished to find that the axes are duplicating infinitely. The system explains that these items can be endlessly reproduced through a duplication process. While they may suffer damage or alteration, they can never be fully exhausted. This revelation leaves Jong-yun stunned but relieved. The system confirms that he effectively has an unlimited arsenal. Encouraged by this knowledge, Jong-yun no longer fears depleting his weapons and can throw as many as needed at the monster. He realizes that his own stamina might fail before his weapon supply does. The system then reveals another advantage. Jong-yun does not have to personally throw each weapon. He can automate their deployment by shipping them from his subspace to the outside world. Although shipments are limited to one every 30 seconds by default, this frequency can be increased by leveling up his skills. Eager to try, Jong-yun asks how to launch the weapons. The system responds that he simply needs to mentally select the registered item and say "ship." Immediately, Jong-yun commands "ship," and a drone propels an axe at tremendous speed toward the monster's grotesque face, striking it down instantly. When Jong-yun questions the velocity, the system confirms the default shipping speed is 60 km per h. Finally, Jong-yun begins to understand what the system meant earlier by shipping speed. The system clarifies that he can increase his speed up to a maximum of 75 km per hour, but anything faster would require specific skill upgrades. Naturally, Jong-yun asks how he can enhance these skills, and the system explains that upgrades are possible through the use of monostones. At that moment, Jong-yun recalls the monster he recently defeated, realizing that in order to grow stronger, he'll need to continue hunting more creatures. Without hesitation, he prepares himself inside the facility. He first selects a pair of lightweight combat boots priced at around 50,000 won, followed by tactical pants costing 78,000 won. Once equipped, he also purchases a detailed map of the Seoul metropolitan area and a permanent marker. On the map, he circles the Gwangjin district and carefully highlights the surrounding areas in a strategic order. With his route established, he decides to begin from the nearest district and gradually make his way toward his ultimate destination, Ayungyu, where he hopes to reunite with his parents. Starting out from Gunpo without a car, Jong-yun knows the journey will be long and difficult. Though far slower than a car or motorcycle, even a simple bicycle is priceless in a post-apocalyptic world. In this situation, it might as well be a Lamborghini. Mounting the bike, he pedals through the barren, ruined streets. After half an hour, night begins to fall, and Jong Yun has already taken down nearly a dozen orcs. From these encounters, he reflects on an important lesson he has learned. But before he can fully process it, a new monster suddenly emerges and lunges at him. Reacting quickly, Jong Yun retreats into his subspace, leaving the creature outside. From there, he activates his shipment ability, launching an axe at high velocity. The weapon strikes the monster's shoulder, wounding but not killing it. With the ability's 30-second cooldown and a 10-meter range limit, Jong Yun realizes that although powerful, his skills still lack refinement. To truly progress, he'll need to gather more mana stones. Unbeknownst to him, Pax's ability holds more functions beyond shipment. As the monster searches for him, it suddenly notices movement. The axe, pulled back by the portal, flies once again, this time striking the creature squarely in the face, killing it instantly. This is the second hidden function of Pax's ability, product retrieval. It automatically recalls dispatched items, proving just as valuable as the original shipping ability. Jong Yun immediately uses this retrieval function to claim the mana stone from the fallen monster. Still, he wonders why he can't simply retrieve the mana stone without first killing the beast. Pax explains that retrieval only works once the monster is dead, as the stone then belongs to its slayer. Accepting this, Jong Yun exits his subspace and reveals another unsettling truth about this apocalyptic world: the orcs are not the only threat. There are also flying monsters, which will undoubtedly be even more difficult to hunt. As he contemplates this, distant cries for help echo across the darkened streets. The scene shifts to a man named Choi, frantically fleeing for his life. Exhausted and battered, each step he takes feels heavier than the last. Behind him, a winged creature swoops down, slamming into his back and hurling him violently to the ground. Another man trails close behind, but before he can reach Choi, the monster lands before him, cutting off his path. Its gaping, drooling jaws leave no doubt human flesh is its preferred prey. Yet strangely, the beast does not attack the man standing in front of it. Instead, it focuses solely on Choi, writhing helplessly on the ground. The man is bewildered by the creature's behavior, but realizes it has chosen Choi as its target, perhaps seeing him as the easier kill. Helpless and armed with nothing more than a small knife, he questions whether he can even distract it, let alone fight. Suddenly, the clear ring of a bicycle bell cuts through the tense silence. Startled, neither Choi nor his companion can make sense of the sound. But before they can react, they witness the winged monster struck by a powerful projectile. The sheer force sends the creature sliding across the ground, its attack abruptly interrupted. The beast collapsed instantly from a single strike of the axe, leaving both men frozen in disbelief. Jong Yun rushed to check on them, but they remained speechless, their jaws slack as they struggled to comprehend what had just happened. The sight of someone on a bicycle bringing down a flying wyvern with nothing more than an axe seemed impossible. Their shock quickly gave way to gratitude, and they bowed their heads, asking if Jong Yun was a soldier. Smiling with relief that they were unharmed, Jong Yun simply pointed to his uniform. He explained that he wasn't a soldier at all, but an employee of Pax FC. The men stared at the company insignia on his gear, their astonishment deepening. To them, his composure and skill suggested years of military training. Even though he insisted otherwise, his actions spoke volumes. The idea that anyone could kill a wyvern with a single axe throw while riding a bicycle, no less, was beyond belief. If they hadn't witnessed it firsthand, they would have dismissed the feat as fantasy. As they continued talking, Jong Yun was surprised to learn that the two men already knew about abilities. One admitted that he had awakened a minor ability himself, though it was nothing more than enhanced driving skills hardly useful in their current situation. Choi, on the other hand, laughed at his own misfortune, confessing he had yet to awaken any ability at all. Curious, Jong Yun asked if there were other survivors nearby. Choi explained grimly that they were in Block C, which served as a logistics hub. Many people had gathered there for safety, but the area quickly became overrun with monsters. Most had been slaughtered or devoured, leaving perhaps only 10 to 15 survivors who had managed to take refuge in the underground terminal. He went on to explain that he and his companion had been scouting for a drivable route and scavenging supplies when the wyvern attacked them. The other man then suggested they continue their discussion elsewhere, inviting Jong-yun to join them at their quarters on the 4th basement floor. That location, he said, had never been breached by monsters, making it one of the few places where they could rest without fear. He even offered food and snacks as a gesture of goodwill. Jong-yun hesitated, tempted by the prospect of working vehicles, but remained cautious. He agreed to follow them, though he wasn't ready to fully trust strangers just yet. As they began walking away, Jong-yun cast one final glance at the wyvern's corpse. Discreetly, he retrieved the mana stone from its body and slipped it into his subspace. Neither man had noticed, and that gave him a small comfort. If anything went wrong, he could always retreat into that hidden sanctuary. Before long, they arrived at the basement level, only to find another man standing over the body of a slain orc. Choi hurried forward, alarmed, and asked what had happened. The orc slayer explained calmly that the creature must have wandered in by chance. Luckily, it hadn't spotted anyone, and they managed to kill it quickly without injury. Still, the incident left everyone uneasy. If an orc could breach the area, perhaps it wasn't as safe as they believed. Jong-yun, too, felt a pang of fear at how precarious their situation really was. His thoughts were interrupted when the slayer turned to him and asked who he was. Choi stepped in, proudly explaining that Jong-yun was the one who had saved them from the wyvern. He added that Jong-yun had once worked for PAX FC, and that his strength was extraordinarily powerful enough to slay a wyvern with a single throw. The revelation left the group astonished and curious about what sort of abilities Jong-yun possessed. Just then, a woman came rushing over, overjoyed at the sight of him. Laughing and crying all at once, she began dancing in celebration, ecstatic that he had saved Yang-su and Baengal. Her joy quickly spread, and soon others gathered around, showering Jong-yun with praise and gratitude. Embarrassed by the attention, Jong-yun waved it off modestly, insisting that he had only done what needed to be done. As the crowd continues to focus their attention on him, Choi steps in to disperse them, reminding everyone not to tease the young newcomer. At that moment, the orc slayer speaks up, explaining that the people gathered here have been working together for more than a decade. He emphasizes that Yang-su and Baengal are like family to him. Filled with gratitude for saving them, he introduces himself as Lee Jin-mak, the center manager of the Daehan Express terminal. Bowing respectfully, he thanks Jong-yun for rescuing his two close friends. Once the introductions are over, Jin-mak begins giving Jong-yun a brief overview of their shelter. He explains that while complete safety can't be promised, life here is far more comfortable than outside. Thanks to the logistics center, they have a solid stockpile of food and water, and he encourages Jong-yun to eat freely and make himself at home. He assures him that their supplies should last for a while, and if necessary, they can always retrieve more from the logistics center. But before he can continue, Yang-su interrupts with shocking news. The logistics center has suddenly vanished. The group falls silent, stunned at the absurdity of the claim. Jin-mak quickly demands an explanation, and Choi confirms it, explaining that the entire building has literally disappeared. That, he says, is why they were being pursued by the wyvern. The others struggle to accept the idea, questioning how such an enormous structure could simply cease to exist. Though visibly shaken, Jin-mak eventually concedes that if terrifying monsters truly exist, then a vanishing building may not be so impossible. Jong-yun, meanwhile, stays quiet, privately wondering whether the disappearance has any connection to his own subspace abilities. Trying to steady everyone's nerves, the manager urges them to remain focused. Whether or not the logistics center is gone, they must begin tunneling through. Staying where they are will only worsen their situation. He reminds the group that their time has simply come sooner than expected, and they need to start moving toward the tunnel immediately. The determined woman from earlier tries to rally the others as well, insisting that even without the logistics center, they must press forward and carve a path through. Jong Yun turns to Jean Mak and asks what exactly forcing their way through entails. Jean Mak explains that while everyone has homes elsewhere, vehicles are vital for survival. However, the roads are all blocked. The northern route is cut off by a golf course, the eastern path is sealed with containers, and the southern Yangdong Expressway has been completely destroyed. The only viable exit is through the tunnel in the west, but unfortunately, a pack of wyverns has claimed it. Up until now, they've survived by raiding the logistics center, but with it gone, their only option is to break through the tunnel. The manager clarifies that Jong Yun doesn't necessarily need to take that route. Since the blockages only affect vehicles, he could still escape on foot or by bicycle. But Jong Yun insists that he also needs a vehicle, making the tunnel his best option. Jean Mak accepts his choice and tells him he's welcome to join them if he's prepared for the risk. Jong Yun grins, agreeing to work together. Privately, however, he decides it's best to conceal his abilities for now. Although the group seems kind, he knows they've been through hardships and may not be entirely transparent about everything. Understanding their caution, he resolves to remain wary himself. Turning back to the manager, Jong Yun requests to check out the tunnel and observe the wyverns firsthand. Outwardly, he claims he's simply scouting ahead, but in truth, he's eager to unleash his powers, eliminate the monsters, and gather more mana stones. The scene flashes back briefly to when Jong Yun defeated several beasts, collecting 5 magic stones in the process. With these, he has managed to shorten the cooldown on his shipping ability to a mere 5 seconds. That's when Jong Yun notices 3 brand new shipping abilities unlocked before him. The first is Precise Delivery, a function that locks onto a target and ensures a guaranteed hit. The second is Simultaneous Delivery, which allows him to send out 2 items at once. The third is Automatic Delivery, enabling designated items to be delivered automatically with flexible timing adjustments. All 3 sound incredible, but there's a catch: each one costs 10 mana stones. Jong Yun can barely contain his excitement at the thought of trying them out, though he's still uncertain about the exact details of how automatic delivery will function in practice. At present, however, none of that dampens his mood. He grins broadly, thrilled with the mana stones he has already collected, and eager to gather even more during his upcoming scouting mission. Or at least, that's what he believes until reality quickly interrupts. His enthusiasm is cut short when he realizes he's stuck with Yang Su, one of the people he rescued earlier. Puzzled and more than a little annoyed, Jong Yun asks why he insists on tagging along. Yang Su replies earnestly that it's far too dangerous to wander outside alone. Jong Yun dryly reminds him that he was the very same person being chased around by a wyvern not long ago. Still, Yang Su doesn't budge. He insists that it doesn't matter. He refuses to let Jong Yun go out alone. Besides, he's completely confident that if danger comes again, Jong Yun will save him just like before. Jong Yun recalls that Yang Su once mentioned awakening a driver's ability, so he decides to probe further. He asks if Yang Su can see any sort of message window, or something similar that would confirm his ability. Yang Su shakes his head. No, he hasn't seen any kind of system window, but he insists that deep down, he knows he's awakened something. It just hasn't fully manifested yet. This vague answer only makes Jong Yun more uneasy. Night soon falls, and the 2 speed down a deserted road on their electric bike. Yang Su handles the steering while Jong Yun hangs on tightly, sweat dripping down his forehead as he watches the reckless driving. Yang Su is piloting the bike with just one leg, wobbling dangerously as he tries to maintain balance. Alarmed, Jong Yun demands to know why he's driving like that. Yang Su casually explains that the road is crammed with abandoned cars, and visibility is poor. Before Jong Yun can argue further, Yang Su suddenly spots something ahead: a wyvern. The monstrous creature looms in the distance. Jong Yun immediately shouts at him to stop. He can't see a thing in the dark. Sure enough, The wyvern's eyes glint as it notices them and begins to fix its gaze upon them menacingly. Panic creeps into Yong-soo's voice as he nervously asks what they should do. But before Jong-yun can answer, a projectile slams into the wyvern with explosive force, killing it instantly. Yong-soo stares, stunned, unable to process what just happened. Meanwhile, Jong-yun remains unnervingly calm. He tells Yong-soo not to look back and to stay focused on the road. While speaking, he discreetly retrieves the fallen mana stone and tucks it into his subspace. Not long after, Yong-soo notices a tunnel up ahead and abruptly slams on the brakes. The sudden stop jolts Jong-yun, who starts to question him, but the reason becomes immediately clear. A swarm of monsters is crawling around the tunnel entrance. Terror grips Yong-soo. His face drains of color, and he's nearly paralyzed with fear. Jong-yun can tell that he's on the verge of complete panic. As one of the creatures begins to advance toward them, Yong-soo is convinced it's over. Even with their electric bikes, there's no escaping such a large number of wyverns. With no other option, Jong-yun realizes he must use his subspace ability. He quickly summons the system and dumps his mana stones, drastically reducing his cooldown time from 30 seconds down to just 5. Confused, Yong-soo asks frantically what Jong-yun is doing, but he offers no explanation. The monsters close in. Their roars echo across the road as more converge on their location. At the last possible moment, Jong-yun shouts, "Ship!" A projectile instantly drops from his subspace, striking the monster dead and saving them both. Yong-soo spins around in shock, eyes widening when he notices a strange portal materializing behind them. But Jong-yun wastes no time. He scoops up the newly dropped stones and orders Yong-soo to stick close. Staying near him is the only way he can protect him. Yong-soo nods quickly, though he still has no idea what's really happening or why a logistics center seems to have appeared in the background. More monsters suddenly emerge, but Jong-yun swiftly takes one down with his axes. As several more rush toward them, Yong-soo stumbles back in panic and without realizing falls straight into Jong-yun's subspace. One of the beasts smashes headfirst into the barrier, while Yong-soo tumbles to the ground, gasping in shock. The creature regains its footing and charges again, but Jong-yun slips fully into the subspace at the last second. The monster slams against the invisible wall once more, only this time, Jong-yun's axe whirls through the air and cuts it down cleanly. Yongo watched in awe, uncertain of what impressed him more, the sheer scale of the logistics center or the sight of the flying axes. But one thing was clear, to Jang-yun, these so-called monsters were nothing more than minor annoyances. And this tunnel, which others viewed as a dangerous obstacle, seemed like little more than a trivial challenge he could sweep aside without effort. As Yongo reflected, he thought about how everyone back at the base relied on the delivery vehicle for both survival and food transport. That tunnel was supposed to be part of their escape route, yet even if they made it through, countless monsters still lurked outside. For Jang-yun, however, the situation was different. To him, the vehicle was simply a means of transportation. He could face any threat without fear. Yongo even felt a pang of jealousy. With an ability like Jang-yun's, he could reunite with his own family much faster. It made him wonder why someone with that kind of power even needed a vehicle in the first place. Then, unexpectedly, the monsters began retreating. Jang-yun's eyes narrowed with curiosity. These creatures weren't charging blindly into death, they were smart enough to withdraw. As he gathered the mana stones left behind, Yongo noticed a strange blue stone hovering in the air. Curious, he asked what it was. Jang-yun, slightly surprised, asked if he had never seen a mana stone before. Yongo admitted he hadn't. Calmly, Jang-yun explained that he used them to enhance his abilities. That revelation finally made things click for Yongo, who realized why Jang-yun hadn't bothered extracting the mana stone from the orc earlier. Yongo then remarked that with powers like Jang-yun's, he could easily clear the tunnel on his own. Jang-yun shook his head, explaining that he never intended to fight through the tunnel in the first place. His plan was to simply scout it, and if it looked manageable, pass through quietly without revealing too much. Embarrassed, Yongo apologized for tagging along, but Jang Yun reassured him. Without Yongo, he wouldn't have even known the way here, so in truth, the driver had been more help than a hindrance. Still, he advised they head back quickly. The wyvern had retreated, but it could return at any moment. At that moment, Yongo asked why Jang Yun needed a vehicle in the first place. How far was he planning to travel? Jang Yun replied that his journey was to reunite with his family, with his final destination being near Gangnam. That revelation surprised Yongo. His own destination lay along the same route he needed to reach India. Hesitant but determined, Yongo asked if it would be too much trouble to let him accompany Jang Yun. Jang Yun hesitated, but Yongo pressed on, admitting that even if he somehow passed through the tunnel, he had little confidence he could make it home alive. His driving skills couldn't help in combat, but with Jang Yun's power, he stood a real chance of survival. He promised he would help Jang Yun reach Gangnam faster than anyone else, swearing he would never become a burden. He even offered to provide food along the journey. Jang Yun considered this carefully. Yongo's driving skills were indeed valuable, and more importantly, traveling with him might allow Jang Yun to keep his own powers hidden. The fewer people who knew, the better. If word spread, others might try to use him or worse, eliminate him. Though perhaps he was overthinking, it was safer this way. Finally, Jang Yun agreed to let Yongo come along. Yongo's face lit up with childlike excitement, as if he had just been handed a dream. Jang Yun cautioned him, however, he would take care of clearing the tunnel, but Yongo must keep his powers secret and ensure no one interfered. Yongo eagerly agreed, vowing to make everyone cooperate and stay out of the way. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Overcome with excitement, Yongo immediately announced to everyone that Jang Yun would clear the tunnel with his awakened abilities, and that all they needed to do was wait outside. Jang Yun could only stare in disbelief. Yongo had just revealed the very secret he wanted to keep hidden. The others were stunned, but quickly became excited at the prospect of witnessing Jang Yun in action. Yongo, oblivious, proudly repeated his claim. Frustrated, Jang Yun cursed his luck. Now trapped in the spotlight, he realized he had no choice but to follow through. Stepping forward, he announced that by morning, the tunnel would be cleared and everyone could safely leave. In the back of his mind, he reasoned this might be the best choice anyway. At least with the group's food supply intact, things would remain calm for now. Once the supplies eventually run out, chaos could easily break loose. That's why it's wise to clear the tunnel now and make sure everyone remains safe. Just then, the manager approaches Jang Yun. He explains that he has no intention of prying into Jang Yun's abilities or asking about them. Instead, he simply wants to express his respect for Jang Yun's decision to step forward and help everyone. As a gesture of gratitude, the manager offers some food from their reserves. The kindness catches Jang Yun off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. Such generosity feels overwhelming in a situation like this. The manager insists, explaining that since Jang Yun risked his life to scout the tunnel, the very least they can do is provide him with food. Now that he is also volunteering to clear it, they feel indebted beyond measure. They apologize, admitting that all they can truly give him is their thanks. Jang Yun shakes his head, saying that he acted for his own reasons and that they should keep their food for their families. But Yongo steps forward, insisting that he accept it, reminding him that he, too, has a family to think about. Watching the group, Jang Yun notices how eager everyone is to return to their loved ones. The sight fills him with both sadness and determination. He doesn't want to disappoint them. By the next morning, the group reaches the tunnel entrance. Jang Yun instructs everyone to stay back, then begins pedaling inside, resolved to clear the path and return safely. As he ventures deeper, the shadow of monsters begins to appear. Before the battle unfolds, the story flashes back to his childhood. A younger Jang Yun sits with a swollen eye after bickering with his sister. He complains to his father, which quickly sparks another quarrel with his sister. ending in the two of them wrestling before their dad. Their father, instead of scolding them harshly, smiles faintly and comments on how close they seem. He admits that he grew up an only child and always envied the bond siblings share. He tells them that despite their constant fighting, they'll one day come to understand just how precious family truly is. At that moment, their mother bursts into the room, sparking a lively argument of her own with their father. The room fills with noise and laughter, and young Jong-Yoon feels a deep warmth, the unmistakable comfort of family. The scene shifts back to the night before. As Jong-Yoon recalled those memories, he couldn't ignore the hopeful faces of the people longing to reunite with their families. He knew they were depending on him to clear the way. That night was filled with anticipation, with everyone waiting for Jong-Yoon to secure their path. Well past midnight, Yongo stirs awake to use the bathroom. When he notices Jong-Yoon's absence, he grows uneasy and asks the guards on patrol if they've seen him. They explain that Jong-Yoon stepped out earlier, saying he needed some fresh air. Curious, Yongo heads further ahead, scanning the area until he finally spots him. "Why can't you just sleep like the rest of us?" Yongo asks. Jong-Yoon answers calmly, "I can't sleep here." As Yongo looks past him, his eyes widen in shock. Before him stands a vehicle loaded to the brim with food and supplies. Confused, he demands to know why Jong-Yoon is giving away so much. Jong-Yoon replies casually that he only packed half the supplies into it, so it wouldn't be too heavy, but assures him it's still more than enough for everyone. Yongo is stunned, but when Jong-Yoon mentions that this is the last vehicle he had to load, the realization strikes him hard. If this is the final one, then the other 15 vehicles must also be filled with the same staggering amount of provisions. Jong-Yoon quickly tells him to keep this a secret from the others. Still trying to process everything, Yongo asks what will be left for their own journey if he gives away this much. Jong-Yoon responds with the same calm composure, assuring him they still have plenty left. Yongo can only stare, dumbfounded. The sheer scale of the resources Jong-Yoon has already handed out feels greater than what you'd find in an entire logistics center. Jong-Yoon can't begin to comprehend just how much stock he still has left. Back in the present, he's seen cutting through monsters with ease, as if it's nothing more than routine work. While fighting, his thoughts drift toward how much easier everything would be if he could store people inside his subspace and carry them to safety. Unfortunately, the system quickly shuts that idea down. With his current subspace level, it's impossible. If he manages to advance to subspace level 2, however, he would be able to hold up to 20 people. To achieve that, he needs a minimum of 100 mana stones. After a quick calculation, Jong-Yoon counts roughly 40 monsters remaining, with a handful already fleeing. It's not nearly enough to reach the next level. He realizes he'll need to find another opportunity to gain the experience he needs, especially if he ever wants to protect his family by bringing them into his subspace. Suddenly, his attention sharpens. Among the scattering monsters, one stands out a stronger, more menacing version of a wyvern. Its presence radiates authority. Unlike anything he's faced so far, Jong-Yoon can't even be certain what he's looking at. Whatever it is, it feels like a boss-class threat. Meanwhile, outside the tunnel, the waiting group grows restless. Anxiety weighs heavily on them as they wonder whether Jong-Yoon has made it out alive. Then, at last, he emerges calmly pedaling his bike as though returning from a casual ride. His uniform, stained with blood, tells a different story. The group holds its breath until they see him smile, and then relief bursts into cheers and laughter. Their mission is finally complete, and now it's time for everyone to part ways and reunite with their families. Before they leave, they thank the manager for staying by their side and wish him a safe trip home. Jong-Yoon, however, leaves them with a cryptic hint. If they run into any trouble, they should check the cargo hold. There's a surprise waiting for them. Intrigued but eager to move on, they climb into their trucks and begin the slow crawl through traffic. Once they clear the tunnel, they wave their final goodbyes before heading off in separate directions. Inside one of the trucks, Jong Yun rides in the passenger seat, his mind lingering on the monster he spotted. Was it truly a wyvern? Or perhaps a leader, or simply an adult version of the creatures they've been fighting all along? He doesn't know, and the uncertainty gnaws at him. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a sickening crunch beneath the tires. Glancing down, they realize they've run over scattered corpses. The sound of bones shattering fills the air, and the driver's expression twists with sorrow. Even Jong Yun notices the regret on his friend's face, but there's no room for hesitation. The road ahead is littered with wreckage and bodies, leaving them with no choice but to push forward. Jong Yun reflects bitterly that if his military discharge had been delayed by just 3 months, he might have been lying among those same corpses. The devastation is even worse than he imagined, with monsters still feeding on human remains. Suddenly, Yang Yo's voice snaps him out of his thoughts. Looking ahead, Jong Yun sees the road is blocked. Young Seo points out barbed wire stretched across the bridge, likely set up by the military to keep something contained. He suggests finding another bridge to cross, but Jong Yun notices movement at the far end of the blockade. A closer look reveals something chilling, a new type of monster they've never encountered before. It becomes painfully clear why the military built the barricade. Panic creeps into Young Jio's voice as he considers turning back, but Jong Yun sees it differently. To him, this is the perfect chance to gather the mana stones he needs and advance his subspace level. Spotting a narrow sidewalk along the road, boxed in by barriers, Jong Yun quickly comes up with a plan. He urges Yanggyo to push the truck through the pedestrian path, insisting they can make it through without retreating. His tone carries a spark of excitement, but Yanggyo is horrified at the recklessness of the idea. The situation escalates when an orc suddenly emerges from the distance, scattering the pack of mutant hounds nearby. The monsters clearly have no allegiance to each other. Though the orc towers over them in raw strength and size, the mutated hounds possess overwhelming numbers. The poor orc never stood a chance against such a ravenous pack. The mutant hounds descended upon it without mercy, their hollow maws tearing through flesh with a frenzy that defied reason. Blood sprayed and chunks of meat were flung in every direction, painting the ground in carnage. Our two protagonists could do nothing but watch as the brutal scene unfolded before them. Young was truly terrified. Even though he trusted in the remarkable abilities of his companion, he found himself doubting the sanity of the plan. To him, the idea of charging straight ahead seemed utterly suicidal. Hesitantly, he asked if Johnny really intended to cross the bridge. But Johnny, calm and unwavering, radiated absolute confidence in his skills. To him, the task was far simpler than Young's fear-stricken mind imagined. As Yanggyo struggled to muster some courage, Johnny suddenly turned and posed a strange question. Had he ever heard of a game where 3 different races waged war against one another? He was referring to a space strategy game called Stark. Since Young was older, he wasn't familiar with it, but Johnny went on to explain anyway. In that game, players could customize maps, adjust settings, and build scenarios for fun. His favorite mode was one where the player had to defend against endless waves of monsters using only limited units and clever terrain. To Johnny, their current predicament felt uncannily similar. Young didn't really understand why Johnny was talking about games at such a time, but it didn't matter. His role was simple: follow instructions, and the first step was clear. He was to back the car up to the barbed wire barrier, tear it down, and create as much noise as possible to lure the mutant hounds away from their grisly feast. Once that distraction was set, it was Johnny's turn. Activating his system, he unlocked a skill he hadn't originally planned to use, but realized was perfect for the situation auto-shipping. He spent 10 mana stones to activate it, then instructed Pax to invest the remaining stones to maximize its speed. Pax obeyed immediately, boosting the delivery speed to a staggering 100 km per hour. With everything ready, Johnny boldly called out to the mutant hounds, daring them to chase him after their meal. The pack lunged forward, but before they could get close, A massive double-door refrigerator appeared out of nowhere, rocketing toward them and obliterating their ranks. The hounds were thrown into chaos. This was no longer their hunt, it was a slaughter. And it didn't stop there. More refrigerators came crashing down one after another. Within seconds, Johnny had collected 12 mana stones, his face lighting up with delight. His upgraded shipping system was working flawlessly, delivering not only speed but precision. Initially, he had planned to rely on throwing axes, but the refrigerator proved far more effective. From his earlier tests, Johnny had discovered that the precision delivery skill didn't perfectly track targets, it only adjusted the trajectory slightly to match their movements. Against the swift mutant hounds, an axe flying at 100 kilometers per hour could still be dodged. But a refrigerator, with its sheer bulk and crushing weight, was a far deadlier weapon. Even a grazing hit was enough to flatten multiple enemies at once. The auto-shipping feature made the process effortless. Johnny no longer needed to monitor the battlefield closely, the system itself dealt with incoming threats automatically. He could almost afford to relax as the furious hounds threw themselves forward, only to be swatted down by the relentless hail of flying appliances. Yang Yu, however, was stunned. When he finally glanced back, his jaw nearly dropped. He had always thought Johnny's strength lay in throwing axes, but what he saw now went far beyond his imagination. Refrigerators, dozens of them, were soaring through the air every 2 seconds. The sheer number was beyond comprehension. Young couldn't even begin to understand why a logistics center would stockpile so many of these appliances. A thought struck him. Perhaps Johnny's system replenished supplies infinitely, much like how his axes seemed to be retrieved and reused. But refrigerators, the concept was absurd. He stood frozen, unable to process what was happening, until Johnny casually strolled up to him and asked if he wanted something to eat. That simple question snapped him back, and Yong-Soo pieced together his suspicions. Tentatively, he asked if Johnny's supply was actually infinite. The question caught Johnny slightly off guard. He had assumed Yong-Soo had figured this out long ago. In reality, Yong-Soo had believed Johnny was merely retrieving the axes after each use. The thought of an endless arsenal had never crossed his mind. Johnny explained that, yes, the axes were retrieved, but only so they wouldn't clutter the battlefield or accidentally harm someone later. The truth was far greater. His system did indeed allow an infinite supply of certain items. Even after hearing the explanation, Yong-Soo still struggled to wrap his head around the idea. The concept of infinite resources was simply too much for him to accept so easily. Once Jian had collected his thoughts, he asked Yong-Soo again if he wanted something to eat. After such an emotionally draining day, Yong-Soo felt that a simple Coke Zero and a donut would be more than enough. As they sat quietly eating, the automated delivery system behind them continued to scatter the mutant hounds with relentless precision. Yong-Soo couldn't help but feel embarrassed for having underestimated Jian's abilities, as well as his own naivety. Still, gratitude outweighed the shame. Even if the food came from an endless stockpile, he was thankful for the meal. Jian, in turn, was glad to share. He told Yong-Soo that if he ever needed anything, he only had to ask. After all, Jian had nearly everything in stock. But Yong-Soo wasn't the type to lean too heavily on another's generosity. Jian had already done more than enough clearing the path of monsters and helping him reach home faster. Once they crossed the bridge, Yong-Soo would be only an hour away from his house. Hearing this, Jian felt relieved that his friend would soon be reunited with his family. Yet, he could clearly sense Yong-Soo's lingering worry about what awaited him there. Yong-Soo silently prayed his family was safe. Jian understood the feeling all too well, his own parents and sisters constantly weighing on his mind. Wanting to give his friend something, Jian glanced at Yong-Soo's tattered clothes and realized he couldn't go home like that. With the hounds still being dealt with, they had a moment to spare. The only question was what style Yong-Soo would prefer. Though uneasy about receiving even more help, Yong-Soo didn't turn it down. Jian had exactly what he needed. aviator sunglasses and a sleek jacket, the perfect outfit for a top-tier driver navigating an apocalyptic wasteland. By the time the last few hounds were taken care of, Yong-soo's new look had given him a surge of confidence. Paired with his trust in the truck's durability, he was ready to move. With precision and speed that would put a Formula One driver to shame, he floored the gas pedal. Jian barely managed to hold on as the vehicle surged forward. The remaining hounds were no match for their breakneck pace. The truck thundered down the cracked, narrow roads as if they were smooth highways. Jian clung on desperately, begging Yong-soo to slow down, but it was useless. The ride was so wild he felt on the verge of being sick. Thankfully, the reckless dash didn't last long. Within minutes, they reached their destination, though what awaited them was far from what Yong-soo had hoped for. His home stood in ruins. The once familiar building was reduced to rubble, windows shattered, walls crumbled. Staring through the broken frame, Yong-soo tried to convince himself the destruction was due to old age, that the collapse had nothing to do with what he feared. But his trembling hands betrayed him. He stood frozen at his own doorstep, haunted by the thought of what might lie inside. What if his family wasn't there? What if all that awaited him were their lifeless bodies? The fear was suffocating, every breath heavy with dread. He whispered assurances to himself that they were alive, that opening the door would prove everything was fine. Yet his hand refused to move. The handle remained untouched. Behind him, Jian watched in silence, understanding exactly what Yong-soo was going through. Yong-soo had driven like a madman, covering a journey meant to take an hour in just 20 minutes, fueled only by the desperate hope of reuniting with his family. But now, standing before the door with the weight of potential tragedy waiting on the other side, he couldn't bring himself to act. He knew that if death greeted him inside, it might break him completely. Seeing this, Jian stepped forward. He placed a steady, supportive hand on Yong-soo's shoulder and quietly offered to open the door for him. Yong-soo remained frozen, his face twisted in a mix of fear and frustration. Almost in tears, Yong-go begs Kim to open the door for him. Kim, recognizing the overwhelming fear of confronting one's worst nightmare, steps forward. If their roles were reversed, he knows he would be just as terrified, hoping someone else would face it for him. Turning back with a reassuring glance, Kim tells Yong-go he's about to open the door. But before his hand touches the handle, the door creaks open from within. Both men freeze in shock. Yong-go's eyes widen as his wife and daughter appear before him. His wife softly calls his name, her voice trembling with warmth, while his daughter cries out, "Daddy." Tears stream down his wife's face, and Yong-go breaks down as well. She rushes into his arms, and the three embrace as if they'll never let go again. The moment is raw and overwhelming. Kim stands silently at a respectful distance, allowing them this reunion. Through sobs, Yong-go asks his wife how she knew to open the door. She explains that she heard voices and, peeking through the small hole, saw him standing outside. His daughter, still weeping, blurts out, "Dad, I hate you. Why did you make me wait so long? I was so scared." After some time, Yong-go's wife notices Kim standing in the background. "Who's this?" she asks. Only then does Yong-go remember him. Before he can answer, Kim's vision begins to blur. His legs buckle, and he collapses. Yong-go calls his name in panic, but Kim hears nothing. His body finally gives out after days without rest. Exhaustion claims him, and he sinks into darkness, slipping into a dream. In the dream, he's struck though not by a fist, but by a pillow. Standing above him is his older sister, wearing a mischievous grin. She swings the pillow again, knocking him down. Kim yells at her, complaining about how hard she hit. But she only scoffs and says, "Hard? That was barely anything. Don't be such a crybaby." Kim threatens to run to their father and tattle on her, stomping off with determination, while she stands there like the champion of a pillow fighting contest. Suddenly, the scene shifts. Kim's father sits with him and his younger sister, Coral, gently trying to mediate their quarrels. He reminds Kim that family, no matter how annoying, is precious. One day, he says, Kim will look back and realize how lucky he is to have siblings, and how even small fights are built on love. He emphasizes that their bond will always be something to treasure. The memory changes again. Kim's mother storms into the room, scolding his father for lounging around instead of helping with dinner. She's frustrated, while he sheepishly tries to brush it off. Moments later, the family gathers around the dinner table. Laughter fills the air as they share stories and enjoy the meal together. Kim's mother suddenly turns her sharp gaze to his older sister, Soil, and teases her about having a crush, noticing how she's constantly glued to her phone. Flustered, Soil insists she's just messaging friends. Their mother remains skeptical, but lets it go. Kim's father, unable to resist, brings up Soil's interest in boxing. With a smirk, she admits that joining the boxing club was the real reason she chose her middle school. Hearing this, Kim perks up at the mention of middle school, already excited about following in her footsteps. A year later, Kim enrolls in the same school, brimming with anticipation. But reality is harsh. Instead of finding friends, he becomes a target. Older students beat him, mock him, and torment him daily. Sensitive and unwilling to fight back, Kim endures the humiliation in silence. Then, one day, everything changes. Soil storms into the scene like a force of nature. With a glare sharp enough to freeze anyone in place, she grabs one of the bullies and breaks his hand with a single punch. For Kim, it's both relief and awe his rescuer has arrived. But the relief doesn't last. Frustrated with her brother's weakness, Soil declares his training begins immediately. From that moment on, Kim's harsh, unforgiving lessons under his sister begin. It's brutal, but in time, it transforms him. Soon, no one dares to bully Kim anymore. For a time, life finally begins to calm down. He makes friends, laughs more often, and drifts comfortably through middle school. But time moves quickly, and before long, change arrives in an unexpected way. One day, while Kim is lounging with his PS5, barely keeping up with life, his younger sister surprises him and Soil by announcing that she's landed a job at a nursing school. Then comes the moment that shatters his fragile peace. His father walks into the room and tells him the time has come. At first, Kim doesn't quite understand. But when the meaning sinks in, his world turns upside down. It's time for him to enlist in the military. His family worries, though Kim does his best to wear a mask of confidence. Outwardly, he plays the part of the tough son, but inside he's trembling. The thought of leaving his family behind terrifies him. And from there, the rest becomes history. When Kim opens his eyes again, he feels disoriented, his body heavy and weak. He lies in an unfamiliar bed, struggling to piece together his memories. He recalls standing outside Yongo's door, meeting his family, and then collapsing. After that, nothing. His thoughts spiral in panic. Did Yongo betray him? Instinct takes over. He summons his portal and draws out a massive axe, gripping it tightly as if bracing for danger. But then, a calm and warm voice interrupts his racing thoughts. Kim turns quickly, startled, only to find Yongo's wife and daughter sitting at the table, staring at him with puzzled expressions. Reality clicks into place. He's inside Yongo's house. Looking to the side, he sees Yongo fast asleep, clearly exhausted. It dawns on Kim that he must have collapsed at the doorstep. Yongo's wife had said he fainted and had been out ever since. He hadn't realized how much the journey had drained him. Kim glances at the axe still clutched in his hands and feels a wave of embarrassment. Why had he drawn it in the first place? Quickly, he hides it back into his portal, silently hoping Yongo's wife didn't notice. That was the last thing she needed to see. Gathering himself, he asks how long he's been asleep. She explains it has only been a few hours. Then her expression softens. With a gentle smile, she thanks him sincerely, her gratitude heavy in every word. She tells him that if not for his courage, Yongo wouldn't have made it back alive. The emotion in her eyes, paired with her slight bow, makes Kim shift uncomfortably. He isn't used to this kind of recognition, and he tries to brush it off, insisting it wasn't all him. Yongo had helped as well. Just then, Yongo stirs awake. Still groggy, he jumps in to support his wife, claiming Kim did far more than he admits. To him, driving Kim here was nothing compared to the countless times Kim had saved his life. Yongo calls him a true lifesaver, convinced that even if he hadn't made it, Kim would have pulled through on his own. Before the moment grows too heavy, Yongo's wife changes the subject. She notes that everyone must be hungry. Right on cue, Kim's stomach growls, reminding him he hasn't eaten in what feels like forever. With a small laugh, she adds that Yongo had refused to eat without him, waiting until Kim woke up. That simple act makes Kim smile. Yongo, goofy grin and all, always insisted on eating together. Soon, a steaming bowl of kimchi stew is placed in front of him. The aroma alone makes his mouth water. The smell carries him back to memories of his mother, filling his chest with a bittersweet warmth. The stew isn't fancy, and Yongo's wife even apologizes for the lack of ingredients, but to Kim, it doesn't matter. This is his favorite meal. After everything he's endured, nothing feels more comforting. He takes the first bite, and it's pure bliss. The rich flavor bursts across his tongue like fireworks, warmth spreading through his body. For a moment, the world fades away. He's back at the family table, sharing meals, wrapped in the comfort of simpler times. But as the last spoonful disappears, a heavy sadness settles over him. For the first time in 3 long months, he's eaten a meal that truly reminded him of home. The ache of longing for his family overwhelms him, and his silence doesn't go unnoticed. The mood shifts as their talk turns back to the journey ahead. Yongo mentions their next destination, Gangnam. At that name, Kim freezes, realization striking him hard. He stood there, stunned, struggling to fully comprehend Yongo's words. At first, it all seemed strange and difficult to grasp. Then, Yongo carefully laid it out. He explained that he had already spoken with his wife, and she insisted that since Kim had helped him reunite with his family, he should return the favor. Kim remained uncertain. Even if Yongo drove him to Gangnam, how could he possibly make the journey back alone? They stepped outside for some fresh air, and that's when Yongo revealed his plan. He would drive Kim to Gangnam in his truck, while Kim left his electric bike with him. Once they arrived, Yongo would ride the bike back home safely. Hearing this eased some of Kim's concerns, though an uneasiness still lingered. Kim couldn't shake the question pressing at his mind: why was Yongo willing to risk so much for him? Yongo was an excellent driver, and with the bike, he could avoid most dangers, but he lacked any fighting skills. If he encountered a monster, it would be the end. With his truck full of supplies and his family safe, why take such a gamble? Finally, Kim voiced the question aloud, asking why Yongo was putting himself in harm's way. Yongo smiled knowingly, as though he had anticipated it. His answer was simple. Why had Kim helped him back in the tunnel? Kim hadn't asked for anything in return or demanded repayment, he had just helped. Without Kim, Yongo admitted, he and his family wouldn't have survived. Now it was his turn to repay that kindness. They were both struggling to survive, and although Kim had special powers, that didn't make his hardships any lighter. Yongo understood what it meant to be desperate, clinging to the hope that loved ones were still alive somewhere. That was why he had braved the tunnel before, and why now he wanted Kim to experience that same joy of reunion. With a sly grin, Yongo reassured him he wouldn't take reckless risks. He trusted his driving skills to get them through, so Kim didn't need to worry. Kim then recalled the moment they first approached the tunnel, when Yongo could have abandoned the group and escaped in the car with the keys left inside, but he hadn't. He had stayed. That memory made Kim realize Yongo wasn't about to abandon him now either. He just wasn't one to admit the depth of his loyalty. Smiling, Kim finally agreed, but with one condition. If Yongo was going with him, his family had to come along too. Kim explained that he had upgraded his subspace ability, allowing him to bring others inside. Yongo's family would be far safer there than left behind. Without hesitation, Yongo put on his trademark shades and flashed a confident grin, ready to drive with his unmatched skills. Meanwhile, Kim upgraded his subspace to level 2, using 16 of his 116 mana stones. It could now hold up to 20 people. The system informed him it would require 6 mana stones per day to maintain, but he accepted the cost. It also asked if he wanted to enable external presence in the portal, and he confirmed. Soon after, Yongo, his wife, and his daughter entered the subspace. They were awestruck by what they saw. The vast Logitech center stretched before them, stocked with endless supplies. Kim introduced Pax to the family, reassuring them that Pax would take care of their every need. Yongo's wife was amazed, as though she couldn't believe such abundance was real. Kim told them he had other tasks to handle and encouraged them to enjoy the place in the meantime. Yongo then knelt beside his daughter and asked if she wanted to play princess with him. Seeing them laugh and smile together filled Kim with warmth. He couldn't help but smile himself. Then, something unexpected happened. Kim unlocked a new ability, a laboratory within his subspace. It allowed him to combine, classify, and transform any item he stored. The possibilities seemed limitless. As he sat there, his mind raced, and for the first time, he began to wonder if his powers were something far greater than he had ever imagined. He thought back to the day he had first unlocked his ability, the power he called subspace. Back then, his ability was simple. It allowed him to store anything he desired. If he placed an apple inside, it would remain preserved in his subspace indefinitely. But everything changed after a bizarre accident. He accidentally stored the entire Logitech center. That single event forced his powers to evolve. His subspace fused with the Logitech center itself, and from that point on, no one could enter it except him. Yet, that wasn't even the strangest part. The Pax AI from within the Logitech center had merged with his system as well, transforming what had once been a cold, emotionless artificial intelligence into something almost human. And if that wasn't shocking enough, the Logitech systems upgraded too, including its shipment functionality. Now he could launch stored items at speeds of up to 100 kilometers per hour. That feature alone was astonishing, but with Pax AI running the show, it became absolute chaos. Kim never imagined his powers would evolve so drastically, but reaching level 2 had completely rewritten the rules of the game. His subspace now offered endless possibilities. He could store anything once again, and even use it as his own personal laboratory to merge, modify, and create new items. The idea was thrilling, almost as if he were playing Minecraft in real life. The only thought nagging at him was what kind of powers level 3 or 4 might bring. But speculation wouldn't get him there. For now, he lacked the mana stones needed for another upgrade. Instead, he focused on what to add next to his subspace. The Logitech Center had been a game changer. Now, filled with determination, Kim issued a bold command to his system: store the entire Earth. Yes, the planet itself. If it worked, everything would be swallowed by the void, leaving humanity adrift in space. The system asked for confirmation. Tension prickled through him, but he confirmed anyway. 2 long minutes passed. Nothing happened. Then the notification appeared: failure. Earth is outside of the storage range. Kim sighed. Perhaps it was too ambitious. Still, it was worth the attempt. Just then, Yongo arrived, mentioning their route to Gangnam. Kim listened but quickly asked why Yongo wasn't spending time with his daughter as he had planned. Yongo smiled softly and explained that his little girl had always felt afraid in their old home. But here, in this new place, she finally felt safe. For the first time, she was able to sleep peacefully. It was all thanks to Kim. Yongo expressed his gratitude, but Kim, ever modest, reminded him that he had been just as crucial. Without Yongo's driving skills, Kim doubted they would have made it this far. To him, they were equals. But Yongo disagreed, his tone serious, vowing that he would do whatever it took to support Kim. Moments later, they were back on the road. Yongo was in his element, his trademark sunglasses on, gripping the wheel with calm intensity. Kim, however, felt uneasy. Something about the air was wrong. With a casual grin, Yongo remarked that driving was his one true talent, and no one could match his speed. He told Kim to hold on tight. Kim knew exactly what that meant and braced himself. Then it began. Yongo slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the truck rocketed forward. In seconds, they had covered a massive distance. Destruction sprawled all around them, the earth ripped apart, buildings lying in ruin. Yongo remained composed, but Kim turned pale, his nerves fraying under the stress. They were close to their destination, Yongo assured. But ahead, the road was blocked by military barricades lined with spike strips. Something wasn't right. Kim's instincts screamed at him these weren't normal barricades. A military jeep rolled toward them, but the men inside didn't look like soldiers. Kim tensed. These men weren't the military. They were trouble. He knew if they tried to escape, they'd be cut down instantly. Yongo tightened his grip on the wheel, his voice tense as he asked what to do. Kim opened a portal and told him firmly to get inside. He would handle this himself. Without hesitation, Yongo slipped through the portal, leaving Kim to deal with whatever came next. Kim climbed out of the truck just as 3 men approached, weapons in hand, strutting with the arrogance of men who thought they owned the place. One of them, a hulking brute with more muscle than brains, barked at Kim to step aside. Kim suppressed a smirk and leveled them with a cold, unflinching glare before calmly complying. The men pried open the truck's cargo and froze, eyes widening at the sight of crates stacked with food. To them, it was a treasure trove. Excitement flashed across their faces as they demanded to know if it belonged to Kim. He nodded with composure, but the muscle-bound thug swaggered forward, puffed up with arrogance, and declared the supplies weren't his anymore. From that moment on, they belonged to the gang. Kim knew immediately these weren't soldiers. They were opportunistic scavengers, nothing more. Still, the brute pressed him, demanding to know where he had gotten all of it. Playing the role of a clueless delivery driver, Kim shrugged and claimed he worked at the Logitech Center. They didn't buy it. Their tone sharpened as they pressed for its location. Unbothered, Kim explained that even if he told them, they would never reach it. The roads were blocked, and monsters infested the area. He himself had barely escaped alive. The thug sneered, unimpressed, and demanded to know how much more was stockpiled there. Kim, sticking to his role, claimed the truck was only a fraction of what was stored. One of the gang members checked his watch and muttered that it was almost time. The words left Kim puzzled. Almost time for what? Before he could even process it, the musclehead slammed a fist into his stomach, knocking him to the ground and driving the air from his lungs. As he struggled to recover, another thug pressed a cloth over his face. Darkness claimed him. When Kim regained consciousness, he was bound to a chair in a dimly lit room. His vision swam, but he could make out the bulky brute lounging in what looked like a makeshift throne. Nearby, a soldier's corpse lay sprawled in a pool of blood. The truth clicked immediately. These men had seized the military base. The brute began boasting, describing how they had overthrown the military and crowned themselves rulers. Every evening, at 6 sharp, swarms of monstrous creatures descended on the base. The soldiers had fought valiantly, but their guns weren't enough. Desperate, they had recruited outsiders, people like this gang. But when the defenses collapsed, the thugs turned on their allies and seized control. Now, the brute declared, he was commander here. Kim was only alive because he had a task for him. Return to the Logitech Center with some of the gang, raid it for supplies, and maybe if he proved himself earn a place in their group for protection. Kim's patience snapped. These pathetic scavengers had no idea who they were dealing with. His gaze swept the base, and a thought struck him. This installation would be a perfect addition to his subspace. Without hesitation, Kim commanded Pax to absorb the entire Joint Command headquarters. The brute barely noticed until it was already happening. One moment, he sat on his throne surrounded by walls and soldiers. The next, the base simply vanished. He was left sitting in his chair in the middle of a barren wasteland, dumbstruck. By the time realization hit him, it was too late. Kim had already slipped through his portal, gone without a trace, leaving the self-proclaimed commander sitting alone under the open sky. Around him, the rest of the gang panicked. They gripped their rifles and scanned the horizon, baffled, unable to process how an entire building had disappeared before their eyes. The brute's face contorted with fear and confusion, his wide eyes searching the emptiness for answers he'd never find. Meanwhile, Kim spat onto the ground, noticing flecks of blood. That punch had done more damage than he thought, but it didn't matter. He had taken what he wanted, and the thugs had been left with nothing but shock and dust. He felt himself swaying on the edge of collapse, his vision blurring as exhaustion dragged him down. Storing the base had drained his mana in a way nothing ever had before. His body felt hollow, completely emptied of strength. If he had known it would demand this much from him, he might have hesitated, perhaps taken shelter in his subspace first. But hesitation was no longer an option. He had already made his decision, and now he was left to endure the consequences. All that mattered was reaching his subspace to recover. Kim slipped into the shadows, barely holding himself together, when suddenly the thugs around him froze. The sky had shifted into a deep, blood-red hue, and the air grew heavy with looming darkness. From above, a terrifying sound erupted, hundreds of wyverns descending with wings spread wide, screeching and growling with feral hunger. They came like a storm, their massive bodies blotting out the heavens, determined to tear apart everything in their path. The sight struck the thugs like a thunderclap. Fear ripped through them, sending hardened men into chaos. They scattered in panic, shoving one another as they fled for their lives. Even the thug who had restrained Kim abandoned him in his rush to escape, leaving Kim free to crumple to the ground. Their leader roared after them, furious at their cowardice. He bellowed at his men to hold their ground, claiming their rifles could still bring down the smaller wyverns. He swore he would handle the largest himself. But no one listened. His orders were lost in the stampede as his crew deserted him, too consumed by terror to obey. Rage twisted his face as he cursed them, spitting out words of betrayal. Then the earth trembled, bam, bam, as something enormous landed behind him. The ground itself quaked beneath its weight. Slowly, with dread etched across his features, he turned. What loomed before him froze the breath in his chest. A massive wyvern towered over him, far larger than any he had ever seen. Standing a solid 20 feet tall, its black scales glistened ominously under the crimson sky. Its piercing yellow eyes locked onto him, cold and unyielding. Compared to the others, this was no ordinary beast. It was a nightmare made flesh, 20 times larger than anything he had ever faced, a true monster. Amidst the chaos, Kim slipped quietly into his subspace, dragging with him an injured soldier. The system immediately pinged, asking whether Kim wished to allow the outsider entry. Weary but determined, Kim gave his approval, and the soldier was permitted inside. His own exhaustion pressed down like lead, threatening to make him collapse at any moment. His thoughts raced. He had barely managed to smuggle both himself and the soldier into safety, and he realized how dangerous this ability had become. Storing something as vast as a whole military base in such a desperate moment might not be sustainable the next time. Meanwhile, outside, the black-scaled wyvern still loomed, its gaze fixed unrelentingly on Kim. The intensity of its focus unsettled him. Why was this creature singling him out? Pighead, however, stood before the massive wyvern with reckless confidence. He boasted about his newly gained physical enhancements, bragging that he could shatter boulders with a single punch. With a roar, he lunged forward and struck the beast. But to the colossal wyvern, the blow was meaningless, nothing more than a mosquito bite. The creature didn't even flinch. Then came the sound, the sickening crack of bone. Kim's eyes widened as he turned to see the inevitable. The wyvern's jaws closed around Pighead in a single, devastating bite. In an instant, he was gone, swallowed whole. Yong-Su rushed to Kim's side, frantic with worry. Kim assured him he was fine, though his body betrayed him, trembling with fatigue. Despite his condition, he had managed to bring the soldier with him, though the man looked barely alive. Together, Kim and Yong-soo laid the soldier onto a bed, relieved to see his injuries were only superficial scratches. Yet his body told another story: severely malnourished, starved nearly to the bone. Kim recalled Pighead's earlier rant about seizing the military base while struggling with dwindling food supplies. It became clear the soldier had suffered through weeks of hunger, barely surviving. Then Yong-soo pointed out something strange, urging Kim to follow. Something had appeared within the subspace, and not just something, a massive structure. As Kim approached the vantage point, his breath caught. It wasn't merely the military base. Before him stood what looked like an entire city. His command to the system had been simple: store the base. Yet, without a precise specification, the system had interpreted it differently. It had stored everything, the whole city. Kim's thoughts spun in disbelief as he tried to comprehend the scale of what had just happened. Beside him, Yong-soo stared in stunned silence, equally overwhelmed by the impossible sight laid out before them. Kim knew he had to explore every inch of the military base. Yong-soo agreed to keep an eye on the soldier and notify him the moment he woke up. Without wasting time, Kim jumped into his Mercedes and began cruising through the sprawling military base city, his mind racing with endless possibilities. Weapons, ammunition, gas masks, vehicles, even tanks. This place was a survivor's ultimate goldmine. But there was a problem. Unlike the Logitech Center, where Pax could manage everything and deliver supplies instantly, this city was massive. Every item would have to be found and retrieved manually. As Kim drove, the scale of the base sank in, and he realized just how enormous the task ahead truly was. Mapping out every corner would be a monumental effort. If he had known it was this vast, he might have stored the weaponry and supplies directly inside his subspace. Now, he needed a strategy. Once he identified the key locations, he would send Yong-soo to gather ammunition and weapons while he himself prepared to strike through his portal. Then a sobering thought hit him: supplies here weren't infinite. Unlike the Logitech Center's endless stockpile, the base could eventually run dry. No more limitless bullets, grenades, or fuel to waste recklessly. Lost in thought, Kim was suddenly interrupted by Pax, who appeared out of nowhere to correct him. Pax explained that this base wasn't an ordinary stockpile, it had been fully integrated into the Logitech system. Kim's eyes widened as Pax revealed the truth. The military base had merged with his subspace, meaning he could command it just like the Logitech Center. Kim was stunned. Unlimited access to weapons, vehicles, and supplies. Pax confirmed it. The realization hit him like a thunderbolt. His world had just flipped upside down. Endless rifles, ammo, grenades, fuel, everything he could possibly need was now at his fingertips. It wasn't just an advantage. It was game-changing. Still reeling with excitement, Kim asked how long full synchronization would take. Pax admitted it was a massive process, with only 81% completed so far, but offered a solution. If Kim prioritized certain items, Pax could make them accessible immediately. Kim didn't hesitate. His list was simple: rifles, ammunition, grenades, vehicles, and fuel, the lifelines of survival. Pax assured him that synchronization of those essentials would take just 10 minutes. After that, Kim would have unlimited access to everything he needed to fight at full strength. Feeling a surge of confidence, Kim asked if the base had a security system to keep others from interfering. Pax confirmed it did. Relieved, Kim ordered him to lock everything down immediately. Though he trusted Yong-soo and his family, the rescued soldier was another matter. Kim couldn't risk anyone tampering with his newfound power. Now, standing at his portal, he understood the magnitude of what he controlled: food, vehicles, weapons, everything needed to dominate this apocalypse. But outside, chaos raged. Wyverns tore through Pighead and his lackeys without mercy, the battlefield drenched in blood and fire. Kim knew this storm wouldn't settle anytime soon. Inside, preparations began. Yong-soo slipped into his old boss's uniform, a nostalgic gleam in his eyes, while Kim gripped his M416 rifle and locked it tight. In front of them stood a massive crate brimming with endless ammunition. Yong-soo chuckled softly, remarking that it had been years since he last held a gun, and he never thought he'd be back in action. Kim reassured him. He had duplicated thousands of rounds, each box packed with 10,000 bullets. Running out wasn't even a possibility. With a smirk, Kim challenged him. Did he still remember how to shoot? Yong-soo responded with confidence, picking up his own M416. Let me show you what I was capable of back in the day. He steadied his aim, exhaled, and squeezed the trigger. Each shot struck true, dropping wyverns one after another. Headshot after headshot, Yong-soo carved through the horde, his accuracy flawless. In minutes, over 50 wyverns lay dead at his feet. After half an hour, his rifle glowed red-hot, smoke hanging thick in the air. As the haze lifted, the ground was carpeted with wyvern corpses. Breathing hard, adrenaline still surging, Yong-soo grinned. It had been years since he'd felt alive like this. He thinks the threat is gone and they're clear to move forward. But Kim's expression remains tense. Something gnaws at him. He warns Yong-soo that not every wyvern is dead. Yong-soo scans the battlefield in confusion. Every creature in sight has already fallen. Yet Kim insists, recalling a massive, black-scaled wyvern he spotted earlier. Its presence was unlike the others, unique, ominous, and unsettling. Yong-soo doubts him, but the perspective shifts and the truth is revealed. In the shadows beyond Kim's portal, the enormous black wyvern waits, silent, patient, and intelligent. It seems to know they're inside, biding its time until the perfect moment to strike. Outside, Yong-soo squints into the distance, but sees nothing. He wonders if Kim is just being paranoid. Kim, however, shares a darker theory. What if these creatures are lying in wait, hidden until their prey steps outside? The black wyvern, in particular, seemed disturbingly intelligent. Yong-soo concedes that in a world like this, paranoia often equals survival. Then he suggests an idea. What if they used a remote-controlled car as bait? Would that massive beast chase something small and moving? They decide to test it. Both men prepare toy cars rigged with humanoid dolls. With a shared breath, they count down and send the decoys rolling through the portal. The dolls emerge, eerily human in silhouette. Suddenly, a shadow blurs overhead. The enormous wyvern swoops down, claws ripping into one of the dolls and shredding it apart. Yong-soo's jaw drops. The creature had been there all along. His eyes widen in horror as he watches the beast tear the doll to pieces, its jagged teeth gleaming in the dim light, each one nearly the size of Yong-soo himself. Then, without warning, the wyvern turns, its glowing eyes locking onto the portal. With terrifying speed, it lunges forward, attempting to force its way inside. Kim's heart skips. He shouts for Yong-soo to open fire. Together, they unleash everything they have. For 15 minutes, the room echoes with gunfire and explosions, thick smoke filling the air. They pause, hoping the beast has fallen. But as the haze clears, its glowing eyes remain fixed on them. Unshaken, the wyvern presses closer, saliva dripping from its jaws, as though it intends to swallow the portal itself. Kim and Yong-soo stumble back, horrified. Every detail of its monstrous mouth looms before them, its teeth just inches away. Yong-soo can barely comprehend it. How can this thing still be standing after all that firepower? Kim remembers Pighead's warning about a wyvern the military couldn't bring down, one that shrugged off every strike until the soldiers were forced to retreat. It has to be the same creature. But it's not just brute resilience. Its scales seem unnaturally fortified, as if something beyond mere biology shields it. There's no time to analyze further. Kim yanks out grenades, hurls them into the beast's mouth, and sneers. Let's see if that hide can handle this. The detonations thunder through the portal, shaking the ground. Still, the monster doesn't falter. Kim and Yong-soo keep throwing grenades, one after another, each blast answered by the wyvern's furious roars. Minutes stretch into an hour. Their muscles ache, shoulders burning from the relentless assault. Yong-soo groans he never imagined throwing grenades could be this exhausting. Kim's arm feels like it might snap. Yet the wyvern remains, eyes burning with unbroken resolve. They're trapped, a predator blocking their only exit. Then, with a sudden roar, the wyvern slams its claws against the portal. Sparks fly, but the structure holds. No matter how much force it exerts, it cannot break through. Frustration builds in Kim's chest. They've exhausted their arsenal, yet its scales are still flawless. At last, with what feels like a dismissive snort, the wyvern pulls back. It beats its massive wings and soars away into the distance. Yong-soo blinks, bewildered. Why would it leave now? Kim suspects the creature simply grew tired of waiting. After hours of fruitless hunting, perhaps it decided to seek easier prey. Either way, they're safe for now. They wait another hour, tense and silent. When the wyvern doesn't return, they finally breathe, exchanging a heavy glance. Worn out but resolute, they gather their supplies and prepare to move on. As the two men set out once again, Yong-soo mumbles under his breath, shaken by the memory of that monstrous wyvern. Kim shares his concern. Dozens of grenades, and the creature barely flinched. If something that size can shrug off explosives, then what kind of weapon could possibly bring it down? Kim realizes grimly, conventional firepower simply won't be enough. Bombs are made for smaller, fragile targets like humans, not dragons. Kim knows he could pull out a rocket launcher or missile from his subspace, but that level of firepower would level everything nearby, putting innocent lives in danger. That path is closed to him. It would cost him his humanity. Frustrated, he realizes he needs something with the destructive force of a bomb, but without the collateral damage. The longer he thinks, the more his head throbs. Maybe, he muses, if he had something massive dropped from a great height, it could hurt the wyvern. But a tank wouldn't work. The wyvern would easily dodge it. What he needs is something compact, heavy, and lethal. Unfortunately, no such thing exists. All he has are grenades and firearms. Just as he resigns himself to that grim reality, he remembers his magic stones. Checking his crystal, he nearly staggers. 314 stones. How? He recalls killing dozens of orcs and goblins and barely scraping together 50 stones. Perhaps wyverns yield more. Either way, with this many, a plan sparks in his mind. He'll upgrade his abilities. Kim invests 100 stones into his subspace, expanding it to an impressive 50 meters. Now he can transport 4 items per second, a terrifyingly efficient skill. With 189 stones left, he remembers something he had unlocked during a previous upgrade but never tested: his pocket dimension lab. Curiosity takes over. Kim channels 50 stones into it, and the space comes alive. The system describes it as a laboratory where he can merge or separate anything he desires. His eyes light up. This could be the breakthrough. He needs a place to create something new, something devastating. He turns to Yong-soo and tells him to wait inside the subspace for a while. Yong-soo hesitates, then grins, pointing out they're nearly in Gangnam. He notes there are no monsters around, so he'd rather keep driving. Kim presses him, asking if it's truly safe. Yong-soo, ever pragmatic, suggests that if Kim is that worried, he can stay inside the portal. As he continues driving the Mercedes, he notices that the portal stays linked to the vehicle. Intrigued, Kim steps into it and realizes that as Yong-soo drives, the portal moves along with him. Impressed, he agrees to the plan, though tension still coils inside him. Now in his pocket dimension, Kim begins exploring. The space is vast, white, and empty. As he experiments, the system explains the possibilities: objects can be fused together or broken apart into their components. His mind races with ideas. Could he, for example, merge a rifle with its magazine to create a weapon with endless ammunition? No need to reload. Pax confirms it's possible. Then he wonders could he pull the pin from a grenade while storing it, so it explodes the moment it's released. Pax confirms that too. Eager, Kim tests it. He has Pax remove a pin and fashion a new item at the cost of 15 stones. The result fascinates him, but it's still not enough. A single grenade won't kill a wyvern. He'll need something far stronger. A smirk tugs at his lips as he begins crafting a weapon in secret. Meanwhile, Yong-soo encounters a massive barricade ahead, a wall of abandoned cars stacked high, blocking the road like some post-apocalyptic barricade. He wonders who could have built such an obstacle. Just then, Kim steps out of his subspace and asks how much longer until Gangnam. Yong-soo explains there are no monsters, but the road is sealed off by the blockade. He suggests taking a detour. Kim stops him. No detour is necessary. He has a new weapon to clear the path. Before Yong-soo can ask, metal plates each weighing 20 kilograms shoot out like bullets, crashing into the cars at blistering speed, scattering them like toys. Yong-soo watches in shock as the fused stack of plates, launched at 150 kilometers per second, slams forward with a combined weight of 500 kilograms, obliterating everything in its path. He's furious, shouting, "What on earth did you make?" The scene cuts to a group stationed atop a building, guarding the road and keeping watch for monsters. They're armed with whatever they could scavenge, mostly household tools. A middle-aged man, anxious and bewildered, wonders aloud how the barricade of cars collapsed so quickly. Another man, equally baffled, insists that the wall had withstood multiple monster attacks. It shouldn't have fallen so easily. Through the smoke, they spot a jeep racing forward, accelerating until it screeches to a halt right in front of their building. The men tense, gripping their makeshift weapons, one clutching nothing more than a wooden stick, and stare in stunned silence. Who are these people? Soldiers, they assume, since the vehicle is clearly military. Slowly, the jeep's black-tinted window rolls down. Kim leans out, smiling warmly, and calls up to them, "Is Nurse Kim Jae here?" The scene shifts into a flashback. Kim's second sister, the middle child, delivers a flying kick so powerful he nearly faints. Frustrated, she huffs while Jae, the eldest sister, sits calmly at a desk, studying. She tells them to be quiet, she's preparing for an exam. Kim and his other sister freeze, mouths hanging open in disbelief. Concerned, the middle sister asks Jae if she's alright, wondering why she's suddenly so intense about studying. Jae snaps, demanding if it's really that surprising for her to take her studies seriously. Kim, dead serious, turns to the middle sister. "Yeah, she doesn't look well. We should call Mom. She's lost it." Jae explodes in frustration, shouting for them to let her study in peace. Kim explains that Jae, who is 8 years older, only began taking her studies seriously when he was about 7. Until then, she had never sat still for more than 30 minutes. Her sudden change left the whole family on edge. With wide, worried eyes, Kim and his other sister drag their mother into the room, insisting their eldest sister has lost her mind. Even their mother looks uneasy. Jae is stunned that her own family doesn't believe she's capable of achieving anything. Finally, Jae reveals her secret. With pride, she lifts a thick medical textbook and declares her dream. She's going to be a doctor. "Even if the world ends tomorrow," she proclaims, "today I'll still help those in need." Her eyes gleam with determination, her face glowing with pride. The entire family is speechless, staring at her in disbelief. Kim and his other sister whisper to their mom that Jae's condition must be worsening, maybe she needs a mental hospital immediately. The house erupts into chaos, yelling, laughing, arguing. Days pass, and they assume Jae's passion will fade like a fleeting teenage phase. But it doesn't. Her grades soar. She skyrockets through high school, and before anyone realizes it, she's accepted into the top nursing program she applied to. Her parents, Kim, and her other sister are stunned. The once restless Jae, who couldn't sit still for half an hour, has achieved the unthinkable. Back in the present, Jae stands frozen in shock, staring at Kim, who has returned to find her. It all feels unreal, her journey, her family, her dream, and now this reunion. Tears stream down her face, her cheeks burning with emotion. Kim's eyes well up too, his voice trembling as he tries to speak. Still sobbing, Jai asks how he made it this far, and if he's hurt. Kim reassures her, insisting he's fine and nothing happened. From behind, Yong-soo watches with a gentle smile, quietly grateful that Kim's sister is safe. Kim and Jai embrace tightly, holding on to each other as if the weight of the world no longer exists, if only for this moment. When they finally calm, Kim wipes away his tears and introduces Yong-soo, explaining how much he helped him get here safely. Yong-soo bows respectfully, introducing himself, and Jai, deeply moved, introduces herself as Kim's older sister. She thanks Yong-soo sincerely for protecting her little brother in this apocalyptic nightmare. Then, with a mischievous smile, Jai reaches into her pocket. She tells Kim she has something for him. Knowing he probably hasn't eaten well in all this chaos, she hands him a chocolate bar. But Kim stops her with a gentle laugh. "I'm really full, sis. Actually, I've got enough chocolate to last me a lifetime." His expression shifts to seriousness. He explains that he has a critically injured patient. Jai's face hardens with concern, immediately asking where the patient is and insisting they bring him to her. But Kim explains the patient isn't in the jeep, he's in Kim's subspace. Jai's jaw drops, her eyes widening in shock. "Kim, you have an ability to." Kim nods and explains that he has unlocked a power called subspace, an ability that allows him to open a portal leading to a hidden dimension where only he and those he invites may enter. He laughs nervously, admitting it might terrify others if they were to witness it, and suggests they find somewhere more private before he shows them. Jai agrees, glancing at the people nearby, and the group decides to head inside the hospital for privacy. Slowly, Kim, Yong-soo, and Jai enter, and the sight that greets them is heartbreaking. People clutching wooden sticks as their only protection, faces hollow with hunger, sprawled across the floor like lifeless shells. Eventually, they reach Jai's private room. Yong-soo closes the door behind them, leaving only the three of them inside. Kim then opens the gateway to his subspace, and as the portal expands, Jai freezes in shock. Her eyes widen and her mouth falls open as she gazes at the vast, city-like expanse before her. "What is this?" she asks, astonished. "Are all these buildings part of your ability?" Kim reassures her, promising to explain later, but insists she follow him for now. They move deeper inside until they reach the spot where Kim has been keeping the injured soldier. Jai immediately rushes to his side and begins examining him. Kim, visibly anxious, asks, "What do you think, Jai? Will he make it?" She grows serious and asks how long the soldier has been in this state. Kim admits he isn't sure, but believes it hasn't been long, as he found the man on his way there. He suspects the soldier had been beaten and tortured. With a solemn expression, Jai tells Kim that the man may not survive much longer. At her words, both Kim and Yong-soo freeze, fear flashing across their faces. They had been clinging to the hope that he could still be saved. Desperate, Kim presses, "Is it really that bad?" Jai's tone then shifts. A small smile touches her lips as her hands begin to glow with a faint green aura. "Under normal circumstances, yes, but isn't this cool?" she says with a grin. "I've awakened as a healer." She places her glowing hands against the soldier's chest, and the light spreads across his body. She warns them that her ability is still weak, so a full recovery is unlikely, but assures them he will not die. After several minutes, the glow fades and Jai finishes her healing. The soldier's wounds close, and his breathing steadies. Though not fully recovered, Jai explains that the essential damage has been repaired. He is severely malnourished and will need food and rest to regain strength. Kim suddenly smiles. "Sis, even with the world ending, you're still treating patients just like you said you would." Jai, caught off guard, flushes with embarrassment. "Why bring that up now?" she mutters. But Kim persists, repeating her old words from childhood. Even if the world ends tomorrow, I'll still treat the sick today. Red-faced, Jai snaps back. I should have disciplined you like sister number 2 did when you were little. The two of them fall into a familiar bickering rhythm, their playful squabble lightening the mood. Once it settles down, Jai's tone sharpens again. Now explain everything. What's been going on? Kim takes his time, recounting the full story, how he was trapped in the storehouse, how he sent messages to Jai and sister number 2, and how the network system collapsed. He describes discovering his subspace ability, accidentally storing the logistics center, and merging with Pax AI. He explains how he met Yang-soo and the journey that led them here. As Kim speaks, Jai devours her meal as though she hasn't eaten in days. Kim sighs in exasperation. Are you even listening, Jai? With her mouth still full, she nods enthusiastically. Of course I'm listening. All right, Kim challenges. What did I just say? Jai fumbles, offering only a clumsy summary that skips most of the important details. Kim groans but lets it slide, chuckling at her obvious distraction. The food, after all, is irresistible. It was prepared by Yang-soo's wife, who soon steps forward to introduce herself. Jai smiles warmly at her. Nice to meet you. I already love you. The room erupts with laughter. Yang-soo's wife offers more food, assuring them there's plenty in the fridge if anyone is still hungry. She also tells Kim she has prepared a bed for him in the first-floor staff room with supplies, suggesting he rest there. Kim tries to thank her, insisting she didn't need to go to such trouble, but she only smiles. After everything you've done for us, it's the least I could do. Jai, still curious, turns back to Kim. How did Yang-soo and his wife even get into your subspace? Kim groans, rubbing his forehead. I literally just told you the whole story, Jai. Unfazed, she shrugs, so Kim sighs and begins recounting it again. When he finishes, he shifts to explaining his future plans. His goal, he says, is to bring his entire family into his subspace. The first step has already been accomplished. His older sister, Jai, is now safe inside. Next, he will search for sister number 2, who is located in Area 0. At this, Jai's expression changes, her face suddenly grave. In a serious tone, she apologizes to Kim, explaining that she cannot leave with him because she must stay behind. Kim's expression shifts to shock. Why would you remain in such a dangerous place all alone? He asks, his voice laced with concern. Jai exhales softly, admitting that the danger is real, but insists there is more to it. She begins to explain that other patients also depend on her, and though other nurses are available to help, her words trail off as the scene shifts. Inside another building, a shadowy figure observes through a window, watching Kim and Jai's residence. He mutters about 2 people arriving in a military jeep and recalls his guards reporting a loud crash outside. The wall had been smashed through by the vehicle. He wonders aloud, puzzled, if they might be part of special forces. Before he can speculate further, an unfamiliar voice interrupts, suggesting that one of them may actually be Jai's younger brother. The man's face emerges from the shadows, ugly, intimidating. His companion, sounding cautiously hopeful, points out that if one of them is indeed Jai's brother, they might not be enemies but simply seeking food and shelter. With their control over the food supply, they could easily manipulate Kim if needed. But the ugly man's expression hardens into a smirk. Do you really believe those 2 are stronger than you? He asks coldly. At that moment, a massive figure, nearly 7 feet tall, steps forward from the darkness. His grotesque body is swollen with muscles, veins bulging, and his lifeless eyes give him the appearance of a walking corpse. The hulking man reassures his superior that no one could possibly be stronger than him. The boss instructs him to greet Jai and her brother warmly, pretending to be kind, while also repairing the damaged car wall. The giant nods, remarking that he has already doubled the wall's height, ensuring that it cannot be breached again. The scene shifts back to Kim and Jai. Jai begins to tell Kim about the department head, Jean. she reveals that Jin possesses an awakened ability, one that allows him to control minds and poison his victims. Kim's expression grows grim as he listens carefully. Jai continues, explaining that Jin has taken control of nearly all the awakened individuals in the area, using them to guard both the food and the monostone supplies. Because of this, the people in Jai's building are starving. She admits that she has been secretly stealing monostones, attempting to strengthen her ability so she might one day cure those who are poisoned or enslaved by Jin's influence. Her plan is to remain behind and help these people, while Kim focuses on rescuing their parents. But Kim firmly refuses. Frustrated, Jai argues that the people here are on the verge of death, with no food or water to sustain them. Before she can continue, Kim interrupts, his tone sharp with irritation. "Did you even listen to everything I told you?" he says, arms crossed, eyes closed. Jai blinks in confusion, waiting. Kim continues, "Jin's primary weapon is food, right?" Jai hesitates, then nods with a sly smile. "Then this problem is nothing for me," Kim declares confidently. He tells her to watch closely as he demonstrates his ability. Jai cringes slightly, muttering that it feels like Kim's embarrassing middle school phase has returned. But her words die in her throat as her eyes widen in shock. From Kim's subspace, piles of meat, vegetables, water, and countless provisions spill into the room. The supplies pour down in such abundance that the space becomes packed to the brim. Jai and the others stare in stunned silence. Kim has just revealed what appears to be an infinite food source, an ultimate exploit. Last time on Subspace Chronicles, Kim thought the nightmare was finally over. But after wiping out an entire wyvern army, one thing didn't add up. The black-scaled monster was still alive. He could feel it watching, waiting. And when Yong-Su rolled those decoy cars through the portal boom that Shadow from Hell moved, it wasn't gone. It was hunting them. Bullets, grenades, even explosions, nothing touched it. That thing just stared straight into the portal like it knew who Kim was. But here's the twist: Kim wasn't done. He leveled up his subspace, forged weapons powerful enough to shatter cities, and blasted through barricades like they were paper. And just when you thought it couldn't get crazier, he finds his long-lost sister. Alive and a healer. Now Jin, the mind controller, rules the starving survivors, and Kim's about to turn that whole power game upside down with unlimited food and firepower. If you missed how we got here or want to watch the full previous parts, all the links are in the description below. Trust me, you don't want to skip this one. Elsewhere, Jin's son Hack receives an urgent report about Jai's younger brother bringing in an enormous stockpile of food, but he remains unimpressed. The messenger insists the quantity is unusually vast, yet Jin dismisses it. With only 2 people arriving in a single jeep, he doubts they could truly transport such an amount. Eventually, he reasons, their supplies will be stolen, and once they are left with nothing, they will be forced to beg for rations like the rest. In Jin's mind, their generosity is foolish. They should have hidden their provisions, rationing them carefully instead of distributing them so freely. Still, this very recklessness could make them easier to manipulate. The messenger presses on, revealing that the newcomers had provided more food than the entire hospital had managed to gather to date. At this, Jin's composure falters. A chill runs down his spine. The sheer volume was impossible. 2 individuals could not possibly gather so much on their own. The hospital's own stash, collected by a full scouting team, had barely managed to fill a single truck. Suspicion takes root. Jin speculates that the newcomers must possess some kind of ability, perhaps duplicating objects or manipulating their size. Whatever the case, their provisions clearly stem from an awakened power, and Jin concludes that they must be recruited. Preparing his signature drug, Jin summons his strongest subordinate, Sun Haingu, and assigns him a mission to lure Jai's younger brother into addiction. If the plan failed, they could simply kill the boy. There was also the driver to consider. Late at night, Yang Hyan distributed food among the hospital residents while scanning the crowd for someone in particular. He believed that finding this individual would make everything far easier. Earlier, he had shared his plan to neutralize all of Jin Seung-hak's weapons. The strategy was simple: discard the poisoned food and replace it with fresh supplies, subdue the addicted ability users, and finally deal with Jin-hak, who posed no combat threat at all. Yang Hyan worked to gather as much information as Ju-hun had managed to collect. Most of the abilities possessed by the addicted users were insignificant. One person could reseal cans, another could automatically wash clothes. Very few awakened abilities were suited for combat. There was, however, one notable exception inside the hospital: Sun Hyung-gu. His mere presence was intimidating. After the world collapsed, Hyung-gu had traveled from Iljiro to Gangnam, determined to reach his mother in the hospital. Ju Hyan knew little about Hyung-gu's ability, other than the fact that he was unnaturally strong. Hyung-gu's massive frame was impossible to overlook, and the car wall protecting everyone had been built by his own hands. Now, that giant of a man stood before Yang Hyan for a private discussion. Despite feeling nervous, Yang Hyan welcomed the opportunity. There was unfinished business between them. Hyung-gu, however, couldn't imagine what sort of business the younger man had in mind. Still, it didn't matter anymore. The two stepped outside, toward the very wall that had once kept them safe. Calmly, Hyung-gu presented Yang Hyan with two choices: drink the medicine willingly, or face a painful death. He warned against fleeing, calling it a futile effort. It was clear why Hyung-gu had chosen such a secluded location for their meeting. But Yang Hyan had no intention of running. He knew escape was impossible. Instead, he unveiled a hidden third option: trapping Sun Hyung-gu where he stood. Enraged by such defiance, Hyung-gu lunged forward, reaching to crush the young man with his bare hands. Before he could, his fingers struck an invisible barrier. Yang Hyan had vanished, leaving behind only a strange portal to the logistics center. Hyung-gu couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. By the time he noticed the drone hovering in front of him, it was already too late. A professional-grade, high-speed bowling ball slammed into his stomach, knocking the wind from him. Yang Hyan briefly wondered if 90 kilometers per hour was excessive, but dismissed the thought. Mercy wasn't an option. Another strike followed, this time aimed at Hyung-gu's right leg. The blow left the towering man groaning, unable to move properly. When he demanded to know what ability Yang Hyan was using, the young man answered not with words, but with action, launching a heavy barbell plate to the ground. Immobilized, Hyung-gu was warned to stay put. Even slowed, the plates carried enough weight to break bones or take lives. But Hyung-gu was not one to remain passive. He charged at one of the stacks and gripped it tightly, much to Yang Hyan's surprise. With brute strength, he began lifting the stack, disrupting the carefully laid trap. Yet, while Hyung-gu struggled with the weight, he unknowingly triggered the true mechanism of Yang Hyan's prison. The younger man apologized for the cramped accommodations, promising to release him once the ordeal was finished. For now, Hyung-gu would have to endure the heaviest cell ever devised. Though anxious he may have injured the man seriously, Yang Hyan was relieved to see his opponent's resilience. Back inside, Nurse Julian hurriedly let her brother in. She had heard the noise outside and feared he had clashed with the muzzle-bound Hyung-gu. Yang Hyan casually confirmed her suspicions, as if nothing serious had happened. He gestured outside, allowing his sister to see the bizarre metal construct he had fashioned. Stunned, Julian stared at the sight as her brother calmly explained that Sun Hyung-gu was now his prisoner. With their greatest obstacle contained, they only needed to wait for Yang Su to arrive. Right on cue, the East's finest driver appeared. But as Yang Su approached, the siblings froze. He was limping, clutching his head, drenched in sweat, and muttering about a pounding headache. The symptoms were unmistakable poisoning. Somehow, the enemy had reached him. His last clear memory was handing out food to survivors and hearing words of gratitude. Julian quickly spotted a tiny puncture wound on his finger, the likely method of delivery. The culprit must have pricked him under the guise of gratitude. For now, Yong-woo required rest and confinement within the subspace. He needed to be isolated until further notice. Young Hyun had not foreseen this outcome, and the weight of failing to protect his friend pressed heavily on him. Without understanding the mechanics of the poison, the situation risked spiraling into further danger. Their only hope lay in locating Jin Sung-hak swiftly to obtain a cure. To prepare, they secured the break room in Sector 1, sealing every window and door. Yet before Yong-soo could step into the portal, the system flagged and blocked an unknown energy attempting to enter. Since subspace existed as a completely independent domain, such interference should have been impossible. Perplexed, Yong-soo turned to Young-han for answers. At that moment, his pounding headache vanished the instant he touched a finger to the portal. To confirm their theory, they tested the method on the most severely afflicted victim, Si Hyung-woo. Young Hyun summoned a portal beneath the man's feet, pulling him inside against his will. Once in the subspace, the poison coursing through Hyung-goo's body dissolved. When Young Hyun withdrew access and returned him to the real world, Hyung-goo reappeared with clear eyes and a healthier complexion, as though waking from a deep sleep. The toxin had been purged completely. Young Hyun realized then that his subspace not only resisted physical attacks, but was impervious to psychological and chemical assaults as well. The first thing Hyung-goo did after regaining himself was to visit his ailing mother. He embraced her, apologizing for his long absence and urging her to rest more. He promised to return soon once important matters were resolved. Young Hyun asked if he would be safe on his own, and Hyung-goo reassured him with confidence. Ordinary attacks could no longer threaten him. Still, the bitter memory of being manipulated by Jin Sung-hak filled him with shame. Determined, he vowed to settle the matter with the mastermind before moving forward. Hyung-goo also swore to deal with the real cancer lingering in the hospital without delay. Meanwhile, Jin Sung-hak received unsettling news communication with one of his subordinates had been lost. Unease crept over him, and his fears were realized when the very person he least wished to see strode into his office. Si Hyung-goo, muscles tense with restrained fury, resisted the urge to tear him apart on sight. Jin Sung-hak, unaware of how their connection had been broken, wore a smug smile and begged for mercy. Hyung-goo answered with a brutal strike, driving his arm into the villain's head and silencing him forever. While he moved on to finish business upstairs, Young Hyun and the others discussed how to free the remaining survivors from their dependence on the poison. Since they couldn't be sure who had been tainted, the most reliable plan was to have everyone pass through the portal. Even those too weak to walk could be cured by a mere touch. Though exhausting, it was the only certain method. But just as they prepared for the long ordeal, an unexpected miracle occurred. Survivors throughout the hospital suddenly behaved as though a great burden had been lifted. One after another, the afflicted regained clarity, freed from the poison's grip. The group was bewildered until Sun Hyung-goo appeared, blood smeared across his hands and clothing. His grim appearance made the explanation clear he had settled matters personally. He bowed his head and thanked Yoonji for saving the hospital. Yoonji, in return, expressed gratitude for Hyung-goo's decisive action in eliminating the root of their suffering. He also offered a light-hearted apology for the earlier incident with the bowling balls, relieved that Hyung-goo's resilience had spared him any serious harm. For all the monsters Hyung-goo had faced since the apocalypse began, nothing compared to the surreal experience of being trapped beneath those descending plates of Yoonji's power. When Hyung-goo asked if Yoonji intended to remain at the hospital, Yoonji seemed caught off guard. The large man admitted that it might be selfish to request more after all that had already been done, but the hospital would undoubtedly be safer with Yoonji around. However, Yoonji explained that his mission to reunite with his family had to take priority, and he would be leaving soon. Accepting this, Hyung-goo refrained from pressing further and wished him success in finding his loved ones. The conversation turned to family, and since Hyung-goo was from Iljiro, it became the perfect opportunity to ask about the situation in the city. Hyanggu was taken aback when he learned the group intended to head there, warning them that reaching El Giro was now impossible. Hours later, as dawn broke over the hospital, the survivors awoke to a sense of renewed hope. Thanks to Yang, they not only had enough food to last them for the foreseeable future, but also clothing, tools, and other essentials. Former enemies now stood together as allies. Hyanggu shook Yang's hand, promising to repay his kindness someday. With that, the group departed from the hospital and set their course toward El Giro. Mr. Yang-su, now fully recovered, drove with his usual steady skill. During the ride, he brought up the wall Hyanggu had mentioned surrounding El Giro, speculating that it might have been created by someone's special ability. If that were the case, Yang hoped they could establish communication with the person responsible. Otherwise, forcing their way through might be the only option. The night before, Hyanggu had described what he witnessed while leaving El Giro. He recalled the wall erupting from the ground like a tooth pushing upward, growing until it reached the height of a skyscraper. Ground travel had become virtually impossible. He also spoke of the strange monsters within the city. Unlike Gangnam, El Giro was plagued by undead creatures' skeletons that reanimated even after destruction, and corpses that roamed endlessly. Despite the dangers of El Giro, Yang showed no worry for his sister Sail, who was still trapped inside. He trusted in her ability to survive, even without awakening any powers of her own. While in his subspace, Yang received a call from Julian, who had finally decided to join them now that the hospital was free of poison. When he lazily asked why she was calling, Big Sis quickly scolded him, demanding he speak with more respect. She then informed him that the soldier they had rescued had regained consciousness. Yang immediately entered the subspace, where the soldier offered heartfelt thanks for saving his life. The man introduced himself as Colonel Han Haing H. Ho of the 50th Intelligence Communications Battalion. Thanks to Julian's careful treatment, he had fully recovered. Looking around, the colonel appeared disoriented. Though he could see the military command center outside, the rest of his surroundings seemed unfamiliar. There were never supposed to be any buildings there, let alone a logistics center. Yang explained that they were inside the staff lounge of the PAX FC Logistics Center within his subspace. In reality, they were still in Gangnam, traveling toward Hanam Bridge. Struggling to grasp the concept, the colonel only began to understand when Julian clarified it more plainly. They were inside the boy's ability, based in Gangnam. Accepting this, the colonel politely requested to be dropped off along the road. Yang assured him they meant no harm and only wished to help. The colonel acknowledged their goodwill, admitting they had indeed saved his life. However, he made it clear that he could not disclose the details of his mission, which was to reach the Joint Chiefs of Staff as quickly as possible. Recognizing the national significance of the mission, Yang contacted PAX for support. Instead of sending the colonel on his way immediately, he first offered him banana milk and a sandwich, urging him to eat before continuing. At first, the colonel resisted, but when Yang presented an entire spread of pizza, waffles, chicken, and other food, the colonel could no longer refuse. As he ate, he began to share critical classified information. He explained that everything began when creatures from another world appeared simultaneously across the globe. These entities were not limited to monsters. They included insects, animals, plants, and even massive geographical features like mountains. They attacked without discrimination, targeting humans, animals, and even each other, sparing nothing and no one. In response, the government had started enlisting individuals known as the Awakened to form specialized units. These Awakened, wielding extraordinary abilities, proved highly effective in combating the creatures. Colonel Han's unit had been stationed near Gin and Enyong, where the situation had remained relatively stable. But then the beast appeared. He described how his men were mercilessly slaughtered by a colossal wyvern, devoured despite their best efforts. Conventional weapons, guns, grenades, even heavy artillery proved utterly useless against it. Though they desperately called for reinforcements, nearby units were already overwhelmed by their own battles against other powerful monsters. Strangely, they were still able to communicate with Gin and Enyong throughout the fighting, but no reports or directives ever came from command. Ultimately, Colonel Han made the difficult decision to retreat, choosing survival over certain annihilation at the hands of the Wyverns. Their new destination became the National Communication Command. Yet, as the monsters pursued them relentlessly, more of his comrades fell along the way. Upon reaching a city, they tried to recruit additional awakened individuals to bolster their dwindling ranks. After many days of grueling travel, they finally arrived at the base camp only to find it completely deserted, just as expected. The reason for the abandonment became clear soon after. While searching the command center, they uncovered suspicious documents alluding to a coup. Signs of a rebellion were unmistakable. Colonel Han attempted to contact the Joint Chiefs of Staff, but their efforts were cut short when the Wyverns cornered them at the base. To make matters worse, the very awakened recruits they had gathered turned against them, slaughtering the remaining soldiers and seizing control. These traitors were eventually devoured by the Wyverns themselves. Han suspected the First Corps of intentionally undermining the government's regrouping efforts, likely siding with the rebellion. Amidst the chaos of an apocalypse, even a coup felt disturbingly ordinary. Since Yoonji's group was already heading toward Yujiro, he reassured the colonel that they would drop him off when they crossed the Han River Bridge. Grateful, the colonel continued enjoying the gourmet meal before him. Yoonji then instructed Yong-soo to increase their speed slightly, though not to the maximum, given the urgency of their situation. As Colonel Han pondered, he realized the young man had likely faced the Wyvern at the military base as well. Just as he began to wonder how Yoonji had managed to escape such a persistent predator, his eyes widened in horror. A monstrous ogre was hammering furiously against the portal's barrier, desperate to break through. Yet Yoonji and Yong-soo remained utterly calm, treating the scene as if it were nothing unusual. While the colonel froze in fear, the rest of the group behaved as though it were just another routine encounter. Suddenly, a stack of heavy barbell plates shot from the portal, slamming into the ogre and sending it flying like a ragdoll. Blood splattered across the streets as the beast collapsed. The colonel stared in disbelief, while Yoonji and Yong-soo hardly flinched, clearly accustomed to such carnage. Colonel Han, meanwhile, had stopped mid-bite, struggling to process what he was witnessing. When Yoonji conjured a military vehicle out of thin air, Han nearly choked in shock. The pair exited the subspace, leaving the colonel behind with instructions to eat and rest. Yoonji left the portal open so he could monitor the road if he wished. The demonstration of power was staggering. Pillars of discs launched at impossible speeds, vehicles materializing from nowhere. Yoonji's ability was overwhelming. What once had been fearsome ogres were now reduced to trivial opponents, dispatched instantly by stacks of discs hurled with brutal efficiency. Colonel Han leaned forward, captivated by the massacre. He watched as magic stones from slain ogres were effortlessly absorbed into the subspace. At first, he doubted his own eyes, but the reality was undeniable. The portals were propelling objects at incredible velocity, obliterating monsters in seconds. Even more impressive, the discs could alter their trajectory midair, while the magic stones were collected automatically. It was clear to anyone observing. Yoonji's subspace ability was absurdly powerful when wielded with such mastery. Eventually, the group reached Bampo Bridge, only to find it completely destroyed by an unknown force. Yoonji apologized to the colonel, explaining that their journey would take longer as they sought an alternate crossing. Colonel Han, however, expressed only gratitude and chose to rest inside the subspace while they scouted for another route. Despite the detour and constant monster attacks, their progress was remarkable. They had reached Bampo Bridge from Gangnam in just 1 hour. Yoonji's ability certainly played a part, but much of the credit went to Yong-soo, whose driving skills were exceptional. Jang-soo, though often lighthearted, handled the vehicle with unmatched precision. Even from the passenger seat, his driving was dizzying to watch. When Colonel Han first experienced it, he was so shaken he nearly vomited in the back seat. It didn't take long for him to realize that remaining inside the subspace was the only way to avoid motion sickness. His evaluation of Jang Yum and Jang Soo was glowing. Both young men proved highly skilled and resourceful. After more driving and monster slaying, the group reached another bridge. This one looked worn and unstable, but at least it was still standing. Jang Soo believed he could drive across without issue, but Jang Yum grew cautious. He had noticed suspicious figures in the distance, and his instincts urged him to slow down. Upon closer observation, he noticed what appeared to be a colossal wall, most likely the fabled barrier of Yelro they had heard about. Its sheer size made it impossible to breach by car, since they were still too far away to determine whether there was any way through. The only sensible course of action was to move closer and assess the situation. Crossing the bridge would also take them through Yongan, which offered the chance to drop off Colonel Han along the way. After several minutes of uneventful driving, they arrived at the Colonel's stop. Han expressed his gratitude for being safely escorted, even though it hadn't been their responsibility. Jang Yum wished him success in his urgent mission, and they went their separate ways. Meanwhile, Jang Yum's focus shifted back to his own priority, finding a way into Yalajiro, where his younger sister might still be. When they reached the fortress wall, it proved to be even taller and more formidable than expected. Jang Yum briefly considered whether reaching a high enough level to absorb the wall into subspace might be a last resort. Unfortunately, his current strength was nowhere near sufficient. He calculated that it would take at least 2 more hours of grinding collecting 400 magic stones per hour to strengthen his subspace abilities enough for such a feat. Han, in the meantime, suggested that Jang Yum and Jang Soo consider joining the government's efforts. The authorities were providing mana stones and resources to support newly awakened individuals, and Han believed the brothers' talent would guarantee them significant backing. Jang Yum declined with courtesy, explaining that his family remained his highest priority. As for gathering stones, he was confident in his own ability to hunt monsters and collect them without assistance. Though disappointed, Han respected his reasoning. Still, he mentioned that if they visited the Joint Chiefs of Staff headquarters, Jang Yum might reconsider, especially since helicopters were likely available there. His guess was correct. At headquarters, however, chaos reigned. News had arrived of Gin and Enyong's fall, along with the destruction of the 56th Division. Only the 1st Corps retained any semblance of strength. Amid such disarray, even the existence of an effective governing body was uncertain. Survivors among the military forces were left in the dark. The director, already overwhelmed with pessimism, was interrupted by a messenger announcing a visitor. Colonel Han, commander of the 50th Battalion of the National Communications Agency, had arrived to deliver a report in person. Han saluted crisply and then recounted, in painstaking detail, how his entire unit had been wiped out and how he managed to reach headquarters. He left nothing out, concluding with a document that provided undeniable proof of treachery within the 1st Corps. As the director read through the evidence, his stomach dropped. He had been completely oblivious to the rebellion festering beneath the chaos. Looking outside, he spotted the men who had accompanied Han to deliver the critical intelligence. Both he and the colonel hurried to thank Jang Yum and Jang Soo for their service to the country. The director also acknowledged Jang Yum's abilities and addressed his request for a helicopter, though such assets carried great strategic importance. He agreed to provide one, but only on the condition that Jang Yum formally joined the military as an awakened operative. The government was desperate to restore order, and Jang Yum's power could change everything. Yet Jang Yum respectfully declined, once more affirming that rescuing his family was his foremost mission. Bound by protocol, the director withheld the helicopter. Jang Yum understood, wished him success in stabilizing the situation, and prepared to leave. The director, however, was left both puzzled and frustrated. He had miscalculated. He had assumed the young man would eventually yield, but he had underestimated Jang Yum's resolve. The refusal didn't mean the end of his options. If the helicopter plan to bypass the wall failed, Jang Yum was confident he would find another solution. After all, he hadn't yet conducted a thorough assessment of the fortress wall itself. With pride set aside, the director approached Jang Yum's vehicle and tapped on the window with a new proposal. If Jang Yum fulfilled this request, the military would grant him access to the helicopter he needed. Jang Yum accepted. Soon, an entire battalion was mobilized, military vehicles forming a single file line in preparation. Sitting in the vanguard, Jang Yum casually sipped from a juice box, appearing more bored than concerned, as though he weren't about to march into battle. Months earlier, the director had explained the mission. Seoul Station, once a hub for reserve awakened individuals, still maintained communication with survivors. The problem lay in the road to the station, which was completely overrun by skeletons. The skeletons themselves weren't especially dangerous in combat, but they were a constant nuisance. They swarmed in overwhelming numbers, difficult to handle, and nearly impossible to eliminate without destroying the core hidden at the base of their last right rib. Unless that core was crushed, the skeletons would simply regenerate. Jang Yum's task was to carve a path through the skeletal horde and rescue the stranded awakened individuals. Armed with his flying barbell discs, Jang Yum made short work of the mission. For him, it was a straightforward task, but for the soldiers witnessing his abilities for the first time, it was nothing short of astonishing. What they had dreaded for weeks was completed effortlessly by a single young man with an unusual gift. When they finally reached Seoul Station, the awakened survivors erupted in cheers, overjoyed at their rescue. The military quickly evacuated them into armored vehicles. Once everyone was accounted for, the director gave Jang Yum and Yong Su the order to withdraw. Thanks to Jang Yum's skill, the skeletons posed no real threat during the retreat. For the soldiers, fighting skeletons was grueling work. It demanded near-perfect precision to strike the cores with their weapons. Yet Jang Yum dispatched them with ease. Still, there was one adversary he had yet to face, a rare and formidable foe among the undead, the Skeleton Knight. The military had strict orders to avoid this creature at all costs. Engaging it was considered futile, as it was deemed indestructible. As usual, Jang Yum opened his portal and sent a barbell disc hurtling forward. But this time, the figure standing in the road was no ordinary skeleton. It was the Skeleton Knight. The imposing figure glared at the convoy, its hollow gaze fixed on them. To everyone's shock, the creature spoke in an unknown tongue. Though unintelligible, it was clear the knight was attempting communication. Then, it plunged its sword into the earth, produced a magic stone, and crushed it in its skeletal hand, sprinkling the dust upon the ground. Suddenly, the knight's voice shifted into human language. He introduced himself as Sir Gain, one of the 12 knights serving the Night King, and greeted the humans as Otherworlders. Jang Yum, however, seemed more interested in the magic stone trick than in Gain himself. The knight remarked that it was unusual to be greeted by flying chunks of metal and asked if Jang Yum was a mage. He then questioned the humans' presence in skeleton territory, reminding them that even in chaos, etiquette in negotiation mattered. In response, Jang Yum flung another barbell disc. Gain slashed it apart with startling speed, warning that such attacks were pointless and incapable of damaging his armor. Jang Yum ignored the warning and launched another barrage. The knight rolled aside, stabbed his sword into the ground for leverage, and counterattacked with precision. Frustrated, he muttered about humans preferring violence over diplomacy. Unshaken, Jang Yum hurled 4 more stacked barbells. Gain deflected the first with his shield, dodged the second, and slashed the remaining 2 out of the air, halting them completely. His seamless maneuvers brought him dangerously close to the convoy. Yong Su, watching the terrifying knight close the distance, began to panic. Jang Yum, however, was more fascinated than afraid, marveling at how easily the knight cleaved through 500 kilograms of steel as though it were nothing. Yet he also noticed that Gain avoided taking direct hits. If I can land one solid blow, Jang Yum thought, we might have a chance. Determined, he gritted his teeth and spent 50 magic stones to unlock tracking delivery for greater precision. Testing it, he launched a single stack aimed directly at Gain's chest. The massive steel disc shot out of the portal like a cannonball, guided with pinpoint accuracy. Gain scoffed, mocking Jang Yum for relying on the same trick and calling him a fool by a mage standards. He boasted that he could evade any projectile hurled at him. But his confidence faltered when the disc suddenly adjusted midair, veering sharply to home in on his chest. The attack struck, though the knight absorbed much of the impact with his armor, batting the weapon away after the initial hit. "You're getting ahead of yourself, boy," Gain growled. "I was merely caught off guard. It won't happen again." But before he could finish his sentence, a bowling ball came hurtling out of nowhere, smashing into his head and knocking him to the ground. Gain recovered quickly, lifting his skull with newfound weariness. Yet before he could react, another bowling ball struck him square in the cranium, drawing out something he had not felt in centuries' fear. For the first time in ages, the skeleton knight froze, and that hesitation gave Jang Yum the chance to unleash a merciless barrage. Inside the car, Jang Yum barked commands like a gamer inputting cheat codes: left head, back head, crown, front head, right head, left head. Each call launched a bowling ball in a precise direction, creating an automated assault. Though his jaw ached from the rapid orders, Jang Yi refused to let up. The skeleton knight staggered under the ceaseless storm of projectiles, his frame beginning to crack. Jang Yi spotted fractures spreading across Gain's bones and seized the moment. He urged the military convoy to retreat while the knight remained staggered. But before they could withdraw, Gain's curses turned to pleading. Bone fragments shattered and scattered as the relentless strikes tore him apart. Sensing the end, Jang Yi commanded simultaneous disc attacks from every side: left, right, front, and back. The coordinated strikes shattered the skeleton knight completely. Even in defeat, Gain retained his grim dignity. He praised Jang Yi as a remarkable mage and delivered a dire warning. "This is not the end. Skeleton knights do not die. Even in death, we serve the Night King." As his body disintegrated, 3 magical shards clattered to the ground, a pair of large blue monostones and a small red reinforcement shard. Jang Yi quickly secured them through his portal. The soldiers trailing behind were left speechless. They had just witnessed a young man defeat a skeleton knight, a monster impervious to tank shells with nothing but flying discs and bowling balls. At the rear, the survivors erupted into cheers, chanting Jang Yi's name. The unkillable knight had fallen, and their victory deserved celebration. Back at headquarters, the director listened to the report in stunned disbelief. He had explicitly ordered Jang Yang to avoid engaging the skeleton knight at all costs. Yet the young man had not only defied the order, but triumphed spectacularly. Despite his initial disapproval, the director recognized the importance of having Jang Yang and Yang Su on their side. Setting aside his pride, he all but begged them to join the military effort. But Jang Yang, steadfast in his resolve, politely declined. His quest to reunite with his family remained his top priority, leaving the military to wonder how they would proceed without him. Fortunately, the director was pragmatic. He chose to step back, though he left the offer open. He hoped that once Jang Yang achieved his personal mission, he might reconsider. For now, the armed forces already regarded him as an irreplaceable ally to the nation. The director kept his word, providing Jang Yang with the helicopter he had earned as a reward. Jang Yang, however, wasn't thrilled with the mounting expectations on his shoulders. The weight of their hopes pressed on him, another layer of pressure he hadn't asked for. Still, he understood their perspective. He had, after all, just brought down an unkillable knight that even tanks had failed to defeat. Yet the truth gnawed at him. His victory had been far from flawless. He had barely survived. If there had been even one more foe on Gain's level, the mission would have ended in disaster. Worse still, Gain had revealed there were 11 others like him. He had called himself one of the 12 knights. And then there was that ominous warning. Skeleton knights did not truly die. Even in death, they served the Night King. Jang Yi couldn't ignore the implications. If the knights were that strong, then their master had to be beyond terrifying. His arsenal needed rethinking. The pillar stacks, though powerful, had barely scratched gain. Strangely enough, the bowling balls, illogical as they seemed, had managed to crack his near impenetrable armor. But logic had long since abandoned this world. As they climbed to the helipad, the director asked whether Jang Yi truly intended to head for Yojiro. From headquarters, the high walls surrounding the city were clearly visible. The military had already sent a unit to investigate, but all contact had been lost. Aerial reconnaissance confirmed only one thing: people were still active inside. The director believed that among them might be Jang Yi's family. Jang Yum appreciated the director's optimism, though he felt a twinge of guilt. He had almost forgotten that his sister might be in danger. To be honest, he wasn't worried about her at all. That girl was more of a monster than anything he'd encountered since the apocalypse began. The director shared another peculiar observation. The top of the wall appeared to be growing and curving inward, as though it were forming a roof. While they couldn't estimate how long it would take for the structure to fully enclose, the director was relieved they could provide Jang Yang with a helicopter before it did. At last, after a long climb to the rooftop, they arrived at the helipad. Jang Yang's gaze landed on a battered, worn-out helicopter that looked like it had been plucked straight from a battlefield. Did I really go through all that trouble for this? He thought. Trying to convince himself it would suffice, he reasoned that as long as it could fly over the wall, it didn't matter how it looked. But the director quickly redirected his attention to the other side of the rooftop. There, parked at the far end, was a pristine, cutting-edge helicopter gleaming brilliantly under the fading sunlight. Jang Yang and Yang Su were momentarily stunned into silence. Meanwhile, the director allowed himself a smug smile, finally able to prove his usefulness. Yang Su burst into laughter, his excitement palpable. With his aviator sunglasses and Top Gun jacket, he now looked perfectly at home next to the sleek, powerful aircraft. Kim was equally taken aback. At the same time, the director began explaining something, but Yang Su interrupted with loud laughter. Turning to the director, Yang Su expressed how touched he was that the director was lending them a Black Hawk helicopter in such a desperate situation. He was already thrilled at the prospect of flying it. The director chuckled, remarking that he had been wondering who would pilot the Black Hawk, but it seemed Yang Su had prior experience with such aircraft. Before the director could finish, Yang Su interjected, "I've never flown a Black Hawk before." He then glanced at his system notification and explained that while he'd never flown a helicopter, he felt confident about piloting this one. As he inspected the Black Hawk, a notification appeared on his system. It stated that by using 50 magic stones, he could register the helicopter into his system, which would instantly transfer all the knowledge necessary to fly it directly into his mind. Excited, Yang Su enthusiastically shared this discovery with the group, explaining his unique ability, Best Driver. This skill allowed him to operate any vehicle effortlessly. Until now, he had believed his ability only worked with vehicles he'd already driven. But this moment revealed something new. Instead of leveling up his skill traditionally, Yang Su realized he could register new vehicles to his system individually. This revelation exhilarated him. Kim was equally amazed, and things began to fall into place. Reflecting on their countless battles together, Kim recalled how Yang Su's ability never seemed to evolve in a conventional sense. Now, it was clear his skill wasn't about progression, but about expanding his arsenal by registering new vehicles. The director then surprised them by retrieving a suitcase from the Black Hawk. Opening it, he revealed a collection of magic stones. Placing the suitcase before Kim, he explained that it contained 200 magic stones. Originally intended as a surprise for their journey, the director now offered the stones so Yang Su could register the Black Hawk immediately. Hearing this, both Kim and Yang Su expressed their deep gratitude. Without delay, Yang Su took 50 magic stones and began the registration process. As the process completed, a torrent of information flooded into Yang Su's mind about piloting the Black Hawk. His excitement surged, his grin growing wicked, almost as if he were possessed by some malevolent spirit. Kim, observing the transformation, felt a shiver run down his spine. With a devilish smirk, Yong-soo declared, "I've got this bad boy all figured out." He urged Kim to board the helicopter quickly, claiming he couldn't wait to take off. Nervous about Yong-soo's enthusiasm, Kim hesitated and cautiously asked if he could fly the helicopter at a slower pace. Maintaining his mischievous tone, Yong-soo laughed. "Slow? I don't do slow." Moments later, he leapt into the pilot's seat, his excitement palpable. Kim, his eyes brimming with tears of apprehension, reluctantly strapped himself in, resigned to what he knew would be a chaotic ride. Like a mad scientist at work, Yong-soo began pressing buttons and muttering to himself. Turning to Kim, he remarked that they still had some time before departure and suggested Kim prepare himself mentally. Accepting his fate, Kim shifted focus to the challenges ahead. He knew that once they entered the city, they would encounter more skeleton knights. To prepare, Kim checked his inventory to see how many magic stones he had. He needed them to upgrade his subspace level, hoping that doing so might unlock a new skill. Opening his inventory, he used 2 large mana stones and 1 enhancement stone. The system notified him that the large mana stones had been converted along with 200 regular mana stones, leaving him with a total of 1,393. Shocked by the sheer quantity, Kim used 1,000 mana stones to upgrade his subspace to level 3. The system informed him the upgrade would take several minutes. While waiting, Kim examined the enhancement stone. The system explained that enhancement stones carried unique properties and, unlike regular mana stones, could be consumed through the awakening system to grant specific enhancements to an item. The one in Kim's possession contained the fire property. Inspiration struck, he now had an idea of how to use it. The only question was, which item should he enhance? His 2 offensive weapons were the bowling ball and the iron pillars. But the iron pillars were easily cut down by the skeleton warriors. Only the bowling ball had proven effective. Choosing wisely, Kim decided to enhance the bowling ball. Upon doing so, it transformed into the fire bowling ball, surrounded by lava-like flames and imbued with 2 powerful abilities, penetration and ignite. Pax asked if Kim wanted to register the new weapon. Kim agreed, and once the registration was complete, Pax informed him it was time to depart. Kim tried to steel himself, but before he could, Yong-soo started the helicopter. As the Black Hawk lifted off, Kim grew anxious. The director saluted him, expressing hope that Kim would safely reunite with his family and eventually return to the team once his mission ended. Kim responded with a thumbs up, bidding the director farewell. At that moment, the system notified him that his subspace upgrade was complete. The upgrade unlocked new enhancements, including the ability to temporarily expand the shipping size limit for individual items using mana stones. As Kim reviewed his new skills, his eyes widened in shock. The director, observing from the ground, noticed Kim's stunned expression and began to worry. He reflected on the 200 mana stones and the helicopter he had provided, feeling he had already been more than generous. Yet Kim's reaction made him uneasy. Kim, however, was focused on his newly unlocked skill, the subspace laboratory. It provided a transportation function with a minor healing effect, allowing natural recovery within the lab. More importantly, it allowed him to register external objects into his subspace. The cost of registration would depend on the item's size, weight, and value. This was a game changer. Until now, Kim could only store pre-registered items from the Logitech Center or military base. With this new feature, his potential had expanded enormously. Still, the system clarified that all items must fall under one of the 2 categories. Kim's eyes shifted to the Black Hawk helicopter. Could it qualify as a military base item? He tested the idea, and the system confirmed registration would cost 107 mana stones. Kim agreed, and the process was completed. Meanwhile, the director was returning to the base when he suddenly heard the helicopter's rotors again. Turning, he saw Kim and Yong-soo flying back. Panic flickered. Was something wrong with the Blackhawk? Before he could act, a massive portal opened, and a Blackhawk helicopter fell through. Moments later, another portal appeared, releasing a second helicopter. Both landed before the stunned director. Kim smirked and waved before flying off again. The director stood speechless. He had given Kim an old, battered Blackhawk, only to somehow receive two brand new ones in return. His confusion quickly gave way to mounting unease. The scene shifted to Kim, who had now entered the city. A massive fortress looms ahead, its upper sections gradually closing in to form a roof. The fortress is on the verge of sealing itself entirely. The focus shifts, revealing a foreboding castle. Its dark and sinister interior radiates an evil aura. Sitting on an enormous throne is the Skeleton King, his skeletal visage illuminated ominously. In a chilling, clicking voice, the Skeleton King speaks. He admits that no matter how much he contemplates, he cannot comprehend one thing. The entry permit level for the Earth dimension is only Tier 8 at most. For higher tier beings like himself to enter, they must lower their tier just as he did. It is surprising to think that a wizard infamous for his arrogance would come here, even agreeing to a tier reduction. Even more shocking is that he dared to invade the Skeleton King's domain and kill Guan. The Skeleton King is referring to Kim. We learn that the Skeleton King comes from another dimension, while Earth is classified as an 8-tier dimension. To enter Earth, he had to significantly lower his power with the ultimate goal of conquering the planet. Now, the Skeleton King believes that Kim, who killed Guan, is also from another dimension, a wizard who reduced his tier to come to Earth with the same objective, to take control. To the Skeleton King's right, a purple flame begins to morph into the shape of a skull. It addresses him, explaining that before Guan's death, he had attempted to communicate with the wizard, but the wizard killed him before he could utter a word. This indicates that the wizard is incredibly dangerous. The flame advises the Skeleton King to kill the wizard on sight during their next encounter without attempting any conversation. The Skeleton King considers this carefully. He deduces that the wizard is here for one purpose: to take over the territory just like himself. But there cannot be two tigers in the same jungle. If the Skeleton King wants to claim this land, he must eliminate the wizard. He mentions that the harvest is nearly complete, and once it is finished, they will launch an assault on the wizard. The flame introduces itself as Lancelot, revealing that it is the spirit of a knight whose physical body exists elsewhere. Lancelot communicates with the Skeleton King through this magical flame. Lancelot then informs him of an intruder approaching the castle. Assuming it to be more of those bothersome minions, the Skeleton King dismisses the threat, claiming they will inevitably perish soon. The scene shifts to Kim and Yong-soo entering the city. A bat-like monster appears, but is instantly obliterated by Kim's Ignite bowling ball in a single powerful attack. Kim marvels at how much stronger the bowling ball is compared to the iron pillars. While he ponders this, Yong-soo interrupts, pointing out that it will be difficult to land because a skeleton knight is fighting a monster below. Kim looks down and spots another skeleton knight similar to the one he killed before. But this one wields a lance instead of a sword, like the kind knights used in ancient jousts. The skeleton knight enhances his lance with powerful magic and unleashes a devastating attack on his opponent. As the camera focuses, a human figure comes into view, a female silhouette. When Kim notices her, he reacts with a mixture of irritation and disbelief. The human channels magic into her fist, and with a single overwhelming punch sends the skeleton knight flying. The figure is fully revealed, a muscular and striking woman with an imposing presence. As the skeleton knight crashes from a great height, Yong-soo nervously suggests they might have to deal with both of these figures if they land now. Startled, Kim exclaims that one of them is his older sister. Shocked, Yong-soo asks which one. Kim clarifies that the one who just sent the skeleton knight flying is his sister. The fog clears, fully revealing Kim's sister, Sol. She stands confidently, her toned muscles and impressive physique drawing attention. Viewers might even call her a muscle queen. Clearly annoyed, Seoul remarks that while she felt the full impact of her punch on the skeleton knight, the creature refuses to die no matter how many times she beats it senseless. Kim begins narrating Seoul's backstory, referring to her as Sister Number 2. He explains that as a child, Seoul discovered mixed martial arts by chance on TV and was immediately captivated. Luckily, she had a supportive younger brother. Whenever she watched martial arts matches, she would practice the techniques on Kim. But Seoul's victories over weaker opponents left her unsatisfied. Her desire for greater challenges drove her to find tougher opponents at the local playground. There, she defeated anyone who dared to face her boys, girls, even kids 3 years older. Recognizing her extraordinary talent, their father enrolled Seoul in a mixed martial arts academy. Thus began her journey toward becoming a powerhouse of martial arts. This was the moment Seoul encountered her first defeat, when her teacher bested her. But rather than feeling disheartened, Seoul found the pain of losing exhilarating. At last, she had found a challenge worth her effort. Her new goal became defeating her teacher. Along the way, she achieved victory in multiple jiu-jitsu competitions. By the time she reached 7th grade, she had no equal in the junior division. Her intense passion for training and obsession with fitness drove her to constantly strive for perfection. However, this fixation soon spiraled into a dangerous addiction. Eventually, Seoul sustained a serious injury, tearing the cruciate ligaments in both legs. Impatient with the recovery process, she resumed training prematurely, leading to further injuries. The cycle continued: injury, recovery, and relapse until she finally made her professional fighting debut at the age of 24. Her skill level could have allowed her to debut much earlier, but her stubbornness and repeated setbacks delayed her entry. Despite the late start, Seoul became so formidable that she easily ranked among Korea's top 10 fighters. Young-soo, hearing this, is dumbfounded. But Kim reassures him there's no need to be intimidated by Seoul, suggesting they land the helicopter slowly. However, Young-soo, still observing Seoul from afar, mutters that she looks more like a monster than a human. Meanwhile, the skeleton knight approaches Seoul, his sword in hand, and with a rattling voice, questions why his attacks are failing to connect. Seoul replies nonchalantly, "Isn't it obvious? Your movements are too slow." The skeleton knight counters, claiming his speed is no less than hers and accusing her of using some incomprehensible trick. Seoul chuckles and explains it's not a trick, but simply martial arts. She delivers the explanation so casually that it leaves the skeleton knight bewildered. Hearing this, the skeleton knight compliments Seoul, remarking that people like her are rare. He suggests that if Seoul were to raise her rank, she could become the greatest knight. Seoul, however, is unimpressed and confused, muttering about how all this talk of skeletons, knights, and rankings makes no sense. The skeleton knight continues, confessing that he's developed a deep admiration for her. He promises to speak to the Skeleton King to ensure she's the only one spared in the city. But before he can finish, a flaming bowling ball comes hurtling out of nowhere, smashing into him with a deafening crash and shattering his body into fragments. His remains scatter around Seoul. Moments later, the fiery bowling ball rolls to a stop at her feet. Puzzled, she wonders how this strange object managed to obliterate the skeleton knight when her martial arts couldn't. As she contemplates this, 2 large mana stones and an enhancement stone emerge from the knight's remains. The stones are swiftly drawn into a mysterious portal, which appears to be controlled by a device resembling a piece of corn. At the same time, a helicopter hovers overhead and slowly descends. Kim steps out with a smirk, greeting Seoul with a playful, well, long time no see." He teases her, saying, "As expected, you're still kicking asses." Sister Number 2, Seoul stands frozen, mouth agape, stunned to see Kim after all this time. The scene shifts to a table laden with delicious food, fried rice, pizza, burgers, and an assortment of mouth-watering dishes. Jui and Kim sit silently watching in amazement as Seoul devours the food with feral intensity. Unable to contain her curiosity, Jui asks if Seoul uses some special ability to enhance her strength. Between enormous bites of chicken and pizza, Seoul casually responds that Jui is partly right and partly wrong. Her physical prowess, she explains, is natural and unrelated to the barrier. The barrier's sole purpose, she says, is to shield her from external attacks. She delivers this explanation as if it's no big deal. As Seoul continues eating voraciously, Jui's patience finally snaps. "Eat slower," she scolds, warning Seoul that she'll choke or get indigestion if she doesn't. Kim, observing the exchange, chuckles and tells Jui it's futile to argue. She's been eating like this since we were kids. Amid their playful banter, a warm, heartfelt conversation unfolds. Kim, smiling genuinely, tells his sisters how relieved he is that all three of them awakened survival-related abilities and managed to endure this long. Now, he has just one more task, to find their older brother. As Seoul ate, she glanced at Kim with skepticism and asked, "Everything's fine, but seriously, Kim, your ability feels like a cheat code. How are you even capable of all this?" Kim chuckled softly, replying, "It's a long story. I'll explain everything to you later, but for now, just eat and get some rest." He showed Seoul how to use the packs to order anything she needed and mentioned that Young Soo's family was safe in the subspace. He suggested Seoul take a moment to say hello to them. Seoul agreed with a nod, but then asked, "Are we leaving the city right now? Are we really going?" Kim rose from his chair and answered, "Yes, we need to leave immediately." The city ceiling was closing at an alarming rate, and Kim wasn't sure if the fortress could shield the entire city. His tone was grave as he stressed the urgency he needed to gather as many mana stones as possible before the ceiling fully closed. Looking up, Kim felt dread. The ceiling had already sealed, plunging the city into darkness. Wasting no time, he boarded the Black Hawk, ascended into the sky, and launched 5 blazing fireballs at the fortress walls with all his strength. Yet, despite the ferocity of his attack, the fortress remained unscathed. Not even a scratch. A sinking feeling washed over him. He contemplated his options. Should he take the entire city into his subspace? The thought was tempting, but reckless. Moving such a massive structure could have unpredictable consequences. He had already exhausted his mana stones, expanding his portal's radius to 19.76 meters, just large enough to fit the Black Hawk. Now he had no resources left. Kim considered hunting skeletons and monsters in the city to collect more mana stones, but he didn't know what would happen to the inhabitants if he dragged the whole city into his subspace. As he wrestled with these dilemmas, Seoul's voice broke through his thoughts. "This seems like a lot of trouble," she said from behind. She recounted her encounter with the skeleton knight, explaining how he had spared her life simply because he liked her. Before his death, the knight had warned that if she stayed in the city, her death would only be delayed. Curious, Kim asked for more. Seoul shrugged. "I couldn't get anything else out of him because you smashed him into pieces." She admitted she still didn't know how her death would have been delayed, only that the knight had mentioned speaking to the Skeleton King on her behalf. Kim realized then that if they wanted to escape, he would have to confront the Skeleton King directly. The problem was finding him in such a vast city. Before Kim could form a plan, the Demon King inside Yang Su awakened. With a wicked grin, Yang Su declared, "I only need 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, I'll locate the Skeleton King's castle." Chaos was inevitable. "Stop yelling, Yang Su," Kim shouted, but it was too late. Yang Su had already transformed into his demon form. Cackling wildly, he did something reckless. He flipped the helicopter into a full 360-degree spin. "I'll scour every corner of this city," he roared. The Black Hawk twisted and dove like a snake, zigzagging through the air as it scoured the city. Inside the cockpit, Kim clung to his seat, nauseated and dizzy, while Seoul stayed calm, watching the madness outside. The scene shifted to the Skeleton King's castle. Lancelot informed the king that Lionheart had been obliterated by Kim's fireball in a single strike, proof of their enemy's strength. Enraged, the Skeleton King roared, "The harvest is so close, and now this intruder dares meddle with my plans again." His fury boiled over as he vowed to kill the intruder personally. When he demanded the enemy's location, Lancelot calmly replied, "There's no need to search. The intruder is coming here." The Skeleton King let out a deep, ominous laugh. From the castle's vantage point, he watched Kim's helicopter approach. At first, he assumed it was a wizard's trick, but after studying Kim closely, he murmured, "This doesn't look like a wizard. It seems undead." The irony was bitter. When even the undead think you're undead, something is wrong. Still, the king dismissed the thought. Wizard or undead, whoever dared ruin his plans would not leave alive. The massive door to the Skeleton King's chamber creaked open. Inside, bat-like monsters clung to the walls, ready to ambush any intruder. Kim stumbled into the room, pale and unsteady, looking more ghostly than alive. In a faint voice, he muttered, "I'm never getting on a helicopter again." The motion sickness was unbearable. Suddenly, Soul spotted danger behind him. She shouted his name and rushed forward. Kim turned just in time to see a massive, muscular bat monster with razor-sharp teeth lunging for his neck. Soul intercepted it, landing a devastating punch that obliterated the creature in one blow. The attack jolts Kim out of his dizziness. He quickly thanks Soul, but she rolls her eyes and tells him to stop being so formal. However, her attention soon shifts elsewhere. Something feels off. Soul scans the dimly lit chamber with a serious expression. "There's more," she mutters. Kim looks around, confused. To him, the hallway ahead seems empty. But then, out of the shadows, countless glowing red eyes emerge, glaring menacingly at them. Kim's heart pounds as he realizes the danger. He turns to Young Soo and urgently says, "Retreat to the subspace." Kim knows he can't handle this alone, but then remembers he doesn't have to. Soul, the martial arts enthusiast, is with him. A wicked grin spreads across her face as she watches the flood of monsters advancing. "Now this is more like it," she says, her excitement growing. One monster wasn't enough for her. It would have been too dull. With a wild smile, Soul dashes into the dark hallway at incredible speed. Before Kim can react, she leaps into the air and lands with a thunderous crash, crushing a bat monster's head beneath her foot. Her movements are graceful yet ferocious, each attack filled with precision and power. One by one, Soul annihilates the monsters, slashing, punching, and smashing with almost playful fury. When a bat monster sneaks up from behind and sinks its teeth into her neck, she doesn't even flinch. Instead, she grabs it by the head and slams it into the ground with enough force to shatter it completely. The blood-soaked ground becomes a testament to Soul's relentless rampage. Her laughter echoes through the chamber, unhinged and chaotic. The remaining monsters tremble, their resolve crumbling in the face of her ferocity. Kim watches from the sidelines, torn between awe and concern. He knows Soul is in her element, but he's also aware of the risks. He retreats to his portal, an idea forming in his mind. Inside the subspace, Kim begins constructing a strange device, a high-powered electric pest repellent designed to lure and eliminate the bat monsters. As the machine powers up, it emits a strong current that draws the monsters in. One by one, they are electrocuted, falling lifeless to the ground. Soul notices the device and glares at Kim, irritated. "Is this your idea of fighting? It's boring," she yells. Kim responds calmly, "I'm just trying to help you." Soul, clearly annoyed, retorts, "Stop interfering. I can handle this myself." Their argument intensifies even as chaos rages around them. Kim shouts back, "Fine, but be careful and stop taking stupid risks." Meanwhile, outside the chamber, Lancelot reports to the Skeleton King. "The wizard is struggling," he begins, "but he's not alone. There's another warrior with him, someone as strong as I am." Lancelot adds that the wizard is using unconventional tools and seemingly limitless resources. Hearing this, the Skeleton King's irritation grows. He growls in frustration, realizing the fight is far more complicated than anticipated. Defeating a wizard was one thing, but now he had to deal with another formidable opponent, and that was no small challenge. The Skeleton King, deep in contemplation, mutters that he has no alternative. Lancelot warns him that summoning additional power might provoke the wrath of the Chamber of Commerce. Ignoring the warning, the Skeleton King insists he has no choice. After all, the wizard is at least an 8th tier rank, the same as himself. While the Skeleton King might stand a chance against the wizard alone, the presence of another 8th tier warrior drastically shifts the odds. He knows he cannot triumph by himself and resolves to summon Lancelot. Extending his hands forward, the Skeleton King begins chanting an ancient incantation. The holographic image of Lancelot's skull vanishes, replaced by 3 reinforced stones instead of the usual one. He rotates the stones around the projection of Lancelot's skull as a surge of mana gathers, signaling the powerful summoning ritual. Meanwhile, in the team subspace, electric appliances and tangled copper wires are scattered everywhere. The group is hard at work constructing a new weapon. Wrapping thick copper wire around an aluminum rod, they create the electric repellent bat, a semi-rare grade weapon crafted specifically for Soul. Holding the new weapon, Soul's face lights up with excitement. The bat, infused with an electrified ability, delivers double damage to enemies. She twirls the bat skillfully, testing its weight and power, clearly thrilled by its potential. As they exit the subspace, she thanks Kim, teasingly calling his crafting skills a scammer's ability for how effortlessly he can produce items. She remarks that the electric bat will be perfect for dealing with the monsters, but warns Kim not to interfere in her battle this time. She wants to face the bat monsters alone. As Soul steps out, she begins scratching her neck. Concerned, Kim asks if she's injured. Soul explains that ever since the bat monster bit her, she hasn't felt any pain, but now there's an itch. She adds that she received a system notification earlier, stating that all impure energy had been expelled from her body. This revelation makes Kim uneasy, as he wonders if Soul might transform into a vampire. Noticing his worry, Soul jokingly tells him that if she does turn into one, he has to kill her. She wouldn't want to live as a vampire lady. The siblings share a brief, light-hearted moment. The scene shifts back to the Skeleton King, who now focuses on Kim. His voice drips with sarcasm as he mocks that the name Arcane must be ashamed of Kim's reckless behavior. He accuses Kim of ruining his plans and causing chaos in his domain, declaring that regardless of Kim's origins in the arcane dimension, he has no right to interfere. With a chilling roar, the Skeleton King vows to fight and kill him. Kim and Soul exchange glances, baffled by the king's rant. "This idiot makes no sense," Kim mutters. The insult only enrages the Skeleton King further, and he summons Lancelot to eliminate them both. Lancelot finally emerges, his presence terrifying. 4 glowing eyes shine through his massive silver armor, and in his hand he wields an enormous sword capable of cutting through anything. Soul grins with excitement at the sight of him. She had grown tired of weak monsters and was ready for a real challenge. Turning to Kim, she warns, "Don't interfere in this fight. If you do, it won't end well," before charging straight at Lancelot. But before she can strike, Lancelot lunges forward, swinging his sword with lethal precision, aiming to cleave her in half. Soul reacts quickly, dodging and countering with her electrified bat. The clash sends shock waves through the room, powerful enough for Kim to feel from a distance. As the battle rages on, Soul notices Lancelot's strikes slowly slicing through her weapon. Realizing the danger, she retreats just as he delivers a devastating blow, splitting her bat in 2. She looks back at Kim and jokes, "My bat wasn't weak. It's just that Lancelot is ridiculously strong." Despite losing her weapon, she remains undeterred. Lancelot now stands fully revealed as a fearsome, nearly invincible knight. Watching from afar, the Skeleton King boasts about summoning his most powerful servant. Meanwhile, Kim reflects on Soul's words. It's rare for her to acknowledge an opponent's strength, and that alone tells him how dangerous Lancelot truly is. Kim proposes a deal. If Sol kills Lancelot, would she give him the knight's magic stone? He argues that he used all his stones to craft weapons for her, and since Lancelot destroyed them, it's only fair. Sol flatly refuses, declaring that whoever lands the killing blow will claim the stone. With a confident smirk, she adds that Lancelot won't be able to stop her. Determined to contribute, Kim activates his Ignite bowling ball and hurls 5 fiery projectiles at Lancelot. But Lancelot doesn't even flinch. Drawing his sword, he slices through them with a single effortless slash. The shattered projectiles ooze molten lava-like liquid, but it still has no effect. Kim refuses to give up and launches more from different angles, but Lancelot cuts through every single one with ease. Kim's jaw drops in shock. His high-speed magic-infused attacks mean nothing. While Lancelot focuses on deflecting the projectiles, Sol seizes the moment. She charges forward and punches him in the face with all her strength, only to realize it doesn't even cause 1% damage. Lancelot retaliates, swinging his massive sword and narrowly missing her neck. She counters with more punches, but they're completely ineffective. Kim sees an opening and launches another Ignite bowling ball, this time aimed directly at Lancelot's head. The impact sends the knight flying, but when he rises, he's completely unharmed, glaring at Kim with glowing, menacing eyes. A chilling sense of dread grips Kim. Something feels terribly wrong, just like the ominous sensation he had during his battle with the Black Wyvern. Trusting his instincts, Kim quickly activates his subspace and pulls Sol inside. Furious, Sol demands an explanation for his interference. Kim explains the overwhelming sense of danger he felt. Even after using his most powerful attack, Lancelot emerged unscathed. He compares the situation to past battles where his strongest move could split the Skeleton King in half, yet it did nothing against Lancelot. Begrudgingly, Sol admits she cannot defeat Lancelot alone. Outside the subspace, Lancelot wastes no time. In a flash of insane speed, he vanishes from his position and reappears in front of Kim's barrier, slamming his massive sword against it. Kim is genuinely terrified by Lancelot's speed and strength, while even Sol admits the knight is extremely dangerous. If the fight continues, both of them will die. Despite Lancelot's relentless assault, the barrier holds firm. Kim notices something crucial. Lancelot is standing dangerously close. An idea forms in his mind: if he launches his Ignite fireballs at such close range, Lancelot won't have enough time to dodge. Acting quickly, Kim unleashes 5 fireballs at point-blank range. To his horror, Lancelot effortlessly slices through every fireball. Even at such proximity, nothing works. Lancelot isn't just strong, he's unstoppable. Kim is baffled, watching in disbelief as Lancelot cuts through every projectile with precision, as if the heavy metal were nothing but butter. Meanwhile, the Skeleton King observes from afar, finding the battle dull. With a smug grin, he taunts Kim, mocking how long he plans to cower behind his barrier. He declares that Lancelot is a 7th-tier warrior, immune to all of Kim's abilities. No matter what Kim tries, he cannot defeat him. Seated arrogantly on his throne, the Skeleton King reminisces. He reveals that he poured all his resources and wealth into coming to Earth, believing summoning Lancelot was the only way to survive against Kim and Sol. Now, watching their feeble efforts, he expresses disappointment. Had he known how weak they truly were, he wouldn't have risked summoning Lancelot. But then, something unusual catches his attention. Kim is no longer using magic. Instead, he's pulling strange, unconventional items from his portal in an endless stream. Realizing this, the Skeleton King's eyes gleam with inspiration as an idea begins to take shape. Meanwhile, Kim is at a complete loss. He checks all of his abilities: subspace, laboratory, replicate, extra large subspace, life support, but none seem useful in defeating the Skeleton King or Lancelot. Desperate, he resorts to repeatedly throwing Ignite bowling balls at Lancelot, but the knight slices through them with ease, leaving Kim stuck. Suddenly, the Skeleton King bursts into loud laughter. He commands Lancelot to stop attacking, announcing that the 2 individuals in the portal are not wizards. but potential allies for his future plans. Obeying, Lancelot ceases his assault and steps back. The Skeleton King rises from his throne and approaches Kim's portal. Initially, he assumed Kim and Sol were wizards, but now he realizes they are ordinary humans. Even more intriguing, Kim possesses a unique ability. Confused, Kim wonders what he means. With a cunning grin, the Skeleton King explains that Kim must have killed 2 skeleton knights to acquire reinforced stones items that can only be produced within Camelot Castle by sacrificing living beings. His original plan was to sacrifice the inhabitants of the nearby city to mass-produce reinforced stones and summon an army of skeleton knights. But now, he proposes a business partnership. With Kim's unlimited replication ability, they could duplicate the reinforced stones and dominate not just Earth, but the entire universe. Kim stands silently, processing the offer. As the Skeleton King laughs sinisterly, envisioning his grand scheme, Kim suddenly begins laughing and crying simultaneously, leaving him perplexed. Kim thanks him, explaining that the Skeleton King has unknowingly solved all of his problems. Before the Skeleton King can react, Kim utters 4 decisive words. Pax, put Camelot in subspace. Instantly, the entire Camelot castle vanishes before the Skeleton King's eyes. The Grand Fortress, once the source of his power, shrinks and disappears into Kim's subspace. The Skeleton King and his knights are left standing outside, bewildered and enraged. Looking around in disbelief, the Skeleton King struggles to comprehend what just happened. Meanwhile, the castle reappears in Kim's hands, now reduced to the size of a toy. Sol, observing the shrunken structure, casually remarks how small and insignificant it looks. Overcome with fury, the Skeleton King roars, "How dare you, 9th-tier slaves?" He accuses Kim and Sol of destroying his life's work and vows to annihilate them. Enraged, he summons a dark purple orb of energy brimming with the souls of the dead. The green ghostly spirits surge toward Kim's portal, attempting to shatter it. Yet, as the smoke clears, Kim and Sol remain unharmed. Now calm, Kim begins to think strategically. He recalls the name of the skeleton knight summoned by the Skeleton King Lancelot. Deciding to take a bold risk, Kim calls out Lancelot's name, attempting to summon him. To everyone's astonishment, Lancelot materializes before Kim. However, this time, his appearance is different. Gone is the dark aura that usually surrounds him. Instead, he radiates a golden light, warm and majestic. Lancelot turns to Kim and acknowledges him as his new master. Without hesitation, Kim commands Lancelot to kill the Skeleton King. Obeying immediately, Lancelot draws his sword and with a single precise slash cleaves the Skeleton King cleanly in 2. The Skeleton King, unable to react or defend himself, is defeated in an instant. With grace and overwhelming power, Lancelot ends the battle in one swift motion. As soon as Lancelot struck the Skeleton King, the violet core within the Skeleton King was destroyed. It shattered into fragments with a faint explosion. Lancelot then drove his blade into the back of the Skeleton King like a royal decree. The Skeleton King's body sprawled before Lancelot, his jagged crown lying discarded at Lancelot's feet, and his dismembered parts scattered across the ground. As the Skeleton King's form faded, a golden mana crystal began to glow. The system alerted Kim that he had defeated the Skeleton King. When Lancelot transferred ownership of the Night King's dimensional account, it became Kim's property. Upon opening the system notification, a new feature appeared: the dimensional account. When Kim accessed it, he discovered 3,086 mana stones within. Staring at such a vast number of mana stones, Kim felt both bewildered and astonished. This meant that by defeating the Skeleton King, Kim had acquired thousands of mana crystals in one go. Despite his happiness, Kim couldn't help but wonder what he would do with so many mana stones. As Kim stood lost in thought, Sol placed her hand on his shoulder. She told Kim that if he had any sense of morality, he should gift his sweet little sister 1,000 mana stones. After all, she reminded him, she had saved his life when they entered the Skeleton King's castle. Did he forget that? Kim sighed and told Sol that 1,000 monastones was too much. He accused her of acting like a mob boss and exaggerating her role in saving his life. Kim pointed out that he had also given her a weapon, which allowed her to fight Lancelot on equal terms for a brief time. Shouldn't she repay him for that? Sol looked at Kim and retorted that they had both helped and saved each other, so it would only be fair to settle on 500 monastones instead. Kim smirked and said that if she wanted to assign a price to everything, then she should also start paying rent for living in his subspace free of charge. Did she think she could live and sleep safely without contributing anything? Taken aback, Sol called Kim a miser. She asked if he was so stingy that he couldn't even spare 500 monastones. Frustrated, Kim finally handed over 500 monastones to his sister, not wanting to argue further. Sol smirked, thanked Kim, and declared the argument over. But with a serious tone, Sol asked Kim what he planned to do next. Both Kim and Sol turned to their left. From Kim's subspace, Lancelot emerged towering at 10 feet tall with eyes glowing red. Lancelot approached them with heavy, deliberate steps. Sol glanced at Kim and asked what he intended to do with Lancelot. Meanwhile, Lancelot reached Kim and in a deep, resonant voice called him his lord. Lancelot informed Kim that he had carried out his command and cleaved the Skeleton King in two. Now he awaited Kim's next order. Kim stood silently, pondering what to do with Lancelot. The scene shifted, and Kim narrated that no one could have foreseen what happened next. Lancelot stood still, with Yong-Su's daughter perched on top of his helmet, clutching tightly to one of its feathers. Lancelot gently moved to keep her entertained while Kim, Jui, and Sol watched in astonishment. Kim thought to himself how unimaginable it was that one of the most fearsome knights could end up in such a situation. Meanwhile, Yong-Su and his wife stood in front of Lancelot. Yong-Su's wife beamed with joy as she watched her daughter play happily. She apologized to Lancelot, explaining that her daughter was usually shy and never enjoyed playing with strangers. Yet, this was the first time she had played so freely with someone she had just met. To her, this meant her daughter genuinely liked Lancelot. While she was overjoyed, Yong-Su stood stunned, his mouth agape, as though his entire world had crumbled. His face reflected despair, like someone who had just received a dire sentence. Lancelot continued playing with Yong-Su's daughter. He calmly assured Yong-Su's wife that aiding the Lord's companions was equivalent to serving the Lord himself. She apologized again, worried that her daughter would continue to bother him. But in his commanding voice, Lancelot reassured her that it was no bother at all. He said he loved children and saw her as if she were his own. From afar, Kim, Jui, and Yong-Su watched this touching moment. Jui, with a warm smile, turned to Kim and remarked that it was impossible not to admire someone so considerate. She said Lancelot wasn't just strong, but also kind and compassionate, someone anyone would look up to. Kim, however, didn't share her sentiment. With a side eye, he muttered that calling Lancelot a person felt strange. After all, Lancelot was a skeletal knight, and no one really knew what lay beneath his armor. Yet, after a moment of reflection, Kim admitted that Lancelot was never truly evil. He realized that Lancelot had simply been following the Skeleton King's orders. The true villain had been the Skeleton King all along. Now, with Lancelot under Kim's command and freed from his former master's dark influence, Kim saw that he displayed qualities of goodness and loyalty. This made Kim reconsider his initial judgment, allowing him to trust Lancelot, at least for now. Noticing Kim's thoughtful expression, Jui turned to him with a serious tone and asked if he planned to go to Dangu City right away. Kim glanced at her and replied that he did, since their older brother's new home was there. Hearing this, Jui grew concerned. She told Kim she had noticed how tirelessly he had been working without proper rest for days. With worry in her eyes, she warned that while she understood his urgency, what if he collapsed or fell ill? She pleaded with him to prioritize his health, cautioning that overworking could lead to serious problems. If that happened, she asked, who would look after him? Jui insisted it was already too late to leave that night. She advised Kim to rest and wait until sunrise to set out and rescue their brother. Kim listened to her advice and nodded in agreement. He then turned to look at his wife and daughter. His daughter was still perched atop Lancelot's head, while Yong-Soo tried every possible way to coax her down. With a mix of exasperation and humor, he told his daughter to climb down and sit on his shoulders instead. He even volunteered to play the role of a brave knight. But the little girl playfully hit Lancelot's head and declared that her father was boring. She shouted that she wanted to play with a real knight, not a pretend one. Hearing this, Yong-Soo felt a bit hurt, though he hid it behind a strange smile. His wife teased him, joking that even she wouldn't want to play with a fake knight. She quipped she'd rather choose Lancelot, the real deal. Kim, meanwhile, found himself distracted by a ridiculous thought. Why was he imagining Lancelot playing with Youngs? Shaking his head, he silently cursed his wandering mind. But as he watched this heartwarming scene, his face softened into a warm smile. He announced that they would take the night to rest, enjoy the moment, and set out in the morning to rescue their brother. The scene shifted to Yong-Soo carrying his now sleeping daughter on his shoulders. Her face was peaceful after hours of play with Lancelot, while Yong-Soo wore a contented smile, as if this moment alone fulfilled him completely. Kim suggests that Yong-Soo take his wife and daughter to a private room to rest for the night. Yong-Soo agrees, nodding appreciatively before leaving with his family. As time passes and the room empties, Saul smirks mischievously. Slowly, he removes his shirt and walks toward Kim, suggesting with a sly grin that now, with everyone asleep, they can begin their real work. Kim responds with a knowing smile and turns to Lancelot, asking if he needs a place to rest. Kim then summons the Camelot Castle, and a miniature version of the structure materializes in his hand. The system notifies Kim that this artifact is a unique grade item known as the Palace of the Cursed Knight. It explains that the castle's size depends on the number of mana stones invested. The system further details its 3 powerful abilities. Blood Sacrifice. By sacrificing livestock, Kim can create reinforcement stones. Summon a ghost. Using mana crystals, Kim can call forth ghosts from the castle. Knight Investment. By combining ghosts with reinforcement stones, Kim can forge knights as powerful as Lancelot. Kim marvels at the artifact's capabilities, deeming them both overpowered and fascinating. However, he notes that the castle's size scales directly with his investment. For example, 500 mana stones would result in a 500-foot castle, while 1,000 stones would yield a 1,000-foot one. After some deliberation, Kim decides on a size sufficient for housing 12 knights, opting for a 300-square-foot castle. He invests 300 mana stones, and Camelot Castle expands to its new dimensions. The now enlarged castle stands before Kim, Lancelot, and Saul. As Kim observes the structure, a slight unease creeps in due to its eerie appearance. He turns to Lancelot and asks if the castle size is adequate for 12 knights like him. Lancelot, with his usual calm demeanor, responds that he doesn't care about the size as he can adapt to any space. Then, with a rise of humor, he jokes that the castle is as tiny as the Skeleton King's little PP, adding that compared to Kim's vast subspace, this castle is nothing. Lancelot explains that when Kim summons more skeleton knights in the future, they will reside in his subspace, while Camelot Castle will primarily serve as a summoning hub. Saul, meanwhile, looks stunned. She realizes how enormous the Skeleton King's castle must have been, at least 30 times the size of Kim's. This revelation leaves her wondering just how many mana stones the Skeleton King had used to build his massive fortress. Lancelot, overhearing the conversation, confirms that while he doesn't know the exact number, he remembers the Skeleton King using tens of thousands of mana stones to construct Camelot Castle. Hearing this, Saul is even more astonished, realizing the immense effort and resources the Skeleton King devoted to building his grand fortress. Meanwhile, Kim begins to reflect. Even though he stored such a large structure in his subspace, there were no side effects. He wonders if it's because the castle is initially small, But this thought leaves him uneasy. Camelot Castle is practically a city in itself, yet storing it caused no disruptions in his subspace. Deciding to set aside his concerns for now, Kim turns to Saul and asks why she hasn't gone to rest yet, reminding her that the night is long and she should take a break. Saul, however, explains that she has something personal to ask Lancelot and has been waiting for the right moment to do so. That moment, she declares, has finally arrived. With an eager gleam in her eyes, Saul turns to Lancelot, striking a confident pose with her hands on her hips, and announces her request she wants to learn his swordsmanship. Saul boldly asks Lancelot to teach her his techniques. Kim, overhearing this, is taken aback. He thinks to himself that if Lancelot agrees to teach Saul, her skills will improve significantly, which would greatly benefit their team in the future. Lancelot, on the other hand, looks thrilled. In his deep voice, he responds that he would be delighted to teach her his swordsmanship, but under one condition. When Saul used her martial arts against him previously, he found it fascinating. If she wants to learn his swordsmanship, then she must teach him her martial arts in return. It would be an exchange of skills, her martial arts for his swordsmanship. Hearing this, Saul smirks, her expression shifting into one of playful mischief, almost bordering on manic. With a teasing tone, she praises Lancelot for being clever, admitting that her martial arts are indeed impressive. She calls him a little kid and playfully questions whether he could even handle her intense training regimen. Kim, watching from the sidelines, notes how Saul's excitement peaks whenever the topic of martial arts comes up. She's undeniably a martial arts enthusiast, if not an outright fanatic. Meanwhile, Saul continues to taunt Lancelot, her mischievous smile never fading. She suggests they begin with a simple sparring session before starting formal training. The scene shifts to Kim, who, feeling drowsy, heads toward his room in Camelot Castle for some rest. Meanwhile, Lancelot and Saul engage in their sparring session. Saul enjoys the match immensely, pushing Lancelot to his limits. By the end, Lancelot earns his place as a true member of their group, fully integrated into their family dynamic. The scene then transitions to Kim and Yong-Soo observing from Kim's subspace. Both are surprised to see numerous military officers in the vicinity, communicating through walkie-talkies and appearing to scout the area. Confused, Yong-Soo asks, "Are there other people besides us planning to travel in the morning?" Kim, however, finds the situation suspicious. Just as he is about to voice his concerns, the sound of a helicopter echoes across the sky. Looking up, they spot the aircraft flying toward Kim's subspace. Yong-Soo, recognizing the helicopter, exclaims, "That helicopter looks very familiar." Kim realizes it. Too, it's the same helicopter he had stored in his subspace and later handed over to the general. The helicopter lands, and the general steps out with an elated expression. Hurrying toward Kim, he greets him warmly, saying, "Hello, Kim." Kim returns the greeting and asks if the general is all right. The general replies that he's fine, but explains he's been searching for Kim for a long time and has finally found him. He continues, saying that when the wall of Yojoro City vanished, he suspected it was Kim's doing. Irritated, Kim cuts to the chase, asking if the general is there to convince him to join the military. With a firm tone, Kim makes it clear that if that's the case, his answer is no. His priority is finding his family. The general quickly reassures him, saying, "Kim, you've misunderstood." He explains that he hasn't come to recruit him, but rather to deliver critical news. In a serious tone, the general warns Kim that traveling by helicopter is not safe. A faction that betrayed the military has seized a base and now controls air defense systems. If Kim and Yong-Soo were to travel by helicopter, especially a military one and a general's at that, they would be targeted and shot down. Both Kim and Yong-Soo are stunned by this revelation. The general elaborates, explaining how the rebel faction captured the base and now commands a significant portion of the air defense forces. He also reveals that he had sent a scouting team in the same helicopter Kim had given him, but that helicopter was destroyed midair, leaving the general with no information about those aboard. Growing increasingly concerned, the general reminds Kim that he mentioned traveling through the city to rescue his family. The general warns that if Kim had chosen to travel by helicopter, it could have placed him in extreme danger. Upon hearing this, Kim realizes that if they had used the helicopter, their deaths would have been almost inevitable. Grateful for the warning, he thanks the general for providing such vital information. The general then shifts the topic, mentioning how the wall surrounding the city vanished last night and suggesting that Kim must have defeated the Skeleton Knight. However, Kim's attention drifts away from the conversation. He focuses instead on the mention of the next city being under military control. He understands that if the military has already taken over that city, it's only a matter of time before they dominate the others as well. Even if he travels through the city to save his family, the looming military presence will remain a major threat. Adding to the danger is the Black Wyvern, a formidable force capable of annihilating helicopters, further intensifying the peril. Kim concludes that to save his brother, he must head to Donggu City, which is now under military control. This means he must eliminate the enemy camp to ensure his brother's safety. With a determined expression, Kim takes immediate action and summons the Lord. From the subspace, a dark shadow emerges, causing the general to grow visibly uneasy. Maintaining a calm yet commanding tone, Kim responds to the earlier question about whether he defeated the Skeleton Knight. "Yes," he says, "I defeated the Skeleton Knight and took him captive." As he speaks, the Skeleton Knight appears towering 10 feet tall, with glowing red eyes, a massive sword, and an iron shield. The knight stands ominously behind Kim. The general stares in horror and disbelief. He realizes that this knight is far stronger, at least 10 times more powerful than the previous one. And now, this terrifying being stands under Kim's command, ready to obey his every order. The general struggles to process the sheer magnitude of what he is witnessing. Kim, undeterred, confidently declares that his older brother's new residence is in Donggu City, the very city housing the military camp. This leaves him with no alternative. He must go there. With a sly, confident smile, Kim turns to the general and asks, "So, how about we take down all those military forces?" Overcome with joy and relief, the general feels tears welling up in his eyes. We are then introduced to another location, seemingly destroyed, which appears to be some kind of base. In this base, goblin soldiers clad in military uniforms wield rifles and are equipped with heavy artillery. Behind one of the goblins, a human hand becomes visible, revealing humans imprisoned in cages under the watchful eyes of the goblin guards. As one goblin squints to focus, it notices something unusual ahead but cannot determine what it is. From a distance, we see Lancelot's ghostly head infiltrating the goblin base, observing its operations. Noticing that a goblin is approaching, Lancelot decides to retreat to avoid alerting the enemy. While flying to gather more information, he overhears a conversation between two goblins but cannot understand their language. However, upon observing their movements, he realizes that even within the goblin army, there exists a ranking system that dictates each goblin's influence and importance. Concealed behind a tree, the ghostly head concludes that he has gathered enough information and decides to return to the command center to report his findings. As he departs, the system screen reveals how the summoning ability for this ghostly form works, named Phantom Summon. This ability allows the summoning of Camelot's ghosts, with specific costs associated with each invocation. It is shown that while knights are in their ghostly forms, they cannot physically interact with the environment, but are also immune to physical interference. Moreover, this ability enables them to pass through walls and fly freely. Summoning a ghost consumes 1 enhancement stone and 500 magic stones, the same cost as summoning a knight. Although not explicitly stated, once summoned as a ghost or knight, they can switch forms without additional cost. In other words, phantomization is an optimal means of reconnaissance behind enemy lines. A few hours earlier, the general had outlined the strategy they would use, showing on a map the cities involved and relying on Lancelot to patrol the enemy lines, determine the strength of their forces, the locations of anti-aircraft weapons, and other key details. Based on this intelligence, they planned to devise a strategy to outmaneuver the enemy. However, due to the Ghost's limited range, everyone needed to move closer to the enemy lines and pinpoint where government forces were stationed before reconnaissance could begin. Lancelot returned to the Allied base after 2 hours and 30 minutes of reconnaissance. While reporting his findings, Kim was shocked to learn that the soldiers had mutated into goblins and had imprisoned over 200 people, referring to them as sacrifices. Lancelot shared additional details he had overheard. The enemy possessed 9 anti-aircraft weapons, planned to recruit additional manpower from Bangkok Dong, and that their brigade commander, a high-ranking officer, was stationed in the Eastern Wing. Lastly, they mentioned that the world would change when a certain someone arrived. Lancelot confirmed the accuracy of this information, leaving the 4 listeners utterly astonished. The commander remarked that security had been tighter than usual and suspected the enemy was plotting something, though he hadn't anticipated the capture of civilians. Kim mentioned rumors that some had voluntarily joined the rebel forces but expressed confusion about their motives and the reason for imprisoning civilians. He also questioned who this person capable of changing the world might be. Lancelot's ghost replied that he didn't know who the individual was but speculated that the reason for capturing people was likely to gain repulsive force. He explained that all beings across dimensions are classified under a system known as hierarchy, and repulsive force is the power granted by this hierarchy, the right to be protected from lower-ranked beings. The lower the hierarchy number, the stronger the repulsive force, preventing attacks from lower ranks. For example, a 9th rank attack cannot affect an 8th ranked being, though this is not an absolute rule. At this point, Kim recalled the attack by the Skeletal Knight. The sister asked if the goblins were sacrificing people to achieve this hierarchy. Based on prior knowledge, Lancelot confirmed it, explaining that this method is instinctively used by beings with lower intelligence as a shortcut. With a serious expression, he added that when this method is used in a lower dimensional hierarchy, it signifies that contact has been made and possibly an agreement with a higher-ranked being. Intrigued, Kim asked what kind of agreement this could be, but Lancelot admitted he didn't know the specifics. Soul, now furious, declares that since the enemies are sacrificing people, they're clearly up to no good and suggests attacking their base to eliminate them all. Kim replies that if it were that simple, they would have already done it. The Colonel adds that these enemies seem extremely dangerous and praises Lancelot's intelligence for providing valuable information. They now know the locations of the brigade commander and the anti-aircraft cannons, which greatly increases their chances of success. However, the Colonel warns that the enemy's defensive line is far stronger than expected. Once the operation begins, reinforcements from the 1st Legion will likely be summoned, potentially escalating the situation into a large-scale war. Since they have no clear idea of the 1st Legion's full strength, it's crucial to capture the enemy before reinforcements arrive. To do this, they'll need support from nearby units to handle such a large-scale target with enough troops and weaponry. Deep in thought, Kim realizes they don't have time to wait for reinforcements. His brother lives in Bangkok Dong, which is at risk if the enemy moves there, making it imperative to finish the mission quickly. He notes that while Lancelot, being of the 7th hierarchy, could theoretically defeat the enemy alone, the area is too vast for him to cover by himself. This would give the 1st Legion's reinforcements time to arrive, turning the conflict into a full-scale war. Lancelot suggests that if the anti-aircraft cannons are the problem, Kim could simply summon another knight. However, summoning requires both enhancement stones and magic stones. They have enough magic stones, but are short on enhancement stones. Kim explains that unsummoning Lancelot to call another knight wouldn't increase their overall strength, making it an unwise move. More importantly, he feels it wouldn't be right to dismiss Lancelot just to summon someone else. Frustrated, Kim remarks that it would be ideal if they could duplicate enhancement stones and magic stones within their subspace. Lancelot suddenly recalls that after defeating the Skeleton King, they had obtained another enhancement stone. Surprised, Kim admits he doesn't remember this, but then recalls that Lancelot did indeed retrieve a stone. Everyone stares at Kim in judgment, prompting him to apologize, saying, "Anyone can have a lapse in memory." He then asks which knight should be summoned next. Lancelot explains that all 12 knights of Camelot are exceptional, each possessing great skill and loyalty. Regardless of who is summoned, it would be a good choice. However, there is one knight in particular who stands out: Bedivere. He describes Bedivere as a genius archer unmatched in long-range combat. Excited, Kim exclaims that he can't resist and wants to summon him immediately. Meanwhile, back at the goblin base, the captives appear weak and exhausted. A goblin calls out to a girl wearing an orange sweater. Frightened, she asks if he's talking to her. The goblin points out that everyone else looks frail except her and asks if she wants to escape. Confused, she hesitates, but the goblin quickly reveals he's only testing her. He smirks and tells her that if she offers him something valuable, he'll let her go. From his expression, she understands exactly what he means. Before he can finish his vile proposition, his head is suddenly severed. The girl stands frozen, eyes wide as she realizes what just happened. Lancelot had slain the goblin right before her. He opens the cage, freeing the captives, and moves swiftly onward. The girl steps out, still trying to process what she witnessed. High above, something resembling a flaming bowling ball appears in the sky. Goblins notice the strange object but can't identify it. Upon closer inspection, one realizes it truly is a bowling ball, though it makes no sense to him. Before he can react, the ball hurtles toward them and strikes one of the anti-aircraft weapons, triggering an explosion. A goblin further away hears the blast and wonders what caused it. From a distant viewpoint, another explosion follows, and a hand gripping yet another flaming bowling ball is revealed. The summoned knight is attacking again, already preparing his next strike. Moments earlier, Lancelot had revealed something he hadn't mentioned before. Bedivere has only one arm. Kim is shocked and questions how an archer could possibly shoot with just one arm. Lancelot confirms that Bedivere was indeed an archer, but that was long ago. He explains that Bedivere once served as a knight under the Duke's command, but lost his arm to a commander jealous of his talent. Since then, Bedivere adapted, mastering throwing techniques using a leather strap. Thus, he earned his place among the 12 knights of Camelot. Still skeptical, Kim asks if Bede can truly destroy anti-aircraft cannons from such distances. Lancelot reassures him, explaining that he has fought alongside Bede for a long time and knows the full extent of his abilities. He adds that after scouting the enemy lines, only he and Bedivere will be needed for this mission. Back in the present, Bedivere launches more flaming bowling balls at the enemies from afar. The fireballs soar through the sky and strike another anti-aircraft cannon. As the goblin base is vast, one goblin in the distance notices the explosion and wonders what is happening. Turning around, he sees another goblin being attacked and flung away by someone. Alarmed, he asks his officer what's going on, but then hears the distinct sound of a sword being drawn. When he looks closer, he spots Lancelot calmly walking toward him. Trembling with fear, the goblin stammers that this is a restricted area where unauthorized individuals are not allowed. Lancelot remains silent, continuing his steady approach with an air of calm authority. Meanwhile, Kim's system sends him notifications. The first shows he acquired 4 magic stones, bringing his total to 2,686. Shortly after, another notification appears, adding 12 more, increasing the total to 2,698. Staring at the system screen in surprise, Kim reflects that owning a dimensional account eliminates the need to collect magic stones manually since they are gathered automatically. Still, he finds it hard to believe how quickly the stones are accumulating and wonders if it's really correct. Moments later, 3 more notifications appear, one with 5 stones, another with 8, and a third with 5, bringing the total to 2,788. Young, Sol, and Kim stand idly, waiting for a signal to act. While Kim continues to question whether the situation is as it seems, Young reassures him, suggesting he look up at the sky, hinting that it's likely the source of the multiple notifications. Above them, two flaming bowling balls launched by betrayal collide midair, creating a massive explosion that draws everyone's attention. Amazed by Betavir's precision, Kim remarks that the knights had mentioned they would signal once all major anti-aircraft artillery had been destroyed. Young adds that it's now clear why Sir Lancelot takes such pride in the Knights of Camelot. As the group stands in awe, the colonel comments on the extraordinary combination of Lancelot's tactics and Bedir's abilities. He notes that if all the knights possess this level of skill, there's no need for special forces to intervene. Young simply nods in agreement. Kim, still astonished, declares it's time to make their move and execute their part of the plan. He also contemplates the immense power he now wields with all 12 knights, most of whom he hasn't even met yet. As the explosion in the sky fades, smoke fills the air. The scene shifts to Bede, who examines a map and mutters that there's a problem. He notes that he destroyed all the necessary targets and even sent the signal in the sky, but now he can't make sense of the map. It indicates the locations of the anti-aircraft artillery he had to eliminate, a goblin circled in red, and an arrow pointing elsewhere. However, he cannot figure out where Lancelot told him to go next. Bede stares at the map, trying to recall the route Lancelot had given him earlier, but he has no idea which direction to take. He mutters that if there were written instructions, it would be much easier to understand. Shrugging off his frustration, he decides to trust his instincts and proceed. Back with Lancelot, he punches a goblin in the face, causing the creature to cry out in pain. Without hesitation, Lancelot follows up with a stronger blow that sends the goblin flying. Unapologetic, he steps on the goblin with enough force to make it scream in agony. Still pinning the creature down, Lancelot warns that controlling his strength is exhausting and tells the goblin to speak the truth before he accidentally kills it. He demands to know who informed them about using the shortcut, sacrificing humans to climb the hierarchy, and what their plans are along with the strength of the First Legion's forces. The goblin chuckles, commenting on how much Lancelot seems to know about their operations. Eventually, he gives in, revealing that the one destined to change the world is named Tondu. He calls Tondu a bastard of the 8th class, a giant compared to himself. Lancelot, unfazed, replies that he's never heard of this being and asks what Tondu wants with the goblins and what his plan entails. Reluctantly, the goblin admits he doesn't know, and Lancelot promptly kicks him, sending him spinning through the air. Now, farther away, the goblin uses the last of his strength to flee. He leaps from a nearby window in a desperate attempt to escape. Upon landing, he finds himself near a group of goblin soldiers patrolling the area. Unfortunately, he lands awkwardly, injuring his foot. The goblin soldiers rush to him, asking if their commander is all right. Wincing in pain, the commander urgently orders them to fetch his bicycle. One goblin obeys and runs to retrieve it, while the commander hobbles away slowly on his injured foot. Suddenly, he hears a sound behind him. When he turns to look, he sees Lancelot leaping from the building in pursuit. Calm and determined, Lancelot declares that attempting to flee is futile. Unaware of the level of the threat in front of them, the soldiers surround their commander, vowing to protect him. One goblin holding a rifle declares that they will take care of Lancelot, while another assists the commander in walking, offering support. Lancelot changes his tone and remarks on how remarkable it is that they are so willing to sacrifice themselves so easily, adding that their judgment is indeed at a goblin's level. The goblin retorts, saying it is better to be a goblin than an empty-headed fool like Lancelot. Now aiming his rifle, he advises Lancelot to drop his arrogance, noting that there are also 8th-ranked individuals in their main force. He boasts that if he had consumed just 10 more, he too would have reached the 8th rank. Disbelieving their audacity, Lancelot questions whether all those who became goblins are doing the same thing. The goblin, with a sly grin, affirms this, claiming that he is one of the intelligent ones adapting to a changing world. Before he can finish his sentence, Lancelot swiftly lunges forward and drives his sword through the goblin's neck. Coldly, Lancelot remarks that knowing this will make it easier to decide whose lives to take. The fleeing commander glances back to see what is happening, only to witness blood spurting into the air. Lancelot's sword is now soaked in blood, and his gaze shifts toward his next target. The goblin commander, once again in danger, has no choice but to run. But as he glances up at the sky, he freezes in shock. There, he sees a helicopter. Unaware that the anti-aircraft artillery has been destroyed, he watches as Kim and Young appear inside the aircraft. Young announces his intention to land the helicopter, but Kim, feeling nauseous, warns that landing there is too dangerous and suggests entering the subspace instead. The goblin commander realizes that government forces are also attacking them. With a newfound dark aura, the commander mercilessly strikes down one of his own soldiers. From a distance, Lancelot observes this gruesome act. Disgusted by the goblin's depravity, Kim descends from the helicopter and runs toward Lancelot. But upon looking to his side, he is horrified by the goblin commander's actions. With the magic stones of the fallen goblin in hand, the commander consumes them. Lancelot curses him, calling him a bastard and accusing him of becoming an 8th rank because of the stones. From behind, the goblin commander now appears as a monstrous figure with long hair. As he turns, his glowing red eyes burn with rage. Kim asks Lancelot if the commander truly abandoned his humanity to become an 8th rank. Lancelot replies that the commander tried to ascend ranks too quickly and dismisses it as nothing more than a cheap trick. Now consumed by fury, the mutated goblin roars and charges forward to attack. Calmly, Kim asks Lancelot about his rank. Lancelot replies that he is 7th ranked, but assures Kim there is no need to intervene, since Bedivere can handle it with ease. On the rooftop, Bede readies his weapon to launch another flaming bowling ball. He comments that he is glad he trusted his instincts and found the correct location. The mutated goblin's blood sprays far and wide. The system notification flashes, showing that Kim has acquired 322 magic stones, bringing his total to 3,542. Moments later, government reinforcements arrive. The head of operations acknowledges that thanks to the knights, the removal of enemies and the rescue of civilians is progressing much faster. Kim feels a wave of relief hearing this. A soldier asks where the commander is, and Kim directs him to look to the side where the lifeless body of the goblin commander lies. The head of operations is stunned. Kim asks Lancelot if he has uncovered more information about their plans. Lancelot apologizes, stating that the only piece of information he managed to extract was the name of a high-ranking being, Tontu. He adds that it is the first time he has ever heard that name. Kim remarks that everything remains a mystery. The head of operations suggests searching the building's documents for clues. Lancelot points to the shattered windows on the 4th floor, explaining that the commander was staying in that room and that there are numerous documents to sort through in that area. The chief of operations thanks them for their service, but Kim quickly interjects, asking if the PX system can store all the military documents from the building. Pax confirms and immediately begins calculating the number of documents and the cost to process them. The system reports 5,086 documents, with a total cost of 120 magic stones. Kim orders the process to begin. The chief of operations remarks that such measures are unnecessary, but Kim explains that PX will handle the task efficiently and that he needs to locate his family as quickly as possible. Soon after, the system alerts him that an unsuitable document has been detected among the military files, labeling it as an incompatible item. Confused, Kim examines the document to understand what it could be. He discovers that it's a registration form for dimensional beings. Lancelot clarifies that the document can increase someone's rank. Examining the 2 forms in his hands, Kim notices that one is in poor condition. Lancelot explains that the pristine version is the official form, while the damaged one is a shortcut. He further elaborates that the soldiers likely turned into goblins because they failed to register properly using the official method. Registering a dimensional being, he explains, requires both magic stones and a dimensional account. Earth's dimension is still in its early stages of exploration, and no one currently meets these conditions except for Master Kim, who defeated an 8th rank being possessing a dimensional account. Kim and the Colonel fail to grasp most of what Lancelot says, but he continues, emphasizing that despite the oddity of the document's existence, Kim should register since he meets the requirements. The suggestion catches Kim off guard, but Lancelot assures him that completing the official form will prevent him from turning into a goblin. He also explains that dimensional being registration is automatically adjusted for each dimension, and the reason Kim can read it in a standard language is because it's an official document. Holding the paper, Kim scans the fine print and notes that the process will consume only 1,000 magic stones. Without hesitation, he signs his name on the form. The system announces that the dimensional being registration is complete, leaving him with 2,422 magic stones. The document glows and disintegrates into dust. Jokingly, Kim remarks that he's curious where the system expects him to submit the documents. Outside, someone arrives on a motorcycle, calling out to the commander and apologizing for the delay. The newcomer explains that the holdup was caused by something too heavy to carry. Looking around, they're baffled by what happened to the goblins in the area. From atop the building, Bediver watches the scene with curiosity, wondering aloud if the vehicle the goblin is riding might be a horse. Meanwhile, back in the document room after the PX scan, they manage to retrieve not only the contract, but also approximately 40,728 pages of military documents. Kim tells the colonel that he's still worried about his family and won't be able to review the documents himself since he's heading out to search for them. He assigns the director of operations to handle verification and assures the colonel that once he finds his family, he'll return to assist the government forces. The colonel thanks him and wishes him luck. As they leave, Kim tells Lancelot that the plan is to enter without the rebels mistaking them for government troops. However, they soon learn that Dabangu has been occupied by the rebels, making it too dangerous for Yong-Su to drive. Kim decides to take the wheel himself, reasoning that it's safer for him and the two knights to travel in unassuming vehicles to avoid being identified as enemies. A new problem arises when they check the subspace inventory and find only military vehicles available, completely disrupting the plan. Convinced there must be a non-military vehicle somewhere, Kim decides to search thoroughly. Descending the stairs, he acknowledges that the task will be slow and dangerous, but accepts there's no other choice. He expresses hope that they'll find a drivable vehicle soon. As they step outside, they're startled by the roar of an engine. Looking ahead, they see Bediver perched on the motorcycle previously owned by the goblin, looking remarkably stylish. Stunned, Kim asks why Bediver is on a motorcycle. The newly self-proclaimed rider explains that he thought it was a horse. Pointing to the goblin's corpse on the ground, Bediver says the goblin had been riding this modern horse, and he found it amusing, so he decided to learn how to use it. It wasn't even that difficult, he adds. Still surprised, Kim recognizes the vehicle as the brigade commander's motorcycle and hatches an idea. Kim opens the system and learns it will cost only 22 mana stones to store it under the military unit category. With 2,400 stones remaining, he approves the storage. Later, goblin soldiers armed with rifles notice something unusual approaching. One goblin, puffing on a cigarette, asks what it is. As it gets closer, they realize it's a motorcycle, but don't feel alarmed. Another goblin wonders if they're expecting visitors. When the answer is no, they raise their rifles, demanding the rider to stop and identify themselves. Before they can react, one goblin is suddenly struck by a bowling ball, leaving only his cigarette burning in his hand. Lesson learned: if you're a goblin, don't smoke. The other goblin, bewildered, turns around just as Lancelot, still astride the motorcycle, unsheathes his sword. In a swift motion, he eliminates the goblin with a precise strike to the neck. The group continues forward, now riding two motorcycles, Kim and Lancelot on one, Bediver on the other, speeding away from the scene. A goblin watching from afar remarks that he's never seen anyone ride motorcycles like that before. Eventually, they reach their destination, Kim's brother's apartment. Inside on the 14th floor, Kim knocks on the door of apartment 1405, calling for his brother Hyung. There's no response. Concerned, Kim tries the handle, finding the door unlocked. Inside, amidst the destruction, wedding photos of his brother and new wife hang on the wall, bullet marks scattered across the TV. Kim freezes, calling out again, but silence answers him. Sensing danger, Lancelot offers to take the lead. They enter cautiously. As Kim looks around, he notices that it doesn't appear they were attacked. It feels more like they evacuated. Searching further, he finds a letter on the bed addressed to him and his sisters. His brother explains that the phones weren't working, so he left the letter in case they came looking for him. He writes that they decided to head to Uigbu, though he's uncertain about their safety. He mentions his wife's family is nearby and urges them not to risk their lives searching for him. The letter continues, describing how soldiers have been forcefully removing people from their homes and abducting them, adults and children alike. It warns that the situation is perilous, but expresses hope they'll survive somehow, urging Kim to do the same. Finishing the letter, Kim feels relieved, believing his brother and family escaped before the First Legion occupied the area. He calls Bede over, hands him the letter, and orders him to show it to his sisters in the subspace. Still, he worries that if the Legion occupied this area, his brother's new location might also be in danger. Turning to Lancelot, Kim declares that they'll leave immediately, insisting he'll take the lead this time. Lancelot complies but expresses concern that Kim may have developed a phobia, suggesting he drive instead. Before they can act, a helicopter suddenly appears outside the window, its turret aimed directly at them. The goblin pilot reports via radio that he has identified an unknown individual and a skeleton at the location and is preparing to open fire. The turret unleashes a barrage, tearing through the apartment until its ammunition is spent. As the smoke clears, Kim reappears grimacing, but alive, commenting that the attack hurt more than he expected. With a touch of humor, he confirms the phobia. Kim then instructs Pax to store the Black Hawk helicopter in the warehouse, noting that its maintenance was incomplete and its weapons were only for demonstration. The system confirms that the operation will consume 141 mana stones. The goblin, utterly shocked, demands to know who they are, astonished that they survived the turret's attack. When the goblin asks if they are rank 8, the helicopter suddenly vanishes into subspace. The pilot panics as he realizes he's about to fall from a considerable height. Kim turns to Lancelot, emphasizing that they can't waste any more time. Meanwhile, they hear the goblin scream, which abruptly ends with a splat. Kim reflects on how many rebels they've eliminated along the way, but hadn't expected them to possess a Blackhawk. He silently prays for his brother and family's safety. The scene shifts to a group of goblins in conversation. They discuss how the High Priest promised to distribute rewards based on the number of offerings collected. It has been several days since then. One goblin mentions there's only one building they haven't destroyed yet and questions if it's really necessary to interfere like this. He adds that another lieutenant's team has already captured 300 offerings. Another goblin scratches his head, admitting it's not easy to take down that building unless you're rank 8. The goblin lieutenant scolds him, saying they should have asked for reinforcements or found another way. He criticizes the others for risking their lives to collect more offerings while they lag behind. Declaring that he'll handle things personally from now on, the lieutenant orders them to work harder to make up for the delay. The subordinate obeys and turns aside. The lieutenant then asks another goblin if he heard the instructions and orders him to destroy the building. The monstrous goblin growls furiously but gives no reply. The mutant goblin charges toward the building but suddenly halts as he notices strange movement approaching. The other goblins also stop, watching as figures draw closer. The lieutenant hears shouting but can't make sense of it, bewildered by the approaching shapes. As they get closer, Kim bellows furiously, commanding the filthy goblins to leave immediately, declaring that this is his home. Lancelot, right behind him, unsheathes his sword and prepares to strike. In an instant, he wipes out all the goblins before they can react. Wasting no time, Bede hurls a single flaming bowling ball at the mutant goblin, striking its head and defeating it instantly. With the goblins swiftly dealt with, the building in the background comes into full view. The structure bears the name Zhongyan Tool Shop, clearly belonging to Kim's family. Inside, several people peek through a hole in the wall, anxiously watching the scene outside. Someone asks if things are truly as bad as they seem. Another voice questions the father, wondering what's going on and why he's hesitating. Seated in a chair and observing the commotion, the father reassures them not to worry. He explains that Kim has arrived on a motorcycle, accompanied by skeletons, leaving everyone utterly confused. A flashback shows the father reminiscing about his younger days. His mother used to say that good and bad things only happen because of people, a belief that had always fascinated him. Having survived many hardships, he realized that every word she said was true. Even when his business failed, the reason he was able to rise again was because of the people who supported him with love. He reflects that this is why he raised his children with the same values of love and compassion. Watching them grow from small children into capable adults felt like a dream come true. A scene shows Kim losing to his sister in a video game, bringing a smile to his father's face. The father continues sharing his dream of building a large, spacious home where the entire family could live together. To pursue this dream, he began studying civil construction, a field he had never touched before. It was immensely difficult and financially burdensome, making the dream seem impossible. In the end, his children all grew up well. His eldest son married, his eldest daughter became a nurse, the youngest daughter became an athlete, and his youngest son had just completed his military service. Their futures seemed so bright until the monsters appeared. He recounts how, luckily, as the manager of a tool shop, he survived the monster attack using hammers and other tools. However, even with that resourcefulness, the situation remained dire. Food and water were scarce, forcing them to ration supplies. He often pretended not to be hungry so his wife could eat instead. On top of that, neighbors raided for food, and monsters roamed nearby, forcing them to hide in silence. Amid this catastrophe, the first to reach their refuge were his eldest sons-in-laws. Shortly after, his eldest son and daughter-in-law made it there as well. Seeing his eldest son's face, stained with tears and blood, he could only imagine what they had endured. He embraced him and silently wept. Another blessing came when his daughter-in-law awakened a new ability to generate water, eliminating one of their biggest concerns. Over time, soldiers mutated into goblins and began wandering around, abducting civilians regardless of age or gender. The chaos isolated their family even further. The very soldiers meant to protect them were now capturing people. He wished deeply for the safety of his children amidst such madness. One day, a system screen appeared before him, and he awakened an ability of his own architect. The system indicated that he now possessed exceptional skills in architecture and could build freely. He didn't fully understand how his long-dormant dream had suddenly become reality, but felt deeply grateful. With this newfound power, he immediately reinforced the tool shop. Thanks to his daughter-in-law's water ability and his own architectural skills, they managed to survive. Even for goblins armed with weapons, breaking into their fortified location was no easy task. Peering through a hole in the wall, he noticed that a group of soldiers had been stationed outside their home since the day before, bringing a monster with them. It was clear they were determined to destroy their refuge this time. But he had prepared for this possibility and retreated to plan. Seated in his chair, he called for his eldest son and instructed him to gather the family and escape through the tunnel. His son hesitated, asking what would happen to him. The father explained that the tunnel was an emergency passage meant for situations like this, though he couldn't guarantee the other end was safe. At the very least, it was better than staying and dying there. His wife, concerned, asked if he intended to stay behind. With a confident smile, he assured them he would leave as soon as everyone was safely out, telling them not to worry. Just then, a strange noise outside caught his attention. Before inspecting, he urged everyone to hurry, warning that the goblins were already moving and time was running out. Peeking through the hole, he went silent for several seconds. Those around him grew concerned, whispering questions about whether the situation outside was dire or if something was wrong. Still in shock, he turned to them and said, "It's not what you think. It's Kim. He's out there." He explained that Kim had arrived on a motorcycle accompanied by a skeleton. Outside, Kim, Lancelot, and Bede approached the tool shop. Kim pointed to the building fortified with metal spikes and barricades and declared, "This is my house." Then, sighing, he added, "But that doesn't matter now. What matters is my family. Are they okay?" Suddenly, the door handle turned in front of him, catching him off guard. Looking closely, he froze in disbelief as his father stepped forward and asked, "Is it really you, Kim?" At that moment, Kim realized that the family he'd been desperately searching for was standing right in front of him. Without hesitation, he burst into tears, running toward them and wrapping his father in a tight embrace he'd longed for. But the father and brother were startled by what stood behind Kim. Glancing back, Kim reassured them, "Don't worry. Despite how they look, they're friends, they're on our side." Then he smiled and added, "And that's not the only surprise I've got." Using his powers, he opened a subspace portal. Inside, his two sisters were safe, enjoying a hearty meal. Seeing them brought tears of relief and joy. His sisters, realizing what was happening, broke down sobbing uncontrollably. Inside Kim's subspace, the reunited family sat down for a meal they hadn't shared in ages. For the parents especially, it was a heartwarming moment. Tasting the food, the mother was taken aback, thinking, "No matter where I go, I always trust my cooking. But this grilled mackerel is on a whole other level." She turned to Yango's wife and asked if she was a professional chef. The wife smiled and thanked her for the compliment. The mother declared, "Now that you've set the bar with such a delicious meal, I can't back down." Taking it upon herself to make a dessert worthy of matching it, she carefully prepared a cheesecake topped with thinly sliced green grapes and whipped cream. When it was ready, she presented it as a token of gratitude, naming it Mom's Green Grape Tiramisu with whipped cream. Yango's wife tries the dish and is instantly overwhelmed by the burst of flavor, describing it as something straight out of Shokugeki no Soma. She asks how Kim's mother managed to make something so divine, and the others eagerly agree as they taste it. Meanwhile, in Kim's subspace, an elderly man, the father of the eldest son's wife, is seen hammering iron, tinkering with Lancelot's armor. The old man asks for Lancelot's name. "I'm Lancelot," he replies. Without warning, the man cuts him off and asks, "Do you know how to play Jengi?" Lancelot pauses, confused. "Are you sure you mean Jenny?" he asks. Misunderstanding completely, Lancelot begins explaining how, in his hometown, they were known for dismantling monster corpses, so he's dealt with organs before. The old man interrupts again, demanding to know what nonsense he's talking about. A reinforcement stone comes into view as the old man remarks, "Seems like you don't know how to play. Grab a chair. I'll teach you." Elsewhere, the eldest brother hands a reinforcement stone to Kim. Curious, Kim asks why he has it. The system identifies it as a Tier D reinforcement stone with attributes of penetration and explosion. The brother explains that he found it after witnessing a battle between a rhino-like monster and a griffin. The griffin tore off a chunk of the rhino's flesh and flew away, leaving the stone behind. Handing it to Kim, he says, "You'll probably need this more than I do." Kim accepts it gratefully, promising to put it to good use. He then reminds everyone that, as he said before, if anyone needs anything furniture or otherwise they should just ask. He also tells his sister-in-law's family to make themselves at home. His brother is moved by how Kim is looking out for everyone, including his in-laws. Reflecting, he recalls how much Kim has matured since his discharge, remembering how Kim used to cry whenever Sol hit him. Laughing, Kim admits he would probably still cry if Sol hit him now. His brother jokes that the best thing about being born before Sol was avoiding her wrath. He thanks Kim sincerely before heading off to check in with his in-laws. Kim notices the scar on his brother's face and comments on how they've managed to survive thanks to their father's and sister-in-law's abilities. He admits he can't imagine how hard it must have been. Suddenly, someone approaches from behind. Turning around, Kim sees his father. His father expresses his happiness not only because the family is safe, but because Kim's abilities have allowed everyone to live securely and eat well. Then he asks if Kim knows that good and bad things only happen when there are people. Kim finishes the saying and nods, saying he understands. He adds that no matter how powerful his abilities are, he wouldn't have made it this far alone. He realized this truth when he helped people cross a tunnel filled with wyverns. Yong-soo had told him that even with awakened powers, the challenges were the same for everyone. That's when Kim understood why people help each other. It's because everyone wants their family to be safe. People lend a hand hoping someone else might do the same for them one day, especially in an apocalypse where empathy is essential. Smiling, Kim concludes, "After all, we're all human. Everyone feels pain when they're hurt, and everyone fears death. We help each other because we're in the same situation. Otherwise, it would be unbearably cruel." Looking at his father, he asks, "Am I right?" His father smiles proudly and replies, "I couldn't be prouder to have you as my son." Kim smiles back, saying he's grateful to have him as a father. Kim then suggests that his father rest, as he must be tired, and mentions that he'll be leaving soon. His father cautions him to be careful, and Kim reassures him with a grin, saying, "I can't even get hurt now, even if I wanted to." Meanwhile, back at headquarters, the commander is sorting through a pile of documents, relieved that half the work is finally done. Thanking the soldiers for their efforts, he tells them to take a short break. One of the soldiers jokes that his eyes feel like they're about to fall out from all the reading. Just then, another soldier enters and reports that a skeletal knight riding a motorcycle who introduced himself as Bede delivered a message. Kim has already departed for Pau. The colonel, confused, asks why Kim would go there. The commander pauses, realization dawning on him. His expression turns grim as he remembers that the First Corps is stationed in Pau. Panic spreads as he realizes that Kim intends to confront the First Corps alone. The scene shifted to a sunset where Kim and his team were heading into battle. Riding his motorcycle, Kim commented on how pleasant the weather felt at that moment. Meanwhile, inside the subspace, Sol, wearing boxing gloves, was counting aloud to 19. Her eyes glinted with determination as she trained tirelessly. Lunging forward with speed, she unleashed a flurry of punches on a punching bag while vividly imagining an opponent before her. Like a skilled fighter, she rotated her torso flawlessly, channeling all her strength into a powerful kick that landed squarely on the bag. Wasting no time, she followed up with a devastating punch that shredded the punching bag, sending its remains flying several meters away. The count of 19 referred to the number of punching bags she had already destroyed. Frustrated, she called out to Pax, demanding another bag and scolding him for being too slow. Nearby, her eldest brother, joystick in hand, observed the scene while Pax muttered that the speed of the request had been set by Kim. The older brothers were engrossed in a video game, and one of them asked why Sol was so angry. She replied that it was because Kim refused to let her leave the subspace and risk her life. While Kim acknowledged her awakened abilities, he reminded her that facing weapons, electric vehicles, and other dangers was still too risky. Sol had insisted on at least being allowed to set up punching bags for training, and since then, she had been relentlessly hitting them. As they continued playing Overcooked, her older brother noted that Sol had mentioned her awakened powers. He agreed it was dangerous outside and questioned her eagerness to leave, adding, "But then again, we're talking about Seoul." Joan chimed in, agreeing, and mentioned overhearing Kim talk about a scar on their brother's face. Touching his face, the brother dismissed it as nothing to worry about. Suddenly, he heard a faint buzzing sound. As he touched the scar again, he noticed something unusual. Alarmed, he realized the scar was gone, as if he had woken from a dream. Joan teased him, saying the scar wasn't that bad, but the bruise was a bit much. Still shocked, he insisted the wound had been significant and had definitely been there yesterday. Smirking, Joan mockingly told him not to act injured and recalled how scared she had been in the hospital. She also remembered a certain chief of internal medicine named Jin Seong-hak, who had used his powers to manipulate and brainwash the hospital staff. Angrily recalling the ordeal, Joan admitted it made her tread carefully with every action, fearful of being controlled again. At that moment, Yango's wife appeared in the doorway, announcing that it was time to eat. Without hesitation, Joan dropped the joystick and bolted toward the dining area, leaving her brother to play alone. As their mother called everyone to the table, she overheard playful voices in the background. Someone declared themselves the devil of the underworld, while another shouted, "I'm Yu Jang, the magical girl who's going to defeat you." The voices belonged to their father, Yango, and his young daughter, who paused their game and said they were coming. The mother announced that today's menu was kimchi stew and mentioned she had already served the black rice, urging them to eat while she joined them shortly. She turned to ask where Grandpa was, and the father replied that he likely wouldn't be eating just yet. Noticing the old man sitting with his back to her, she asked why he wasn't joining them. He was focused on a board game he was playing with Lancelot, visibly intrigued. It was the first time he had ever encountered such a game. He marveled at how Lancelot, despite never having played before, could be so skilled. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find a single weakness in Lancelot's strategy. He resolved to ask Lancelot to explain his methods when he returned, impressed by the brilliance of his gameplay. Back on the battlefield, war tanks rolled steadily toward an unknown destination. Suddenly, they stopped and opened fire, their shots striking a target ahead. Another volley followed, resulting in a massive explosion at the impact site. From the devastation, a radiant blue light emerged, illuminating the entire area where the shells had landed. As we drew closer, it became clear that the blue light was actually Kim's subspace, which had been struck by the attacks. In retaliation, Kim launched several missiles. The system screen displayed their status, noting that they were ranked rare and had the ability to penetrate and explode. The missiles struck the war tanks, destroying them in an instant with small but deadly explosions. One by one, all the tanks that had been attacking Kim were obliterated. Observing the aftermath, Kim remarked that he had avoided using high explosive weapons to prevent any harm to nearby civilians. However, according to Lancelot's information, the First Legion had divided its forces between the locations where civilians were detained and the stronghold of the main rebel force. Following Lancelot's plan, he would handle the rescue of the hostages while Kim was tasked with attacking the primary rebel force. Since there were no civilian hostages at the rebel base he was targeting, Kim no longer needed to hold back. Fortunately, he had stored a Black Hawk helicopter equipped with missiles. Using the subspace lab and the enhancement stone given to him by his older brother Hyung, Kim was able to upgrade its individual features. He also improved the basic functionality of Pax's deployment system, which he had been putting off for some time. The upgrades extended the range to 100 meters and increased the maximum deployment speed to 300 kilometers per hour. What was already powerful now carried even more destructive force within the subspace. As Kim studied the system screen, he realized that while the missiles were already strong, they could still be upgraded further. With this level of power, he could gather numerous magic stones in an instant. When he checked the system again, it showed that 10,000 magic stones were required to upgrade the subspace to level 4. By his own calculation, he should have collected around 2,000 stones by now. However, the system displayed only 1 in 890. Confused, Kim questioned why the number was so low, insisting he should have more. The system then displayed a message stating that, according to the platform's terms and conditions, 45% of the revenue was deducted as a fee paid to Tony from the Mexican dimension. Additionally, regulations required that 25% of the collected magic stones be allocated to Priest Bongu. Puzzled, Kim remarked that the names Tonatu from the Mexican division and Priest Bongu sounded familiar. He then recalled a conversation with Lancelot in which Lancelot had revealed that the goblins had made contact with a high-ranking entity known as Tondu. The memory startled Kim as he began piecing together the facts they had uncovered earlier. Suddenly, Lancelot appeared before him, addressing him as "my lord" and reporting that he and Bede had destroyed all the fields. Lancelot mentioned that Bede was helping people escape and that he had come alone for now. He asked if Kim was injured. Kim thanked Lancelot for his excellent work and assured him he was fine. Then, turning to him, Kim brought up their earlier conversation about the high-ranking entity named Tondu that had contacted the rebels. Lancelot confirmed this and asked why Kim mentioned it. Kim explained that both Tonatu and Priest Bongu were taking his magic stones, adding that Tonatu was from the Mexican division. He asked Lancelot what that division was. Lancelot explained that Mexico likely referred to the name of the planet or civilization from which Tonatu originated, using the example that their own location was referred to as the Earth dimension. He further stated that Priest Bong Su was sacrificing people to other planets and noted that a traitor was worse than someone betrayed. The scene then shifted to show a mutant goblin from behind with a system screen open in front of it, displaying the same message Kim had just seen. The goblin tinkered with the system, questioning what he was doing that sounded so insane, remarking that such behavior was unusual. As he continued to examine the system, he wondered how the magic stones could be deposited into the dimensional accounts so quickly. He also mentioned that there had been massive explosions some time ago. The scene revealed the goblin's surroundings an area resembling a sacrificial altar. He muttered that he hadn't heard the sound of helicopters or jets, nor even gunfire, which made him question where such powerful weaponry had come from. As a light approached him, he commented that none of his soldiers had reported anything amiss despite the chaos. That light turned out to be a missile launched by Kim, which pierced the goblin's body clean through. Due to the upgraded missile speed, the goblin had no time to react. Struck by the blast, he was hurled backward and crashed onto the ground. Moments later, Kim arrived, calling the goblin by name Priest Bong Su. Lancelot and Kim climbed the altar, with Kim exhausted and joking that the stairs had nearly killed him. He remarked that he had long wondered who Bong Su was, then asked if he was the commander of the Legion. The goblin lay on the ground, pierced like a donut, with smoke rising from the hole left by the missile. As he writhed in pain, the smoke began to heal his wounds. Astonished, Kim asked what was happening. Lancelot explained that the goblin was recovering from his injuries. As the goblin rose to his feet, Lancelot noted that he had been curious about the blackish-red smoke rising throughout the camp. Kim, still stunned, asked if such a thing was possible. Now fully healed, the goblin smiled and revealed his sharp claws. He shouted at the two, saying this was far more surprising than he had imagined. Before him stood a human and a skeletal knight, the latter entirely loyal to the former. Kim, equally astonished, remarked that he didn't know goblins could talk. The mutant goblin replied that they must have already encountered his goblin soldiers. He explained that those goblins had recklessly consumed magic stones, transforming themselves in the process. This transformation, he said, was the side effect of gaining power too quickly before their bodies could adapt. Though he had given them guidelines, their greed had led them astray. The goblin then speculated that since Kim possessed a dimensional account, he must be an 8th level hierarchy user. He questioned where Kim had obtained the investment for it and proposed a deal. If Kim and his allies ceased their destruction and left the area, the goblin would refrain from harming them. Brimming with arrogance, the goblin declared that they had already seen for themselves that he could not be killed. If he wished, he could slay both Kim and Lancelot right now. The only reason he hadn't done so yet was that it would cause him unnecessary damage. Priest Bong Su concluded that fighting now would be a complete waste of time. Lancelot, however, retorted that the goblin couldn't kill them, either he couldn't even scratch them, and invited him to try if he dared. Meanwhile, Kim was deep in thought, pondering the sudden offer of peace. He questioned whether he could truly kill the goblin or not. If he couldn't, it was likely because of the mysterious smoke. Staring at the goblin, he wondered about the true nature of that smoke, suspecting it to be the remnant of human sacrifices. He recalled that Lancelot had mentioned seeing the smoke at the camp, though Kim himself had not. If he had, perhaps he could have deduced its principles. Looking beyond the goblin, Kim noticed a strange hum and a dark red smoke gathering in the sky. He looked upward, puzzled as to why the smoke had reached the heavens. The sky glowed a deep scarlet, like the sign of an impending apocalypse. Then, something in the sky made Kim's eyes widen and his body tremble with fear. A massive sphere appeared, glowing and horrifying, resembling a gigantic red eye unlike anything he had ever seen before. The smoke thickened, swirling around the monstrous eye as Kim stood frozen, overwhelmed by the sight. Chills ran down his spine as he wondered what he was truly witnessing. Could it be a high-ranking being? Priest Bong Su smirked, clearly amused by Kim's reaction. The goblin explained that this must be Kim's first time encountering such a creature, as they rarely appeared due to classification restrictions. However, Lord Tondu was different. Unlike others, Tondu would descend in person. Placing a hand on his chest, Bong Su proclaimed that he alone had the power to summon this being. Still grinning, he mocked Kim, calling him foolish but intriguing. Out of curiosity, he decided to give Kim one chance to survive. The condition was simple. Kim must kneel, beg for forgiveness, and plead for his life. Only then would he earn the honor of becoming Bong Su's right-hand man. Before he could finish his words, Lancelot lunged forward and delivered a powerful strike, slicing through Bong Su's neck in an instant. Enraged that a mere goblin dared to place himself above his master, Lancelot watched as the goblin's severed head flew several meters away. Yet even as his body fell, the goblin erupted into laughter, confident in his regenerative power. Moments later, his head began floating back toward his body. Smirking, he told them to stop wasting their time. They should already know how pointless this was. With Tondu watching from above and Bong Su rapidly recovering, the goblin declared that no matter how many times they killed him, he would simply return to life. His expression darkened as he mocked Lancelot, questioning if his brain was so empty that he still couldn't understand such a simple fact. Finally, he sneered that Lancelot had no idea how useful he could truly be. As a true knight, Lancelot replies that he indeed does not understand, but then corrects himself, saying that honestly he does not care to. With unwavering conviction, he states that the only thing that matters to him is Master Kim. He will cut down anyone who threatens his master's safety, no matter how many times it takes. The goblin sharpens his claws and sneers, remarking that the knight truly has an empty head. Without hesitation, the goblin lunges forward, inviting Lancelot to attack him as many times as he wants. Watching Bongus's reckless charge, Lancelot reconsiders his approach. Instead of drawing his sword, he clenches his fists and decides that if cutting will not kill him, he will simply pummel him into dust instead. With lightning-fast speed, Lancelot lands a devastating punch to the goblin's face. Bongu has no time to react. With a single blow, his nose is shattered. Several teeth are broken and blood spews from his mouth. The goblin recovers quickly and grinning remarks that Lancelot's fists are not bad. However, even with that strength, they are still useless. Boasting about the blessing of immortality, the goblin fails to notice Lancelot moving. Wasting no time, Lancelot seizes him by the hair with his right hand. Focusing all his strength into his left fist, Lancelot states that if something does not work, then he will simply make it work. Bangsu's expression instantly shifts to fear as he stammers, pleading for Lancelot to wait a moment. Without mercy, Lancelot begins his onslaught. With the first punch, even more teeth shatter and blood splatters everywhere. But he does not stop there. He continues throwing blow after blow, a relentless flurry of strikes so brutal that the scene is censored, as there may be children watching this absolute manhwa. While Lancelot buries his fists into the goblin's disfigured face, Kim silently observes. He recognizes that Lancelot is doing his best. But if he cannot defeat Tonatu, Bongus's regeneration will continue endlessly. Looking up at the gigantic eye in the sky, Kim realizes that it must be dealt with. However, removing it might be impossible without a proper plan. Still gazing upward, Kim forces himself to think. After a few moments, he wonders whether there is at least a way to stop Bongus's regeneration. Then, a memory surfaces. He recalls how he disrupted the mind control of that muscular man. He had used subspace. While Lancelot continues pounding Bongus's face beyond recognition, Kim finally calls out to him. Lancelot halts his fun momentarily. Bongu, still suffering in Lancelot's grip, keeps insisting that none of this matters. It is pointless. Ignoring him, Kim activates his power and gives a command. Throw the goblin into subspace. Without hesitation, Lancelot swiftly hurls Bongu toward the portal. The moment the goblin makes contact with it, the system issues a notification. Warning, entity Bonguit is attempting to enter subspace. Do you wish to allow access? Then Kim grants permission and the system confirms that entry has been allowed inside subspace. While Joanne is carrying supplies, she notices the portal opening. Instinctively, she assumes that Kim, her third brother, has returned faster than usual this time. However, before she can finish her thought, the system issues an alert. An unidentified energy attempting to enter from the outside has been blocked. Her eyes widen in shock as she sees what is now before her. A scream escapes her lips as a malnourished goblin comes flying into subspace, hurtling directly toward her. Before the goblin can crash into her, potentially causing harm, someone catches him midair. It is Sol, who, with a sharp glare reflecting her frustration at being trapped in subspace, declares that this is not number 3 and demands to know what exactly it is. Lifting the goblin by the head, she catches sight of something beyond the portal that immediately grabs her attention. She spots Kim and, still holding the goblin up, asks if this creature is one of his friends. With a demonic grin, Sol surges forward, dragging the miserable Bongsu toward Kim. Kim, eyes wide with panic, shouts for her to stop. Terrified and drenched in sweat, he quickly defends himself and orders the system to shut the subspace portal immediately. Only then does he issue the command to remove Bongu's registration from subspace. The system notifies that it is canceling Bongsu's registration. A moment later, the malnourished goblin is forcefully ejected, thrown out of subspace, losing one of his teeth in the process. In the background, Sol watches the scene unfold, her expression filled with hatred and amusement. As the portal closes, she speaks again, asking if Kim sees what just happened, because that will be his future. Bongsu, now sprawled out on the ground, remains motionless. Meanwhile, Kim is still shaken, not by the goblin, but by what Sol might do to him. With a shudder, he mutters that for a brief moment, Sol was more terrifying than Tondu has ever been. The system then sends another notification. The ownership of a dimensional account has been transferred. Since Kim already possesses a dimensional account, the mana stones will automatically merge. The new total, 14,823 mana stones. Reading the notification, Kim is stunned. The suddenness of it all leaves him struggling to process what just happened. Staring at the system display, he realizes that Bongu must have acquired a massive amount of mana stones through taxation. Then something else catches his attention. The Tondu tax notification is missing. That means Kim abruptly halts his train of thought and looks up toward the sky. Only then does he realize the enormous threat and the ominous red-black smoke are gone. The sky is now clear, bathed in the gentle glow of the moonlight. Kim turns to Lancelot, stating that Tonadu is gone. Lancelot recalls that Bangu had claimed he was the only one capable of summoning Tontu, which means that in some way Kim must have severed the connection between them. Lancelot then speculates that now that Tonadu has failed once, he might never attempt to return. Hearing this, Kim finally relaxes, dropping down to the ground in exhaustion. Seated, he admits to Lancelot that he genuinely thought his heart was going to stop. Despite barely having fought, he feels more drained than ever before. Just as Kim begins to rest, a familiar voice calls out his name. Turning around, he sees soldiers ascending the stairs, shouting for him and asking if he is all right. The colonel arrives, stating that aside from essential personnel, he has brought every awakened and unit available for mobilization. He then asks if they arrived too late. Kim shakes his head, assuring them that they arrived just in time. However, deep down he knows that these soldiers must have endured immense hardship climbing all those stairs under such extreme conditions. As the colonel approaches, he inquires about the Legion commander's whereabouts. Only then does he notice the malnourished goblin's body lying motionless on the ground. Examining the goblin closely, the colonel questions what could have possibly reduced him to this state. Realizing that the fight is truly over, the colonel holsters his weapon, recognizing that it will no longer be needed. Kim watches him and remarks that it has been a while since he has seen someone carry their weapon on their back like that. Just then, the colonel receives a radio transmission. It is from Captain Dakayong, the commander of the second company, reporting on the reconnaissance of the first area. He states that all the rebels have been found in a condition resembling mummified corpses. After thorough confirmation, they are all dead. The first area has been neutralized. The colonel acknowledges the transmission and orders his forces to remain on high alert, prioritize civilian rescues, and begin clearing the area. Turning back to Kim, he sighs and admits that he has no idea how Kim pulled this off. But in the end, Kim was the one who resolved the situation once again. Long live the power of protagonism. Kim states that he was the one who put an end to the situation, but he lacks sufficient knowledge about the mummified transformation the rebels underwent. The colonel bows and expresses his gratitude to Kim for everything he has done so far, acknowledging that his contributions have been immeasurable since the very beginning. Kim, caught off guard by the sudden gesture, widens his eyes in surprise. Turning toward the colonel, Kim gestures and tells him that such formalities were not necessary out of nowhere. The colonel responds that he should have said something much earlier. Continuing, the colonel admits that when he initially asked Kim to join the military, he now realizes how foolish that request was. At the time, they believed they were offering Kim something beneficial, but in reality, the so-called benefits meant nothing to him. They had underestimated his power and influence, viewing him merely within the framework of military service. As Kim decides to stand up, the colonel continues, stating that the military should not have been this incompetent. Even if it is shameful to admit, he remains bowed and asks if Kim is still willing to help the people. Even though requesting such aid now is undeniably disgraceful, many people are still in dire situations. Some have lost loved ones, others are gravely injured, and many remain anxious due to their inability to awaken their abilities. Kim extends his hand, and the colonel firmly affirms that the damage was worsened by the government's incompetence, which is precisely why he seeks Kim's help. With the composure of a gentleman, Kim clarifies that this is not a deal, but a voluntary act of assistance. He insists on doing it from the front lines without any intention of joining the military. Moreover, whether he chooses to help or not is his own decision. He adds that he only says this to make everything clear, all while keeping his hand extended toward the colonel. Upon hearing this, the colonel smiles, realizing the depth of Kim's kindness, his willingness to help without expecting anything in return. Only then do the two shake hands, signifying mutual agreement. The colonel reassures Kim that he does not need to worry. Reaching for his radio, the colonel pauses before activating it and asks Kim to wait for a moment, promising to ensure that he will always have military support whenever needed. Activating the radio, the colonel makes an official announcement to the troops. In recognition of Kim's significant contributions to strengthening the armed forces and neutralizing the rebel army, he declares through this broadcast that Kim Jong-jae is now granted the title of honorary colonel. As Kim listens, he becomes increasingly uncertain about everything being said over the radio. The colonel continues, stating that from this moment forward, all military personnel, without exception, must show full respect to the newly appointed honorary Colonel Kim Jong-jae and cooperate with him whenever necessary. He adds that a response is not required, but whenever possible, everyone who hears this message should pass it along to others. Still in shock, Kim mutters that there was no need to take things this far. Then the colonel salutes Kim and with a cheerful tone states that the soldiers will handle the cleanup and resolve the rest of the situation. He then orders Kim to rest, noting that it is getting late. Hearing this, Kim's face flushes red and he protests, saying that he is not a soldier, so there is no need for such formalities. The colonel responds that if it makes him uncomfortable, he should simply ignore it, but reiterates once again that Kim has done an outstanding job. As the colonel steps back to rejoin the rest of the military personnel, Kim, still slightly flushed, comments on how exhausting everything is. He then tells Lancelot to rest as well, acknowledging that he too has worked hard. Lancelot responds by saying that Kim also did a great job and by the way asks if there is any news about Bede. Kim agrees, realizing that in his exhaustion, he had not even thought about it. However, he suddenly smiles upon remembering that the subspace has a recovery function for lost items. He immediately gives the command for the system to retrieve the items. The system then notifies him that the recovery function does not work for items that have been moved beyond a certain distance, instructing him to stay close to the item and use the ability again. Disappointed, Kim realizes the limitations of the ability upon reading the system message. Thinking back, he recalls that when he used it with Soul, she was practically right next to him. Since he cannot use the ability at the moment, they need to move. Calling out to Lancelot, Kim asks him to come along, suggesting that on the way they can also upgrade Pax's level. Lancelot nods in agreement, saying he understands. The system then confirms that 10,000 mana stones have been used to level up the subspace, noting that abilities can still be used during the upgrade. The remaining mana stone count is now 4,823. Meanwhile, in another area, soldiers begin mobilizing to assist the survivors, instructing them to form slow and orderly lines. They reassure the survivors that if they need anything else, they should speak up as the military can provide food and water as necessary. At the same time, Kim turns to Lancelot, mentioning that he just thought of something. Since the soldiers are focused on helping the survivors, he wonders what Betivir might be doing at this moment. The scene shifts to Bede, who is holding a document in his hands. While examining it, he mutters that he has found it, admitting that it was a good idea to change routes. After all, who would have guessed that entering a random building out of boredom would lead to the discovery of documents like these? Now crouching as he reads through the papers, Bedir remarks that Kim will definitely be pleased when he brings these findings back. However, he cannot help but wonder what kind of place this is, given the sheer number of documents. This is already the third one he has come across. Some time had passed, and in the meantime, the system continued displaying the progress of the subspace upgrade, now at 45%. The documents that Bede had found all turned out to be dimensional, being registration requests. Now holding the documents in his hands, Kim asks Betivir if he was the one who found all of them, to which Betivir confirms. Kim thanks him, thinking that these might have a good use after all. He spends some time considering what exactly he can do with them. Then he opens a portal to the subspace and sees Soul waiting for him inside. However, just like the last time, she still has a terrifying expression and immediately tells Kim that she has been waiting for him, asking if he is ready. Joan, noticing Seol's intent, urges her to hit Kim, saying that he left everyone worried. Seol smiles and agrees to do just that. Kim quickly tries to calm them down, presenting the dimensional being registration document to Seol, who at first does not understand what it means. Kim explains that he prevented her from leaving and kept her confined because he feared she might get hurt. However, with this document, she can now fight alongside him without any worries. He also adds that he wants to see her kicking the monster's asses, making it clear that he did not keep her locked up just to provoke her. As Seol listens and reads the document, Kim feels relieved, thinking that saying this to her might have just saved his life. After reading it, Seol points out a problem. For her to obtain the registration, she needs a dimensional account. Kim immediately acknowledges that she is right. As Kim admits that he had forgotten this detail, a fist slams into his chin before he can even finish his thought. Seol punches him with full force, sending him flying and spinning through the air, but it does not stop there. Before Kim can even hit the ground, Seol charges after him. Kim catches himself with one hand on the ground, preparing to run. As Seol chases him down with an intimidating aura, Kim feels a sense of relief because despite the sheer impact of the punch, it did not hurt at all. Meanwhile, the system notifies that the subspace level up is complete. New items and additional upgrade options have been unlocked along with a new ability, Subspace Life Support System. This ability enhances healing effects within the subspace. As Seol continues chasing Kim in the background, Lancelot, Bedair, and Joanne are watching the scene unfold. Joanne bursts into laughter, saying that Kim deserves this. She then tells the knights that they should not interfere, as this is simply a demonstration of love between the sisters and their younger brother. Joanne also notes that Kim is now at level 8, meaning no matter how much Seol hits him, it will not hurt. Lancelot agrees, but Joy notices something is off about him. Looking back at the two knights, she realizes that they are trembling. Concerned, she asks if they are okay. As Seol puts Kim in a rear naked choke, he starts thinking about how heavy the hold feels, even if it does not hurt. However, Joy suddenly interrupts their scuffle, shouting that something is wrong with the knights and calling for help. Kim immediately tells Seol to let go and rushes over, asking about their condition. The knights are so weakened that they cannot even stand. Lancelot places his hand on the ground, and soon after both he and Bede are overwhelmed with pain. Seeing Lancelot and Bede collapsing, Kim and Seol rush over asking if they are okay and what happened so suddenly. Lancelot struggles to respond, saying that he has no idea what is happening. He also mentions that suddenly his entire body started itching uncontrollably and burning.